and welcome back to Berlin, Germany, live from the Spirit Blossom Springs, aka the LEC Spa. It's okay, it doesn't look like summer here, but we're in Berlin, so it's still good for now, as long as it doesn't rain. It doesn't feel like summer either, but we get what we have. Guys, how are you doing? Finn, GB,
it's a wee bit gusty, but I'm really excited to see the kind of continuation from yesterday. I think yesterday we saw a lot of potential what could be, but today Casey's playing again with some good games. I'm excited.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, you said it better yourself. And that's the good thing about first days, is that we can overreact on pretty much anything and everything, like you guys on the internet, actually. Let's take a look at what we've seen from social media yesterday and what are the biggest overreactions. On Twitch chat, of course, you can tell us yours, and maybe they will appear on broadcast. The first one we have comes from Molecule, who's saying, I've seen enough, Poby's a goat.
Here, here. I agree. I mean, Poby yesterday, he just came out with a bang. Like, I don't know. I'm fully on board with the Poby high train. All the roads, or at least a part of the roads. I really want to see what he kind of can help this Fnatic team, because they kind of sacrificed their early game, but at least the mid-late game seems to be going a little bit better.
Yeah, okay, listen, I agree with you. Poby, great overreaction to have. Phenomenal debut in the LEC. The rest, I am not sold on Fnatic just yet. I think the fact that they struggled as much as they did against Team Heretics, my overreaction would be, I'm disappointed. Yeah. Like, I'm genuinely disappointed in Fnatic, but Poby, I see a good reason to be happy for his performance.
The greatest of sometimes, right? Like, he can save them, obviously. Let's check out the next one that we have. Which team is it going to be about? What are we overreacting on next?
So tense.
Because I have something, actually. I have. Okay, I was about to say, Navi is like my ex.
Yeah, go on.
They never change, and they keep on letting me down. But I believe in the fact that they can change, because they were facing up against Casey. Not the strongest opponent, not the biggest opponent for a first game. You killed the man, but not the idea. How do we feel about this?
I mean, what is today's delusion, right? Clearly.
Oh my god.
I mean, why don't we just
Let's see what Odo thinks about this.
What do you think about this, Odo?
About Navi?
Yeah, Navi.
Where is it? Like, Rogue never left. It's the same thing.
It's a different organization.
No, it is, but the Rogue spirit is still there. They just never left. Nothing changed.
That's enough from you. That's enough. Back in the bucket you go.
Actually, Navi versus Casey was the fastest best of 3 we had in 2025 in the LEC. Less than 1 hour, 53 minutes. That's actually how long Rogue games used to be.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if there's something to take away from in the positive side, I really liked Malrang on support.
Yeah.
I feel like at least he played fast. At least the Rogue games things were happening. Not in a good way yesterday, but I want to see if he can kind of be this glue that the team needs for Larson and Adam to kind of finally find their forms again.
All right, one game was one game. Let's check out what we have next. What is the next overreaction about this split? It is day 1 of the LEC, and this account has been created. Has Niski played in the LEC? For now, the answer is no. But I'm really looking forward to see how long can this account stay alive, guys.
Is it an overreaction to say I don't think it's gonna happen? I just feel like it's a good joke, but is it gonna happen?
I mean,
do you think what are the chances that we can see Niski?
I mean, maybe if like Vladimir breaks his wrist, I can see something happening. But I don't expect Niski to take Vladir's spot. I think
I have heard something about what if Casey has a good week 1. They play against Vitality after that, and they would maybe sub in Niski, which would be peak content, given that it was his former team when he was playing support. Yeah, that's the thing.
These are the questions. These are the questions.
Is it mid-ski or is it sub-ski? We'll see about that. Last overreaction that we have about this summer split so far. I cannot read that, so I'm gonna trust you guys.
The secret ingredient is Larson.
Is it?
It's not that secret. I feel like it's been a staple in the kitchen for a very long point at this time.
I don't want to say it's moldy, but it's definitely been in the cupboard for quite some time. And I want to see maybe a new face of Larson, because I feel like last splits, it hasn't really shown why he was so highly regarded for so long. And as we see, I mean, I don't want to be the one to bash on the Navi wagon after game 1, but that's, I guess that's what we're doing here. So yeah, let's see more from Larson. I want to see that, because I know he can do it.
Let's see more from Larson, and let's see more from the freshest player that we have from the LEC, because our pool of player has extended and changed this summer. So I want actually to go to the pool that we have here.
You don't have to say that
for
twice.
A little game, and I want you guys to know more about the new players that we have in the LEC. Maybe we find perks in there. I don't know.
Are you gonna go over there?
Yeah, you guys go there, and I'm gonna ask you some questions. So you're gonna fish some minions,
Yes.
And each minion is going to have a number. I have some cue cards here, and I will have a question for you guys.
No, wait. This one is mine. Is that -1, -1? Okay, so this is number 1.
Number 1.
Number
Okay.
1.
Question about Dundun, or a new top laner. What is a champ that Dundun carried with his team on finals of summer 2022, but he went 0-7 with the champion? So he was MVP with that champion.
I remember this.
He got MVP with a champion he went 0-7 with.
It's gotta be something like
What's
Mousepad.
an 07 champion?
That's gotta be Mousepad or something.
It's like playing Clit.
Honestly, it's a champion you would not expect you could carry a game with, being that bad.
Rumble?
Okay,
You
one
wouldn't
last
expect-
chance, GB, and I'll give it to you guys.
Well,
You're gonna be stunned, honestly.
Oh my god. I don't know, 07 Jace?
0-7 Jax.
Jax!
Yeah.
Did he land like the stun of the dreams or what?
So don't put it back in there, otherwise we're gonna draw that again.
I want to draw that again and say the answer. I think it's Jax.
Can say a lot about the potential career of Dundun, getting MVP of that game, carrying with an 0-7 Jax. What's the next one?
What do I get from a dog? It doesn't have a number.
You get to keep the duck, as Flackid. I don't know.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, well, I'll just grab one of these one. Number 4, please.
Number 4. Okay. What was Skin's most played champion during his LEC stint in 2020-2021?
I remember his Lee Sin being very competent. That was his champion
He
for
said it
solo
first.
queue.
Right, I thought it was my question. He was number 2. I'd like to lock in Lee Sin, please.
All right.
That's not how it
Listen.
works.
Okay, how many games?
He probably played... Oh, what was the season back then? I'll say 7.
9.
Oh,
I was
Which is a
thinking
lot of
9.
games.
I was thinking 9.
you can say that after giving the answer. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, next one, guys.
Okay, give me
What do we have?
Give me a good one, please. Oh.
We would like to do
Don't
this one
fight!
together.
No
Yeah,
poaching.
that's free. That's free, I think.
Don't poach each other's minions.
We have number 3 together.
Number 3 here. Who has already played 45 LEC games?
Who's already
among
played
the new
45
players that we
LEC
have.
Alongside the new players. Abedage could be a good shout here.
Yeah, I think that's valid. It's not Abedigi.
You have a second guess here, I think. It's easy.
Let me think.
We just talked about him.
Wow,
Skins.
Oh, it's the same
It's
bloke.
just the same.
45
that
games
makes
in
sense.
the
That's a
LEC.
cop
All right,
out.
another one?
Okay.
Another million.
Get one of them. Which one? The blue or
last
red side?
I
Blue or red
like
side?
the blue one here. What is it? 8?
Number 8. Which player had the highest goal difference at 14 in their region in spring? Among the new players that we have.
I want to say Rooster. I heard it's a laning beast on
Yeah, he's next level.
Challengers. I want to say Rooster.
Rooster it is.
Nice. Good job. Yeah, I like
Amazing.
that one.
We're going to see him a bit later. Guys, thank you so much.
Can we throw this back in?
Minions back in the
Okay,
pool
cool.
here. We actually want to catch up with a familiar face from the LEC as Abedage is back in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in with Odo.
Why'd you throw the net in there? It doesn't float.
Thank you, Lord. And I'm standing here with SK's newest mid laner, Abedage, someone that I played with in the long time ago, and we've had a lot of fun. So, Abe, you are our resident traveler between LDA and the LEC. Tell me a little bit how this offseason happened and how you came to be on SK, because it's a move that no one really expected.
So, I mean, this off-season is pretty funny because these guys actually wanted to make some really big changes because nothing was working at all. So, yeah, they wanted to try a different option. So they imported an ADC, and they were like, "Oh, like we have too many import slots, brother. So we gotta give someone the
resident slot.
the Stiefel, you know. We call that the shoe in German.
Okay.
So they decided to kick me, and then SK was also kind of on the same page, where they wanted to make some big changes, and we kind of found each other in the middle. So honestly, for me, it worked out perfectly.
It does seem like a German player on a German org. Now, when I played with you, you were always this quiet guy, but very, very reliable. And now you're on SK, an org that has struggled this split to find success, or this year rather, to find success. Tell me a little bit, what have been the steps that you've been making from the last time we played together, and how you evolved to bring success to this organization?
Now I'm loud and not reliable. 180. No, I think I have a lot more experience to kind of guide and tell my team how I see the game. And so I think I'm a really big influence on how the team plays and how we improve also outside of the game. I think with my experience of making Miracle Run, I know what values are important to a team and like how you kind of keep the vibes up, because that's one really important part, is like keeping your mental straight.
Okay, lovely. And for my last question, the Abedage stocks are quite low. No one is really hyped about this move about you coming to SK. But I think it's time for you to remind them what you did in 2020 and in 2023 when you were in the similar position, orgs struggling, not finding success in their last split. What did you do, Abe, in those 2 years?
What I did? Well, I don't know. It just turned summer, and then, you know, I turn on, I think. I mean, nobody expected me to do well, my team to do well, but that was kind of how we became the dark horse during those seasons. I think we were just really underrated, and we performed.
So are we going to see a dark horse again from SK this split?
We're lacking one important ingredient, actually. Part of the 2 last miracle runs, we had this really good top laner.
Okay,
he was actually not bad at the time.
Lore, back over to you, because this is about SK and Avedage.
It is about SK and Avedage. Thank you so much for the interview. Actually, I'm wondering, as a former teammate of Avedage, Odo, what do you think about him being back in Europe and with SK?
I'm honestly kind of high, because last 2 times, I mean, he was kind of modest, but he did do Miracle Run, you know, make playoffs from 1 and 10, but also make Miracle Run into playoffs with Excel, making it into finals. That's not easy. So everyone's sleeping on Abe. Your stocks are kind of in the gutter, because this guy's about to pop off.
He's about to pop off. We'll see about this. There's been a lot of roster changes for SK, actually. What do you guys think about this lineup? They've been struggling so far in the LEC. Necessary change, but is it the right one?
I mean, I don't have any... Like, I'm not racing them in my tier list in my own head right now. Like, I think these changes probably was necessary for them as a team, and I mean, we already saw it last split. Nothing worked out for them. I still think this is something that doesn't necessarily spark immediate confidence in them, but that's where they can prove us wrong. I mean, Finn, you know something about going to NA, having a terrible split, and then coming back and doing okay. So I mean,
okay.
Bringing in a CLG trauma just like that.
God, we're just shooting me. I mean, okay.
I mean,
I'm not gonna comment on that. What I will comment on is someone like Skeens, who I think came into LEC 2020 and didn't really have the best showing, but then worked, grinded, improved his fundamentals year by year, and now deservedly is back in this league. And I want to see this guy kind of come in and show why he once got a chance and why he has the talent to kind of make an impact in this league, make a splash, and show that he's going to be the glue that's going to keep SK together.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say on the other side, you're talking junglers. Bukata's playing against his old team now.
Right?
I mean, he got promoted to BDS. Well, call it what you want, right? Promoted. He's going up against his old team, and I think you have a lot to prove here, because you were part of a fire in SK last split. This is a time for you to prove that, you know what, I was not part of that problem. I can be a way better player than what you saw last split, and going up against your old team is the best way to prove that for Bukata.
It's the best way, and it's the hardest way, honestly, for either of these teams, because if you think about first stance format, this kind of format doesn't allow any mistakes. Honestly, both of these teams have to win today if they want to be in the best situation for the rest of the split, but I actually want to know, what do the casters think about this situation? Think about SK and BDS and the chances they have to clutch it today for the rest of the season.
Thank you, Laura. It's a very good question. I'm Dracos, joined by Jack Spectra. The honest truth is, when you play only 4 best-of-3s, before we get into potentially the cross-group decider, again, if you're not familiar with the format, there's a video, kind of every game is life or death, but as long as everyone around you is also running it a little bit, you're fine.
They're on thin ice.
They are on thin ice.
And you hope for BDS now that top lane won't be so irrelevant anymore with this new rooster. Had to fit them all.
Why do you do this to me? I thought we were having a real...
Or SK might go loopy.
No, stop. They're going to kick you out. Yeah, anyway, look. Ultimately, pressure on both sides. I can't recover from that. You said you had 1 pun ready. Be ready, you had 4. Hopefully a few more things coming your way. Not just puns today, but performance on both sides. Although we'll have to keep track.
2 Korean top laners facing off.
And of course, our favorite storyline. We haven't confirmed that it matters to Bukata, but we're going to pretend it's the most important thing of his life. Bukata against his former team. Did he make the right decision? 1 best-of-3 to decide it all.
True.
So,
I mean, on paper, I would say he definitely upgraded.
Yeah, for sure.
But from what I've heard, both teams have been, you know, not having the best start to their season in practice.
I was really hyped about this BDS roster. Again, on paper, I think that, you know, Ice and Nuke are a strong core, and if you can stabilize the rest of the map, I'm feeling pretty optimistic. But We've heard that there might have been some struggles to get things going, although rumors kind of...
If we were to listen to rumors, Giant X would have won every split so far.
Yeah.
And they haven't done that. So.
But maybe that's a Giant X exclusive. I don't know if that's a rumors exclusive. We're going to have to do a little bit of science here and find out. See if the rumors around BDS are true. Maybe some struggles. But the vibes appear to be good on stage, and that might be all that matters as they go toe-to-toe with SK. You heard from Odo and Abadagi earlier. Abadaga's summer form is what we've been waiting for.
He's a summer miracle runner.
He is the summer miracle runner. Him and Gilius, God of Lee Sin.
True, we need to bring him back too.
Yeah. Well, he was the rhyme, you know?
Yeah.
We need more people with like catchy one-liners and rhymes. We got Poby, Some Roads, you know. Got Abadagi, Miracle Run. We need more, I think is what it's safe to say. Anyway, one man with no vowels in his name is Dun Dun.
Are you a fan of Dun Dun, would you say?
So, like many people in our league, I take all of my opinions on LCK Challenger players from our lovely friend Chronicler, who spent about 10 minutes hyping this man up to no end.
Yep.
And then made it very clear he just liked him as a person and thought he was great, and then didn't talk about his gameplay at all, which I would say was a pretty big red flag.
Yeah.
Normally he leads with the gameplay. So
yeah, normally that's what you're asking. When
that was what I was asking, and he avoided the question. So, we'll see. I'm very optimistic for Rooster. Very clearly a strong, talented individual player, kind of hoping to find similar success to the likes of Thanatos or one of these other big, high-profile transfers coming out of the LCK Challenger Series. Was a great part of that Hama Life roster. Dun Dun, on the other hand, we'll need to see what level he's at.
I'm really curious to see the Yunara priority, because we saw yesterday Heretics were willing to first pick it, and then in the otother series it went all the way to 4-5 in the KC versus Na'Vi. I want to see, does BDS or SK have really high priority? Do they want to ban it? Do they not even care about it? Because based on what we've seen so far, the champion looks good, but not mind-blowingly overpowered. Also very level.
Yeah, it definitely has had some good team fights. We now see Azrael banned. Bars has also been banned, so I think these are pretty conventional, solid picks. Nothing too crazy in the bans yet. Maokai, the final one.
Halo. Pa dobrodošli. Bds Sk Mare nam dolazi da ima što on ima da kaže. Zašto nose Japanke da im budu udobnije. Mare, desi. Veliki pozdrav.
Pozdrav.
Šta ima? Šta se radi? Prijatno pre svega.
Uhvatio si me u sred zalogaja.
Ti si izgovorio u sred zalogaja.
Onda sam hteo da što brže progutam, ali mi je nekako otišlo gore između desni i ja sam bio kao, a moram da se javim, ne da pustim Saidu da toliko čeka.
Sve je lagano. Juče Pobi imao trenutke, ali Fanatik je bio malo kritičan, neću te lagati. Tako da...
Vidio sam u stvari malo šta su igrali. Gledao sam moje drage kolege Sainu i Raleta, naravno upoređen ne gledam zvaničan stream ako Saina i Rale rade. Tako da vidio sam da je individualno bio ok na laneu, ali posle onako Fanatik mi je delovao klimalo.
And just going to be the Azir answered by SK, and they're both kind of just playing into the scaling fantasy here. But it's interesting, I feel like Jinx this early on, I can't really see any other team prioritizing Jinx this highly.
No, nor can I. Of course, already Kui's Ezreal has been taken away. Wouldn't be surprised to see.
Šta ima kod vas, kolega? Kako ste vi?
Evo, iskreno, dosta chill, dosta lagan.
Prijatno i vama.
Ja ne jedem ništa, pijem samo jedno zero piće.
Aha.
Da, Kat je već treći dan sam u Katu, tako da pomeram doručak što je kasnije moguće, što je vjerovatno posle drugog gema, to mi je neki okvirni plan. Sad sam se šetao, bio napolju sa Nujem. Iskreno sunce baš prži. Baš onako je toplo, ali mimo toga je lagano, lepo vreme, lep dan, tako da valja malo prošetati. Ne znam više ni šta da mislim o ekipama, uzet ću obzir da juče Heretici su se jako dobro držali protiv Fanatika. Juče kiša, da, juče kiša padala, grmilo, ja ne vjerujem što se događa. Ja zbunjen.
Sinoć sam video da grmi, ali ne sjećam se da je padala kiša sinoć.
Ovdje kod nas u Beogradu je baš jako, pogotovo što kažem, ja imam blizu mene ovaj jedan krovni prozor i onda kad pada kiša baš onako lupa po prozoru. Mislim, meni ne smeta, ja volim zvuk kiše, ali kad streamujem i pričam na mikrofonu, čuje se kroz mikrofon, ono, toliko je padala.
Wow.
Baš je jako bilo.
I think a somewhat predictable option again Kadui last split was really Corky Ezreal. He had the one
Jinx? Wow, čekaj, kako je SK dobio Rambla, Tandla, Azira?
Pa BDS preferira.
So looking at the support pick now, as well as top or mid lane pick, I guess technically the Aurora can be a flex.
I think it's gonna be into the Rumble, most likely when they pick it this early on.
Kakav je ovo draft? Šta rade oni? Šta radi BDS?
A veruju u Ice.
Mislim, on stvarno igra dobro, ali... Ne igra dovoljno dobro da nosi svaki game.
And incredible at just knocking down those towers, picking those early tower plates if there ever is a discrepancy in the swaps.
Vidjet ćemo sad kakva je situacija.
Had some pretty solid early games last split, pretty well rehearsed. Silas now the lock-in.
Jako mi je smiješno ove slike pozadi kada ih stave sve onako na istu visinu. I sad kad sam gledao kad su ulazili, Kedui, Toranje naspram svih ostalih. Znači, dvojica njih mogu da stanu jedan na drugog, na ramena, i dalje bi bili ono niži od ovog lika.
To ti je uvek bilo i sa limitom meni najsmešnije. Zato što je limit ono, aj što je visok 2 metra nego što je širok 2 metra. I onda ga stave u istom nivou sa nekim fotonom. I onda samo bukvalno skapiraš da ono, foton da se popne na komp, na desku i dalje bi bio manji. To je next level, tako da. Vidjet ćemo, ne znam šta možemo očekujemo. Mislim, Rooster, blokada za BDS, SK koji je skoro izgubio od Asusa, od francuskog Asusa, Asus ROG BK-a. Nekako ne očekujem puno ni od jedne ni od druge ekipe, moram da priznam. Au, evo ga, krava.
Da, mislim, Abedaga je diskutabilan vrlo. Od najlošijeg splita u karijeri došao je nekako na startnu poziciju za SK. Pored svih drugih mogućih challenger midlanera koji su mogli da uzmu.
Kaže play Yorick.
Pa ne znam ja da li bi davao ovim timovima da igraju Yoricka.
It's going to be the heal on Paris here with Spellbook. Quite an interesting selection.
Defensive option. You mentioned concerns about Ice getting run over.
Yeah.
Seems like they want to
just try to survive.
Vidjet ćemo. Mislim da
this early game. I think that's really the name of the game here.
Svašta se da očekivati od ove dve ekipe, iako smo napomenuli da, ne znam, SK onako malo problematičan, BDS nije pokazao ništa između sezona, nisu igrali ni jedan kup, ništa. Tako da je jako teško ocijeniti gde su. Tako da u teoriji mislim da je BDS favorit, ali mislim da može dobije bukvalno kogod. S tim da mislim će biti puno grešaka. Mislim da neće biti game od 50 minuta i nešto sporo. Mislim će bukvalno samo biti hard nabadanje na ruke. Obe ekipe traže samo da se biju što više mogu.
in a lower division tournament, it can really ruin the confidence of the team. So hopefully they took the right lessons.
Ja se nadam da neće biti gameovi ono 40 minuta između ova dva tima. Upao sam baš nekako u čudan dan i druga serija je ono relativno dosadna. KC protiv nekoga.
Ne, druga serija je bomba. K-Corp je prelomio juče, tako da K-Corp ja se nadam da će prelomi opet. Misli su baš gladni što nisu otišli na MSI, NVC i misli su baš motivisani. Casey je baš lepo igrao. Tako da ja mislim da Casey stompa Giantse, ali i Giantse su, mislim, ne znam. Prošle godine su bili dobri na početku, tako da vidit ćemo kakva je situacija. Svako mislim da drugi game kvalitetniji od prvog, u smislu da čine ekipa.
Da, jeste, to da. To se slažem.
Ovo je double kill. Šta rade oni? I šta sad, Keduj? I šta sad, 2 summonera bacaš? Ni to. Ok, sad možda bacaš 2 summonera. Ne, double kill.
Evo ga stanuje i dalje.
Da, ovo je dum. Nije čuo što su izgubili od EMEA Master ekipe. Bro, šta rade? Zašto lupi engage-a tu? Šta rade oni? Šta radi Abedage? Okej.
Abedage je...
Casey se zagreva.
A da. Okej. Dobro. A što je najsmešnije, SK je imao momente na prošlom splitu da su izgledali okej.
Bro, šta je bio ovaj engage lupija?
Nemam pojma šta rade. Čovjek je bio u fazonu, imam hook, bacit ću hook.
Engage na 400 healtha s jednim potom u inventoriju. Znači... Užasno. Mislim, okej, super. Ne znam ko je Dag je pao, vidit ćemo i to.
Outplay ovoga lik i reakcije i mrtva konja.
A, to, da. Čuo sam za to.
Smiješno ovom Keduju.
Šta je njemu smiješno?
Pa njemu smiješno što mu support trolluje, brate.
Okej, dobro, okej. Nisam prepoznao akciju.
On je u fazonu, moj support hoće da izgubimo što pre, ajde. Kad već hoće.
To, nisam prepoznao akciju, my bad.
Sometimes it's just because you're not supposed to laugh, it just makes you want to laugh. That's true. That said, this is we're in uncharted territory now, you know.
Zamisli dobiju ih, a dali su Rumble, Trundle, Azir na top side. I dobiju ih.
Individual players can always upset those expectations, and that's what BDS have done.
To bi bilo prilično loše.
Here we are, so BDS get to play out now a very different game of League of Legends where they don't really have to swap. Yeah. They're probably just stronger in the 2v2.
Yeah, now you can just start playing for Drakes, keep pushing this Corki in, try to leverage your gold lead to get a further CS lead. You can just slowly try to...
Meni je interesantno što su dali Jack Spectre da kastuje.
You can see Loop here a bit homeless as he just walks around.
Paris.
A dobro, treba Ryutu. Ne, treba Ryutu kastera više. Mogli vidim sjajno.
Pa, mogli bismo actually. Dobro, imam i ja više iskustva kao caster nego Jack Spectre.
To je istina.
Tako da tehnički, mogli bi da nas pozovu, mi imamo iskustva, radimo LEDs, ti ne znam koliko dugo radiš LEDs kastovanje.
Poradim LEDs od kad ima LEDsa. Imamo oko 9 godina kastovanja, tako da mislim nije više casting iskustva nego 99% njihovih kastera. Pogotovo što su svi stari otišli u penziju.
Ono je... nema ni Defishio, Quick Shot. Ne znam ni ko su, što sam pozaboravljao i ove ostale kastere koji su bili ranije. Mislim... Miller... No, ali oni su baš rano otišli.
13 and 3 splits been moving around a lot. One on KC. Rough first split on SK. We see the play happening mid lane.
Oh my god.
But Abadage trying to slide out. Flash in from Bukata to try and finish. Skeens chasing as well.
A nice attempt there by Bukata to block the Azir E, but doesn't quite have the damage, so ends up wasting his flash. But still, it's another fight that goes mostly in favor for BDS.
Ne znam da li si video T1 protiv Hanve.
It's just going to be Bukata wasting his flash.
No.
Ne, nisam. Šta se dogodilo?
2-0 T1.
Ide T1. Može.
Prvi game su ih pregazili. Znači, prvi game su ih pregazili. Drugi game bi ih pregazili da nisu troluckali malo. Imali su 7000 gold lead i onda su tako random fightali. Kao, vrate ovi game nazad, Hanva. I on Zeka teo da uradi Shurima shuffle i Faker ga uhvati sa talinim seismic šavom u vazduhu i ubiju ga.
To je insane. To je baš lepo,
I dobiju 2-0, tako da polako postaje regija od 2 tima, što je rekao Dominate. T1 i Gen G.
Ja sam ok sve dok je T1 u toj priči.
Same.
Getting ready for the grub spawn. Skeen's already on the top side. Abadagi fighting for mid prio. BDS will be a little bit late to this one if they do want to back after this wave.
Lupito lucka malo. Pa dobro.
Hovering to the bottom side. It seems like neither side is particularly keen.
Što način Kedui nije loš AD carry, ali... Mislim, kažem, Kedui je mea nivo. Aj si igra lepo, aj si stvarno ima baš dobre partije. Parus je navodno bio neko ko je bio kontestovan od strane svih, svi su teli Parusa. To su bar bile ono transfer vesti. Ali sad SK ima full kontrolu, mislim, rade šta hoće. Pogledaš, ja mislim da BDS može se bije. Sve ajtame. I na, sad nas je mnogo jako, možda šota nekog skoro.
A Parusu treba pola wave-a za 6. Rumble je išao, stopa.
Dragon is going to go over the side of SK, so BDS opt to contest, hoping to double down and get everything, but instead only grab a single grub and really just waste a lot of time.
Yeah, BDS got greedy here. They wanted to get everything, and they were just not strong enough. With Rel getting hooked out and then getting chunked.
Neironično su mogli da rotiraju na top. Da uzmu i grabove SK, pošto je Rumble mora svakako da rotira.
They finally get a Drake, you can start playing for that Drake win con. Yep. And you can actually force some early fights and play around that.
Yeah, definitely feels good. Solid play overall. Swifty's actually making the difference, which I was concerned about. I'm like, oh, you bought Swifties, you go to the fight. It's like, this guy's got a lost chapter, surely you don't do anything. But hey, if it's the difference of being in the fight or not being in the fight, and it helps your lane phase be a bit easier.
Now I'm not sure if Bukala can go for these two remaining grubs, as Corki is looking to swap up into top lane, but it looks like Loopy just wants to reset with the wards and trundles on both sides, so eventually BDS are able to get all the grubs, just everything ended up being slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, a little bit awkward, but they've still got control of most of their lanes. Bot wave right now not going to be caught, so maybe not ideal there from the side of SK, as they're going to lose at least a few creeps. Can't see if it's Canon in bottom lane. So BDS not only grabbing the grubs, but getting some extra resources in terms of what they've denied from SK, and holding on to about that 1.5k gold lead.
Still a
jedina stvar kod BDS-a je ono što si ti primijetio, draft im nije baš najbolji i ako daš SK da skelaju u hyper late ti ćeš imati problema. Azir, Corki, Rumble, teška priča. Treba team fightovati protiv toga kasnije.
Da. Mislim, imaju ovi Wukonga, Jinx, ali Jinx nema enchantera pored sebe. Marel.
To be honest, I don't mind it. I like it more than just trading objectives when you've found this kind of early lead.
Yeah, it's more fun than just seeing PvE. I agree with that.
Yeah. Hey, look, killing minions, an important part of the job.
It is. You know, one of the few things I felt sometimes was like, I felt like enemy ADC was just better at killing minions than me. So
Ja i dalje mislim da je Aurora sa 2 Hunting Guys itema mnogo bolji build. Mislim da nekako moraš da imaš healtha da bi mogo da imaš koju rotaciju više u fajtu. Jer najčešće nećeš nikoga one-shotovati na početku. Ajoj.
O, ne može ga stigne.
Možda ga stigne, ubio ga Trundle s on troljagom.
To je toliko jak.
Losing at least one plate in the mid lane for even attempting to stick his nose down in that bot side play.
Yeah, the gold lead on mid now is vanished. As Abadaga was able to get a play, able to deny a wave. And BDS again, they want to try to force a fight, but they're not fully able to land the crucial CC that they need, and it's just too weak.
Yeah. A lot of aggressive looks on both sides this game, and I don't think the team that has tried to force the fight has ever come out on top. Which, I'm going to be honest, if we go later in the game, I do think favors SK pretty heavily. You have a Trundle with the pillar, you have a Zir, who I think is just fantastic if you have to engage into him.
Yeah.
But also, Rooster has just been quietly farming up his Storm. Pick this advantage, counterpick the Rumble.
He's clicking the minions better.
Clicking the minions better, pushing more waves, and he is going to be powerful in the coming fights.
Some key items completed here across the board with the Kraken Slayer on Jinx, Trinity Force on Trundle, and Trinity Force on Wukong as well. Nashor's Tooth now for Azir. I think now we're going to see a lot more damage. Now I think whoever starts the fight should actually be able to
finish it. It's not the bits and pieces Wukong build where you...
Pa SK odgovara da ovi ništa ne rade. Njima je super. Scale-uju. Nema veze što su izgubili early game kao strahovito, na strahovite plejeve, ali protivnički tim ništa ne radi, da gura tu prednost.
Da, nekako su usporili. Opa, Mata trenira, to je to, GG. Dobar uticaj. Nema na čemu, to se mora.
That's not how that works. The audience ready. Hungry for blood.
It looks like SK is not hungry for blood, as they are cross-mapping this Drake.
Ja sam sinoć radio grudi. I onako bio sam na kraju sam bio u fazonu, osjetim da me levo rame boli. Ipak neću ništa dalje da radim.
Da, nemoj, to nije ugao.
Chase for too much more, but now fully zoned off that top lane tower is Nuke, so decent chunk coming out.
Nijedan od ova dva tima nije dobar tim. Skins je bio okej na ovome, na Masteru kad smo gledali.
Da, jest.
On je igrao za Turke. Mislim da je za Turke igrao.
Mondo chunks. I mean, Training Force is such a powerful item. Yeah. I like hitting him with the any emote that includes sound is a good emote to hit him with. I don't have the Rams one that says okay and it boils my blood every time anyone uses it against me.
It's pretty good.
Even if I outplay them and they do it, I feel like I've lost.
I think the sad B and the angry B is also very good.
Classic.
Da. Voli rame. Klasika. Uvek levo rame. Kad radiš grudi iz nekog razloga.
Inače, White Panda, on je GOAT mađioničar koje je moje rame lečio, tako da, izlečio. Ne samo da je lečio, već izlečio. Tako da, bilo koji problemi samo rešava čovjek.
Sam ja prošle godine imao problema s desnim ramenom, pa sam onda, ali me je prošlo. Mislim, bio sam na fizikalnoj i tako tim terapijama i posle nekog vremena me je prošlo, tako da budio sam se u takvim bolovima, to je strašno bilo. Nisam mogu da pomerim ramena gore bez bola kad se probudim, ali sad više nije tako, prošlo me.
Bit lackluster from BDS because when you're able, we've seen Seka, you know, he gets solo kill early on, he just takes over the whole game.
Yeah.
Happened against us in first stand.
Yeah.
So I was expecting more when Nuke got that level 2 kill.
I like that you said us. All of us.
All
Our
of us.
entire region.
All of us watched
Everyone
that.
here, you're included.
Seka had like 17 kills or something. It was ridiculous.
Zeka bodied all of us.
Yeah.
We all felt it. Nuke not so far able to extend that lead. It is a bit disappointing after you get the first kill. Of course, you know, it's still tough. It's still a range discrepancy in the matchup. There was attention paid mid lane. They weren't able to get that kill when they played around the level 6s.
Yeah, and Nuke tried to move to the bot play, and that ended up being botched, so...
Yeah, a lot of little fumbles, it's safe to say, in this game. Little happy accidents.
That's usually what separates the weaker teams from the top teams. It's the little details, the little executions.
And also, can you pull it together in a late game despite a perhaps messy early game? That's what we saw from Fnatic. Losing in the vast majority of early games yesterday, still able to clutch the series out against TH. See if which one of these teams can perform better as we get later into the game. But now we're dead even. BDS at one point holding on to a 1.5k gold lead. Things now completely evened out. Of course, once the Herald is used, things will feel a little bit different. But SK also ahead in flowers, so that's another little extra bit of gold.
The 3 flowers?
The 3 flowers, tiny
Irrelevant. On ima diskutabilne stvari koje radi u van e-sporta. Sve čitao sam što su pričali neki španski podcasteri i tako to, pošto kod njih je taj čitav community mnogo drugačiji nego na ostalim mestima. I najčešće informacije o pro igračima i njihovim životima se pojavljuju na podcastima. Tako da... A i nije kao da je Irrelevant bio toliko dobar u gameu. Ali, da, te dve stvari su vezane jedna za drugu. Kvalitet njegovih nastupa i ono što je radio. A neću dalje ići u detalje.
Fair.
I think ADCs are like the masters of propaganda, man. I don't know why the balance team ever listens to you. You're always getting buffs, and they're always talking about how bad your role is. Bukata getting burned.
Jadan Bukata ima flash, ima... Fine.
The pillar doesn't quite get him out of the air. And that probably would have been a kill, or at the very least a flash. Good patience, honestly, from Bukata.
Most likely going to be the Drake, though, going over to SK. As now Bukata is forced to base. So we're keeping the low pace of this game.
But it's Ocean Soul. We were both wrong in terms of the prediction.
Yeah. Would you say, okay, which Soul do you think is stronger, Ocean or Chemtech?
In this game?
In general, but sure, this game.
In the context of this game, I feel like Ocean is stronger. Kadui has enough range to poke, Zero Soldier poke. It's pretty good for both teams. It's not as good for BDS because I don't feel like they have reliable, like, long-range poke to, you know, if you want to trade a little bit, go back, proc it.
Yeah.
Normally it's like
would be pretty nice for Wukong Silos.
Ne brini se, nije ništa što bi ga dovelo u neku kao opasnost da bude izbačen iz lige. Nije ništa radio ilegalno. Nego jednostavno zamisli šta još može da utiče na njegov kvalitet performanse. Zato što ne troši vreme na vežbanje i tako to.
Okay, so they're not going to charge the Herald. No, they are. They're just going to charge him. Good. Ooh, Pillar. Not enough to stop the charge.
Na Gold even, izjednačili su Goldu, šta?
Well, he died immediately after, so...
At least it was quick.
Mnogo loše lane-uju ovi iz BDS-a.
Poor Sally.
Poor Sally. Is it Shelly? Wait, we need to ask Atlas, because there's only one now. How did we decide which of the 2 Heralds survived? One of them has gone to the farm.
Turned into a grub.
Never returned. He's retired happily somewhere. It's a wholesome, it's a family game.
The grubs are the children.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to go down this road. I feel like there's going to be too many ethical questions that I'm not ready to answer.
Nevjerovatno koliko je BDS uhvatio u stvari momentum i onda su samo usporili. Dobiješ double kill na Jinx ovako rano u partiji i onda odjednom ništa.
It's really just if you've got the Sigma grind set, you can turn into a Herald. Otherwise,
ajde, ruku na srce, CS, respect. Stvarno, 21. minut, 230 kripova na Asusu plus 2 killa. On je haos ahead. Dušao Quarkcast Trinity i misplayte da malo manje damage radiš, ali... Ne znam. Nekako mislim da šta je BDS našao u earlyu, ovo je moralo da bude malo ubedljivije. Tako, vidiš, zna i kolega caster. Infinity je super, ali njima će armora dok on dođe do Infinity, treba će mu LDR.
Jack Spectre je AD carry.
Jeste.
Tako da, zna priču.
Da.
Gdje si igrao protiv njega sajna. I on je dosta dugo na sceni.
Ne da se sećam, nije toliko dugo da igra protiv mene. Nije toliko dugo da igra protiv mene. Ne znam, ja bi se, mislim, zabrinuo bi se da sam BDS. Oni ako ne nađu reset na Asusu, ja mislim da oni nemaju kako da igraju.
No, slažem se.
Yeah, I like as well. Like Rooster will just try to catch this wave, and now if Abedal get backs off after this wave, then maybe Rooster will walk up, or he senses it.
Okay, are they going for the cheeky?
Ne znam da je, možda, mislim, vjerovatno te neko nekad pitao. Ko je najbolji igrač protiv kog si igrao?
Forgiven.
Da, rekao si mi, Forgiven.
Da, ne, by far. Znam ljudi hoće da čuju, mislim, ja mogu ti kažem protiv koga sam igrao da ljudi misle da je najbolji igrač, protiv koga sam igrao, tipa igrao sam protiv Aleksića, igrao sam protiv Odoamnea, igrao sam protiv Febivena, igrao sam protiv Bjerksena, igrao sam protiv, ono, znaš, igrao sam ja protiv mnogo tih zvučnijih imena od Forgivena. Ali igrao sam, protiv Perksa sam igrao turnir, igrao sam protiv, ne znam ja, ono, protiv 99% lec igrača koji su, ono, goatovi Lola sam igrao. Protiv Expekija sam igrao čak u nekom trenutku. Ali kao jedan individualni igrač Forgiven je samo by far najbolji.
Mislim, Forgiven je baš bio dobar.
Insane. Kažem ja, znam ja da ljudi ono bi više voli da kažem Bjerksen. Jer kao zvučniji je Bjerksen nego Forgiven. Ali...
Dobro, nisi ti igrao protiv njega na lane.
Jesam, kako nisam. Igrao sam ja protiv Bjerksena puno na laneu.
Igrao mid?
Pa igrao sam i mid, da.
Okej, fair.
Igrao sam i mid,
igrao sam... Igrao samo AD carry.
Ne, igrao sam svašta, igrao sam jungle protiv Diamond Proxa, igrao sam top protiv Wikeda kad je Wiked bio u Prime-u.
Čiš!
Da, pa ne, ja sam, mislim...
Ovo je baš jedno staro ime.
Ja sam pre, kad sam baš bio doktor, ja sam uvek autofilovo do mastera for fun. Jer mi je smarlo me da igram AD carry i lakše sam se climbovao kad nisam igrao samo AD carry-a. I onda sam u fazonu kad dođem do teških protivnika, onda igram AD carry-a, do tad mogu igram šta god. I onda sam tako naletao na, zbog MMR-a sam naletao na svakog. A protiv Bjerksena neću zaboraviti nikad. Jednom sam igrao jungle protiv Bjerksena koji igrao mid, a igrao sam jungle protiv mog junglera iz tadašnje ekipe. Druga iz Hrvatske. I ja mu ukrao barona, a Bjerksen streamao pred 30.000 ljudi. I ja mu na streamu pred 30 ljudi ukradem barona mom jungleru iz moje ekipe. Brat nije sa mnom 7 dana pričao. Znači, presmešno je bilo.
Mislim, BDS, ovaj game, ja ne znam šta, oni su samo izgubili game.
Da. Izgubili su u draftu, uvatili su momentum, nisu ništa uradili s momentumom i šta sad?
Mi pričamo o nekim tako stvarima koje se desile ranije. SK samo dobija game, a ne trebaju iskreno da dobijaju game.
Mislim, slažemo se da su hard dobili draft.
SK, da.
Dobili su draft, njihov botlane je rundownovo, ovo je TLDR-ove partije. Njihov botlane je rundownovo, BDS ništa nije uradio s leadom. I sad, SK polako li sigurno samo outskilla. To je to. SK možeš komotno pusti sljedeća 2 Drake-a. Da pusti da partija ode u 45 minuti samo da vina. To im je ono pametan play, polako. Korki je imao Trinity i pola, Trinity i Tyr i Warhammer. Jinx imala Kraken PD, sad Korki ima Trinity, Muramanu, Zeal, a Jinx ima Kraken PD BF.
Da, mislim ima kao 1000 gola razlike između njih. To je pickaxe. A, mislim šta je pickaxe, ništa.
I mean, one of the weird things about this game is like BDS changed top lane, but it still looks pretty relevant.
I heard O's in the audience. That was ruthless. Rooster's doing well individually. It's just the team play.
Yeah, that's why.
They're just not on the same page.
Nothing he's bad. It's just he hasn't done anything for the relevance
I think we clip that out of context. We call you a hater. We move on. I think it's that simple. I don't think the context matters. But yeah, also you're right. Dead even. We had almost like a 30 CS lead earlier. That's probably too much. It was maybe 15.
Yeah, it was a bit of a CS lead.
Item lead.
BDS sa klasičnim rogue playom. Dobijemo lead i onda ne uradimo ništa da izgubimo partiju.
Nevjerovatno mi je.
A nije ni Navi juče, nije bio ništa bolje.
A dobro, jesu, ali su pokušavali, mislim kao tukli su se malo. Pogotovo Tiger je ureligimo prvi game na Pantheonu, mislim ako je na Pantheonu. Još teško nekog tući s Pantheonom, ali na Pantheonu imao je play-eve, tako da to mi se donekle svidjelo. Ovo mi baš nije...
A Tiger mora da se pokaže, u tome je stvar. Zato što oni neće njega igrati.
Da, oni već dobili kick.
Relax će im biti jungler. Tako da on mora da se pokaže. Ovi ostali, mislim... Larsen i dalje prima platu. Ja ne znam. Čovjek... Na Navi ima neki dirt nešto, ono... Ja ne znam, čak ni Adam mi ne deluje toliko dobro, ali Adam je flip player svakako.
Ja mislim da je Adam davno van pika. Mislim da onaj njegov, Darius, Olaf, Gods draft je bio giga dobar.
Doks.
Garen, Olaf, Darius, i šta je još bilo? Garen, Olaf, Darius i... Set, bravo, da. A je bilo goated. Sad su ga, ukrotili su ga i više nije to taj Adam. I to je ono o čemu smo pričali, znali smo će se dogodi. Kao on je takav igrač, cheese igrač koji igra bruzere. Isto kao što je lider... Ček.
Bedaga troll, okej, čekaj.
A Dundun TP? Dundune?
Ne. Dundun priča korejski, ne zna, ne razume ih.
Ja ne TP. No TP kaže čovjek.
No TP, da. Sad će da fajte Barona, izgubit će Barona, izgubit će fajt. Aj ja, vrat. Kaj je ovo? Ajde sad im ukradi Barona sa Rumblovim ult. Dobro. Dobro, mislim, Nuk je lepo odigrao našo Abedagi, ali ovaj lik troll, tako da. I onda neće Rumble da se teleportuje. He's able to utilize the ping for it in the Nash pit, dash on top of Dog, take his ultimate, throw the belt behind him, knock him into his team. Ali čudno izgleda taj...
going down despite flashing away. Unfortunate Bukata, luckily there with the chase, also secures the objective. Rainbow Baron power play in favor of BDS, finally once again putting themselves in a pretty favorable position. And SK
Dundun.
the Drake. Again, you mentioned before, they don't have much might.
Više gledam kako ih je Rel poklopila s Azir ultom i namišljam, jao da je samo tu Rumble da baci vatreni tepih. I to je to. Sada u fazonu neka. Evo je CS dole.
Su puno damage uradili. 30 minuta, niko nema ni 10.000. Majko moja.
Vidi ga Dun, vidi, imaš ping Dun. Znači slušaj sad Dun. Bravo Dun. Okej, Dun, TP Dun. Ali mislim da nemaju... Ovaj nema sad setup ko što je imao prošli put. I sad znaju gdje je. Ajoj Dun, pa ne tu. Žele Ajsa. Nisi upalio bio je overhit, nije mogu da upali vatru. Dun izintovao, Dun interčina, Dun intint. Pa šta je ovo bilo, Dun? Brate, on je bacio ulti u prazno, onda se overhitovo, nije upalio flame spitter i ušao je u zoniju. Ajoj. Ne, ovo je bilo joj.
Not like this. Ajoj,
pogledaj Česka, pogledaj što je uradio, vidi, on je došao overhitovan, od kripova se overhitovo. Znači ja ne mogu. Pogledaj, on nema ništa. Pa nema ništa što je overhitovo. Ne, znaš što je problem bio? Što je on otišao na 95, znači pingovali su mu TP i on je otišao i overhitovo se protiv kripova. To ti je kao da Gnar vejstuje mega Gnar i onda baci TP u 5 ljudi. Znači, ako igraš Rambla i nemaš hit management, vidi. Znači, ja nemam reći, ne. A pingovali su mu 2 minuta ranije, znao je će se portati to. Dobro, sad mi je jasno kako Asus ROG BK pobeđuje Let's ekipu.
Ne znam ni ko je u tom Asus ROG timu, kastovali smo ih.
Iskreno, ne znam ni ja.
Teli su oni drugog top lanera nekog SK, samo nisu imali dovoljno para da ga kupe. Oni su jako imaju financijskih problema, organizacije. To je jedna stvar. Čak mislim sam pročitao negdje da su probali da prodaju slot, ali da nije bilo ono kupaca.
Našam ti roster. Shigenda, XNS, Omon, Simon Raček iz Češke republike, ono, od čega oni gube. Boši i DOS.
Dobro, znam DOS-a i Shigendu i čini mi se da smo junglera isto. Oh my god.
Ja sam u šoku.
I sad se oni fajtuju, Rumble baci ulti pre toga da kliruje wave.
Vidio sam ga Peđa u Euraziji, u ovom tržnom centru kod nas. Prodaje tepihe čovjek. Kakav šokantan razvoj događaja.
Paris also exhaust ready for Dun in the next fight if he
Dun.
wants to use it, or anyone who gets on top of Ice.
Dun. Ako ništa ime mi je fan.
To kill that Jinx. As Ice has started the portion of the game where he takes everything.
Sad već Jinx šije.
On builda shield po zadnji item. Ne ide biti. Interesant.
Pa donekle mora, za ne on akumule, oni su izgubili. Mislim, razumem.
Pa ako Dun baci...
gleda možda shield da mu je bolji.
On je baci, ja ne mogu i dalje mi je smešno. Lik je došao, overhitovo se i protobeltovo Jinxa, nema ni harpu, nema ni Q. Jer je silencovao sam sebe. Ja bukvalno ne mogu da verujem, ali znači, ja sam toliko u šoku šta sam video ovdje da ja bukvalno nemam reći. Znači on je ulto overhitovao se s W i onda je protobeltovo bez jedne magije u Jinx i upalio zoniju.
Da, što je najgore, mogao je da stigne do nje, baci protobelt i uključi Q i dođe do nje baci zonju.
Tako je.
Ali on je bacio 2 puta duplove iz nekog razloga.
Ja ne mogu da verujem. Nije, ali ja legitimno ne mogu da verujem.
Korejski top laneri, što da kažem.
Dun je ulto... Ali SK bi trebao da rašuje Drake-a. Oni hoće da uzmu Barona dok ovi rade Zmaja. Pardon, Bds bi trebao da rašuje Drake-a jer SK nema ulti. Ali Bds samo treba nešto da forsira, Rumble ulti nije još 30 sekundi tu. Blokada, ovo je odlično, samo ti treba još neko. Okej, okej, tu je Rooster, odlično, odlično.
Dobro, hvala.
Gdje je moj goat? Dandan ultaj, očekaj. Ima ulti za 5 sekundi.
Baci ulti!
Ne, nema, trolam, nema. Gle. Još, nema još. Sad je dobio ulti.
Zezno si me.
Ne, zato što trolam, zato što je ultao mid lane wave. Okej, čekaj, ovo je dobro. Vidi, ulto je Barona da Baron ne izgubi agro slučajno. To mi se sviđa, to je goated play. Da, bravo, to dandan. Ali ovo je bio toliko free win za... Ja ne mogu da verujem šta gledam. Ovo je bio toki free win. Neće pokažu mid, neće. A, Kedu je odradio onaj flash u zid, okej, to je to.
Ovdje si me zezno, ja još gledam.
Da ima ulti, da ima ulti, vidi, pobedili su fight. Ali pogledaj, on je bacio ulti da klira mid wave, jer njegova ekipa bila na top seedu. Ne, ja sam u šoku.
Žbunjen sam skroz.
Ne, ovo je, desio se. Ja sam zbunjen. Ja ne mogu da verujem. Evo ga shieldu za Jinx, Nuk još malo ima deathcap.
Gledaj, ako ništa drugo, bar je fun game.
Jeste, pa to ono što smo rekli, znaš kao, bit će grešaka, bit će nabadanje, jer kao... Samo što mi je nekako... Jako je čudno. Znači, Bds je imao free win kad je Jinx dovela double na levelu 3 i onda nisu radili ništa. Onda je SK imao free win jer imaju bolji komp, imaju Exodia draft u ovoj meti. I onda je Dandan, bacio je Dandana. I sad opet Bds ima free win. Mislim, bar s ovim Baronom i trebali imaju pre... Jo. Ice walk up u Nautilus hook range u ovom dijelu partije malo int. Jer sad nema flash, sad bi trebali da mu se crashuju na glavu skroz. Ali iskreno, Ice farm, for respect. 450 CS za 38 minuta. Respect. Ice mora da čeka.
Okej, oni ne mogu da fajte ovo. A mogu, imaju Azira. Šta je najgore, imaju Azira, mogu da fajte i dalje. Bez obzira što je Rumble bacio ulti u prazno. Donek.
Bedagije. Pa šta? Pa kako u majmuna? Ovo je kvadra za Jinx.
Penta? Penta? Ćemo vidjeti pentu. Ne, ajmo dajvujmo.
Dajvo će, ali izgubit će game. Šta rade oni? Šta radi
Nuk?
Nema pente. Mogu na double infi parus da se trade, ali...
Blokada uleći! Uleći tak pentu mu dajte.
Ne! Rooster mu je ukrao! Pre svega loš čovek.
Ja ne igram sljedeći game, bukvalno, da sam Ice.
Dobro, okej.
Da čekam da vidim komentare na Reddit.
Sve sam video, ništa mi jasno nije. Imamo pauzu, pauza je nekih 11 minuta otprilike, nakon toga se vraćamo s gameom broj 2, tako da ostanite s nama i tu smo za 10 minuta.
quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
What? Yeah. Oh my god. Tell me why ain't nothing but the heartache.
Barrier, the flash, both force, the Q coming through. Oh my god. It's the double.
Ain't nothing but a mistake.
It's a disaster for SK. That's no Abadong. It's
I never wanna hear you say.
Oh, Rooster, Kingston. What the f?
Rooster, wow.
For a TikTok. Actually,
This was a slow burner. What are your first impression from SK and BDS on this one?
Oh, I feel like BDS kind of dropped the ball because when your Jinx is getting so ahead in the early game, or pretty much the whole team of BDS is getting so ahead in the early game, I feel like walking into mid-game and making the game such a slow burner, as you said, was quite criminal.
I feel like from the get-go as well, Finn, like when we're looking at it, when we saw those 3 kills, like we saw double kill in bot lane, we see solo kill from Nuke in mid lane. At that point, shouldn't it be a given that BDS just runs away with it?
Yeah, I mean, this is like, if this happens in scrims, I mean, I know a few teams that would just cancel or like open, pause this, and then want to remake the game. Because usually a game like this, with this explosive start, should just be open. Should just be like ran over by BDS. But I feel like going into that mid game, as you said, the goal lead just didn't really budge at all. Here we see the solo kills on our screen, and you really expect more from BDS. This is still like a really high caliber team, and you really expect them to be able to snowball a little bit better.
Exactly, because when you play this sort of Zeri...
You have the numbers on screen, right?
Yeah, exactly. We have the numbers over there. When we see this Jinx and the Silas getting leads in the early game, when it doesn't really even matter what you do with the jungle. Exactly. BDS just played with the rubber ducky for the whole of early game, because Jinx got super accelerated at minute 5. It was the same goal lead at minute 14. And it was just BDS consistently not doing anything. We found SK in this position where they're cross-mapping repeatedly when BDS is in the driver's seat, and this just should not happen.
Yeah, you see the stats there on your screen. It was 800 goal lead at 5, and then it was an 800 goal lead at, I think, 14 or 20, I don't remember. But yeah, it did not budge at all.
Talk to me about this cross-map then, because this is the strength of SK. They're down and behind. How does that happen then?
Yeah, so SK here are realizing that the Herald is spawning, and rightfully so, they cannot contest it. So what did they do? They send all their members and the rubber ducks into the bot lane to try to take this tower and get a little bit of the goal lead. Sure, they get this Herald from BDS, but that Herald is going to be used to take the tower most likely, which SK already got. So you're really happy, really kind of slowing down the game and getting gold on your carries. That's all you can do, and really well played by SK. And I love Skeens. I feel like Skeens' game, on his debut game since 2021, was really active and kind of propelled SK forward despite that rough early game.
And that leads me to my next question, because at the start of the day, we talked about the jungle matchup. Bukata against his former team. The casters highlighted it as well. What do we make of the jungle matchup from this first game then, Odo?
Well, it's pretty much what Finn said. I feel like Skeens has been getting the upper hand consistently by grouping up with the support just from the early stages of the game. Sure, we saw later on in the mid game when BDS is 5 together is the typical old BDS fashion game where they just click better, they team fight better, but at the same time walking into the next game, what I want to see from Bukata especially is, well, not, yeah, from Bukata especially, is I want to see more proactivity with AORUS. Group up together a little bit more, control the early game, especially when you have this sort of a goal lead. You should not be giving any crumbs or any rubber duckies over to SK.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I would love to see them try to, because I feel like this game Nuke got so ahead, but the only play where he moved to the side was kind of like he flustered, and it didn't the play didn't end up happening, and then he was struggling, and he just ended up losing 1.5 wave and a plate to the Azir. And I feel like you gotta include your strong members in these plays. It's not just about Bukata, not just about powers, but also the mid lane. It all starts as that free man just kind of getting together and making magic happen on the map.
Yeah, and Finn, I want to come back to you on this one as well. Yesterday you said that SK was going to make top 4 in the group. This is a crucial matchup, because all you need in our new format is to not be last, to go to the cross-group play that can lead you into playoffs. How are you feeling after this first game?
I mean, if they can put up a fight like this despite 3 people getting solo killed in the first 3 minutes, I'm optimistic. I think this is exactly what they need. This is a strong team, and despite the early mishaps, they can go all the distance.
Odo, bring me back to reality.
I mean, let's be real. SK, just because they got this, or like they fell behind early in the game like this, it felt like it's just choke city, because it's just the first time where this team plays together in the early game. Everyone is dropping kills left and right, but at the same time, this is the sort of breakthrough that breaks through all of these jitters. So I feel like SK still has what it takes, but BDS needs to reality check them if they want to prove that with these roster changes, they have what it takes to propel themselves forward.
Yeah, quickly speaking of those roster changes, because I'm sitting here with 2 top laners, and I'm sure everyone's asking, well, what do you think about Dundun? What do you think about Rooster, guys? How much did that matter in this first game?
The only thing that I'm interested in, how many ults did Dundun
We were counting them, Odo. How many ults was he?
I counted 9 Rumble ults on the minions this game, you know? I mean, Rooster came into this game, you know, true to his name, he showed that he's the bigger cock on the rift, so I really want to see Dundun stop ulting those minion waves, get, you know, a little bit more of a fist fight matchup in the top lane, because at the same time, when you make roster changes to reduce the amount of English spoken in your team, these are the roster changes they need to shine, so let's get some Korean in there, buddy.
And you for the early game from SK next time around, do you think if they fix that, that's fine and you can just win on the cross-map and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, my feedback would be don't die before 3 minutes and try to play a normal game of League of Legends. That would be a good first step for me in terms of SK's development and its continued LEC format.
I mean, we saw Kadui laugh like a maniac the moment they got to it.
Okay. If I am top lane and I'm sitting...
That's what I wanted to ask.
If I'm sitting top lane and I see my guys inting it and they're starting to laugh, I'm just like sinking in my bathtub and I'm just like not playing that game anymore.
Spotify it up, you know, some like standard relaxation music, you know, anything to kind of help.
Yeah, maybe it's good you don't know what they're on. This is what they're saying when that's happening down in that bot lane. Abu Dhabi, first impression. Odo, here's your boy.
He's still my boy. At the same time, I have seen him multiple times do these sorts of ints in the early game. I'm not a big fan of them, but at the same time, credit to him. He pulled it together, he controlled the game. That was one of his strong points always, was to control the game with these sorts of control mages. But at the same time, you cannot let the silence accelerate. So I really need him to clean up his game and not die before minute 3 and keep it stable, because I feel like if he goes to minute 10, equaling the game, he does control the game very well.
The bar is high right now.
The bar is insanely high. Don't get killed before. I mean, it was 3 minutes. It was before 3 minutes. We already had the 3 kills. Yeah, I think if I can toss it to the casters, I think this is the perfect moment to do it. I think we can get ready for the next one. This has been us at the hop top. Let's see how the casters are doing at the caster booth.
We're distinctly drier than the 3 of you, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
Although, equally skeptical about what we will see.
It's pretty dry game 1, I'd say.
It was a very dry game 1.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that what our friends in the tub said, they're just 3 top laners in a tub, and that makes me feel weird about our show. Maybe in a good way. We'll figure it out after this week.
Yeah. Where were you going with this?
I don't know. I just thought about it and made me laugh. 3 top laners in tub. It's a segment.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. But they'd be much cuter if they were the little TFT guys.
I'd love if they were the little TFT guys.
All right. Well, ridiculously buff open shirt set behind SK. Hopefully we'll bring them blessings.
Set or Aphelios?
Between the 2?
Yeah.
Absolutely the Aphelios skin. You know that. For bought it day 1. That
yeah,
and the
but like
skin.
splash art, you know, like
Splash art, obviously the Aphelios, bro. What the heck?
I don't know. Set this. Like
Every set splash art, no shirt. It's not special anymore, bro.
That's
we
true.
get it. It's like Roma. It's like, bro, we get it. You're fit. Put a shirt on. You know.
Fair enough.
But sorry, Roma. That was a stray. I appreciate your endless painted shirtlessness. Thank you, Roma. Anyway, back onto SKBDS. I'm hoping that what they talked about, hey, look, hopefully the jitters are gone.
Yeah.
You came in, both sides, kind of beefed it.
I evo nas nazad, game 2. Dobro su rekli kasteri. Prvi game malo grif. Vidjet ćemo kako će biti u drugom. Da li će BTS da dobije. Ne znam, ekipa SK, pardon, smeje se konstantno, a kritični su jako, tako da vidjet ćemo.
Hopefully not both.
And again, reminder, and it will feel weird after a game as disastrous as game 1 to talk about, but this is very high stakes.
Yeah.
You just need to make top 4.
You could tell when Kadui was laughing that he really thought it was high.
Yes, that does undermine the point, but the point remains true. There's a chance that you can just play 8 games and then go home.
Astral is open for Kadui, as it's been one of the ADCs that have been banned a lot against them, but they're going to opt for the Rise first pick.
So important to note that in the NNO Finals vs Vitality, SK were 3-0'd. Game 1, we saw a pretty terrible Talia performance coming in from Ava. Game 2, he played Rise. They didn't win, but he did look great. He was getting early solo kills in lane. He was kind of everywhere on the map. I think this is, I mean, I haven't seen a lot of recent tape from Awadage, but I think this is the pick that I've seen most recently that has looked good for him. And BDS perhaps have once again looked to simplify things, as we've got a tank jungler.
And a hyper carry ADC, maybe?
What? All right, Bukata, you're a funny guy.
Ovo je malo...
What's the last one going to be?
I would predict probably... Well, Ashe is not...
Inače, Mare, mutovan si, ne znam da li znaš da si mutovan, samo nisi stigo još, samo da potvrdim.
Okay, I like it. Is this for nuke in the mid lane, or do you expect us to go top lane?
I think Rooster, when you're
Jace.
Korean, you pick Jace. It's kind of obligatory
Jace
to put it to him. But it's also just blind pick Jace. I mean, it's a
historically it has been.
Ne znam, interesantno.
First on the Rise, Jace was one of the picks that he brought out.
Pantheon je ostao otvoren, što je meni van svake pameti. Mislim da je Pantheon prejak. Mislim da niko nikad ne bi trebao da ostavi Pantheon u ovoj meti.
I will say that I really like the first 2 here from SK. Very clear game plan.
Ali dobro.
You got a Pantheon, you got some point and clicks. Yep. Kill people early. I like it. Like what BDS have is like vanilla ice cream, right? It's standard. You get a Jace in there, it gets a little bit of spice, but Jace is such an intangible, you know? Is he gonna be spitting Korean? Is he gonna be like reciting every, you know, Blackpink song like crazy, or is he gonna be up there, you know, booting about, not doing much? Singing Euphoria, which is a great song in any other context, but not when you're playing Jace.
But it looks like it is going to be the Jace heading up towards the top lane. Still looking the Victor for a nuke. Still, we have the potential for the Yunara. I'd love to see the Yunara. We'll see what they decide to ban out, though. I would expect for sure BDS to ban out the Astral. It has been Kadui's best champion. And now that you're getting to go to second phase, although Astral is quite weak right now in general, BDS chose to ban it first 3 in the last game. And as you can see, they banned it out on 4.
That makes sense. Okay, powerhouse topside, one of them a bit slower than the other. But I'm ready for some explosiveness this game. Sivir also taken away, they don't want none of that.
Yeah.
None of that scaling.
Easy scaling, hypercarry for
None of that
Ice.
sitting back. Let's get
Prošli su komentare.
Could be nice for SK.
Šta kažu komentari?
Kažu da je verovatno game najnižeg kvaliteta tokom čitave godine.
To je fair, to je fair. Inače, ne znam da li do mog neta ili ti je mikrofon ušao neki Optimus Prime mod. Možda je poziv zalagovo.
To nije dobro.
Čekaj, sad je okej, sad je okej.
Sad je okej.
Da, sad je okej, dobri smo, dobri smo.
Okej, to je bitno da je dobro. Jer ja sam bukvalno samo vratio se u sobu, stavio slušalice i ništa nisam menjao. Tako da bi bilo neki ogroman problem koji verovatno ne bi znao da rešim. Probio da se prebacim na mikrofon od kamere.
Ok, a možda se ja tripujem? Ljudi, jel vam Mari zvuči normalno sad?
Da li zvučim normalno sad?
Sad ćemo da imamo šta kažu ljudi u chatu. Blago demonski zvuči trenutno, ali to se možda meni čini samo. Malo secka, dobro, znači ako ne zvuči kao da je possessed, dobri smo. Onda se ja samo tripujem. Nije nikad normalno, ne ovako. Da, pa ja šta ja očekujem da će chat da odgovori. Šta ja očekujem? Dobar, okej, onda se ja samo tripujem. Okej, lagano, to je bit. Leona Kajsa, može.
Malo sam smanjio jačinu
sad je bolje.
Outputa i onda sam smanjio onaj voice activation na Discordu. Tako da treba bi, input sensitivity to jest, tako da treba bi manje da seckam ako seckam.
Meni je sad bolje,
Mikrofoni su baš naporna tehnika.
Naporna tehnologija, da?
Jako su osjetljivi.
Mislim, nisi tih, ja te čujem svako dobro, tako da šta god si smanjio, možeš smanjiš još strunku, mislim bi skroz bilo okej.
Da, smanjio sam samo jačinu. Stavio sam mikrofon output na 140%.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. On the opposite side, my eyes are just on Skeens, right? He has an option to play towards Mbessa. On the top side, he has an option, I think, to play towards, I mean, mid and bot as well.
He has three good options,
He has three good options, and the question is, where is he going to put that prio? Will he try to break, I think, a lot of the favorable lanes? Because the reality is, like, compositionally, what SK want to do is very clear. Yeah. But there's a world where they fall behind early again, and this comp that BDS are playing scales incredibly well. And it's not like they just wampa stomp any of these lanes. A lot of these lanes are going to be really hard for the side of SK. Woo! Bring me in. Come on. Give me another bigger woo. Bigger woo!
Yeah, for now?
Yeah. Get everybody to do it.
Get everybody to do it?
Yeah, just
everybody go woo!
Ali ih nije ispoštovala.
Yeah, you gotta try harder, bro.
Ovu publika ih nije ispoštovala.
Like it's the most important game of your life.
Ali ih je spalila publika ponovo, ovo nije dobro. Nije dobro.
Elite footwork on Aphelios here. I'm not the biggest fan. Usually you'd like to take it more against poking lanes, but when you're up
Nisam očekivao da će publika to da im uradi.
For the PTA or the Conquer, but they're not really quite tanky enough for Conquers. I think PTA would have been great here. But it does give him the move speed to allow him to navigate fights a little bit.
Za Aphelios priča, ne treba mu PTA, ne treba mu little tempo u matchup. Fine.
I'm here to talk to you today about fleet footwork.
Yeah. Fleet footwork voices PTA.
Why is your pronunciation getting worse the more that you do the voice?
I don't take lead foot tempo. I hate lead foot tempo.
What is this? All right.
Jako sam zbunjen šta se s njima događa, ali nema veze. Hitovali su naš pik umor kad radimo Worlds u 7 ujutru.
Da. Vidjeli su jedan game i bili su u fazonu, a ne možemo više. Ne znaju oni šta mi gledamo. Stalno.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's the IG 10th year anniversary chroma.
Yeah, looks good. All right, keeping an eye on the early lane to see if any discrepancies break out. And remembering that in the last game, nothing was supposed to happen, and then 3 people died in the span of 20 seconds. So
yeah, if I learned anything from last game, it's that SK will now 2v2 kill BDS bot lane.
Well, and to be fair, they do have lethal tempo, which is great in those extended trades.
Yep.
And they're the one with the proactive tools.
Yeah.
Ice is also, like, they have cleanse heal for the side of BDS. I think they're scaling.
And they're able to get the push. So SK already off to a better start than last game, as neither mid or bot lane has died.
You can't clap. That's so condescending. Don't be rude.
Kako je dobar affiliate sada? Imamo moći da ga češće pikaju.
Pa ne znam, ja nisam nešto ljubitelj iskreno.
Da nema dovoljno damage da ubiju, imaju, okej.
That's the correct. Now you can clap. Now you can clap. Good job, SK. No, honestly, like, this is exactly what you want. You walk in Pantheon Rise, you need to be killing people.
Yep.
And right now, people is nuke.
Yep. It's easy. Point and click. Just click on him. But Bukata trying to sneak away the blue buff here to avenge.
Ide li ovo u 3 gema sajna?
Spiritual fashion.
Yeah, it's like.
Mislim da je veoma moguće. Mislim da ovo flipa je flip, tako da nema ovdje nužno pravila.
Again. Nice early spikes for the Rise in terms of gold, faster tier, doesn't feel as bad when your first base is only mana.
Oh, Bukata might be going for a real avenging here.
Kada...
Kings ima smite.
Agresivna seđu.
That's a bit awkward. Skeens. Uh-oh.
Oh, this could be a dive.
This could be a very big dive. Although recall is coming out. Skeens, I think, kind of has to stay to cover his top
A što Bukata neće da dajvuje? Aha, ne znam da li se skin recallovo ili ne.
Skeens, I can't tell if he can see what's going on. He does have a warded blue buff, so it looks like he did see the camp get started. Okay, camp down, level advantage. Dun holding on to dear life here on the top side.
To je sigurno dive, zar ne? A ne, nije. Clear away wave, never mind.
Happy to have the camps, I guess.
Yeah, very good early laning phase from AORUS here. Already with a 9 CS lead. It's only going to get a little bit bigger as he crashes this wave.
Yep, TP already used, wave crashing. See if he just wants to immediately TP back to lane to keep the pressure up, or what the angle will be. But 200 extra gold over the opposition means could pretty potent first back here. But yeah, okay, tier, fair.
Yeah, not the most menacing.
No, tier cloth is like, you understand, right? Like tier, you need tier, you need the mana, but it does not feel as good as a double longsword.
Yeah,
although double longsword, no pots from Dundun, no pots, no wards. It looks like. Oh no, he had one ward. He placed the top side. Is definitely a bit of a roughie.
Yeah. On the bright side for BDS, Bukata was able to both take the blue buff and the Gromp, so he has secured himself a little camp advantage, especially now as he full clears into the top side. Unless he wants to try to go for some more invade shenanigans, doesn't look like it. He's going to be a little bit ahead, especially in the XP department. Rooster keeps getting these good trades despite the tier cloth armor.
That's what you want to see pre-6, right? Post-6, Dundun's going to have a bit more, healing coming through. Maybe makes the all-ins a little bit easier.
Ne znam kako se osjećam vezano za Dunduna i dalje.
Any damage, just using the natural power of the kit here to...
A, možda mu je ono bio prvi game na Rumblu ikada.
Moguće, možda je first time.
Tako da.
Ja se zbunio što je bio silencovan. I rekao kako ovo.
Dešavalo se i nama kad smo mi igrali Rumbla isto.
And I think the thing that I'm looking out for is pace. I will concede pace. I will give up on pace.
AORUS.
Coordination.
Dobio od ime puno CC-a. I root, u stan. Pola health-a.
Actually, Spellbook chose nearby both supports. Interesting that Loopy, like, it makes sense for Paris because Braum doesn't really have great runes. I mean, he has the Guardian, but crazy.
You already want if you want Fleet Footwork and Guardian, I think that's just insecure. Yeah, being completely honest.
But it's like Leona usually loves the aftershock, loves the glacier.
A,
So it's interesting to see.
taj se Juanin kada
Yeah, I mean, especially in a game where
video je taj efekat da je prešao i onda je pingovao bush.
it pairs so nicely with aftershock. Could be a bit awkward as Dun. Shadowed by Skeens nicely. Q flashed in. Dun, good flash out, but Skeens can't really respond. Dun wants to go in anyway. Dun trying to get more damage. Dun out! 1 for 1.
Okej, Dun.
Out. Okej.
Gotta take over no man's land.
Stvarno će ga Skeens.
Bukata there ready to body block, and that's the feat of warfare. SK.
Dobro.
And it's a 2 for 1 with the help of Abedarga and a great early game for SK as Dun. He goes for more.
I respect it. Very close to just getting a kill and heisting his way out of that one, but
He got out, it would have been hype.
It would have been hype. Little baby driver moment here, is he?
So starts off with Bukata flashing in. Dun. Flashes the Jace Q very nicely. Ults back in. Pumps out all the spells. Ends up going down.
Lepo je Dun odigrao posle. Ali Skins igra, mislim Skins im je najbolji igrač iskreno. U SK-u izgleda.
Dun my goat.
Nuk je bacio laser na kastere i onda izgubio Canon miniona sa Viktorom. Moj brat troluje. To nije play. Tradeovao si... Okej, never mind, šta god. On je pro igrač, ja nisam, on zna bolje.
Dalo ti sve lagano, sve lagano. Ne brini se ništa.
Bukata, the follow-up. Abdaga's got the Nikes on, ready to zoom his way out to safety. Is now Loopy's the one who's been caught out a little bit. Gravital not quite going to catch. That would be the Storm coming in as well. Abadaga damage is much more powerful. Nuke Salt not doing a whole heck of a lot. Schemes getting lower and lower. Not sure how much more time on the Aegis to solve, but the stun comes through. They need to finish the kill immediately. They can't quite get the follow-up. And the E is there, but now Ice is on the way in. Ulti ready to go. We'll clean up at least one as Loopy gets taken down. Nuke going to grab the kill.
It's a bit of a slow fest here as the damage is really low on both sides and they're very tanky. But Loopy going for a little bit too much, trying to flash in to get the stun on Bukata.
Hoće ljudi BDS dobiju, hoće gledaju KC opet.
Ruby Crystal, there's no way they're killing him. And with Ice moving, they're able to take him down.
Ako ćemo iskreno, hoću i ja.
Slažem se. Ako će KC da bude clean, meni je to skroz okej.
A free kill to BDS.
That's fine. Nuke slowly keeping the goal within touching distance. Ice still 400 up, and has a coal.
Yep.
That's going to be one scary Aphelios. We'll see.
Practically up 2K.
Might as well be.
Dobro. Parus. Ne, Dun umire.
Much less exciting than the last death, as SK have now started the objective. Bukata can roam in and try to contest here. Paris on the way down. Rooster seems quite determined to play for his own lead, as he's keeping pressure in the top wave. SK take one grub, Bukata likely to get two. A weird little exchange there, but I think they were just worried about the Jace collapsing.
Yeah.
Ne, legitimno fiesta od partije. Bedag je bar dobro farma ove game ako ništa, ali...
Grubs for BDS. Yeah. Oh, Abadaga here. Ice does have old some, so he should be fine.
Dage.
And he is fine.
We'll be fine.
On je dalje out.
Follow up extra bit of slow.
Not sure if there was some miscommunication there. Maybe Abadaga thought Ice didn't have summoners.
Yeah.
So he really forced that hard. He TP'd mid to run all the way both to ulti and flash.
Ja mislim da je on se zeznuo jer Skins nije ušao u taj ulti. Morao bi da vidim taj play ponovo, ali deluje mi da je Skins trčao iza njega kao Pantheon. I mogo je ući jer da je ušao Skins imali bi Rise of combo, Pantheon combo, Kajsa, ulti. Okej.
Interesantan Serpents od Roostera, to sam teo napomenem. Serpents Fang Rush.
Da, to je... To ne vidiš često. Ne znam da li sam ikada vidio da neko rushuje taj item. A mislim fair ako gledaš kao on besi, ima dosta shieldova. Mislim, Rooster ima 3 CS-a prednosti, ono. Da ne igra igru.
Da, lepo igra Rooster, iskreno, lepo igra Rooster.
Did you play that Golem game? No. It was so good. I played it and it's like, it was fantastic. You play as this disgusting, humiliating golem and they just make fun of you and you're imprisoned.
Isn't it like universally considered the worst game to be released in the last 10 years?
Aphelios također ima 30 prednosti. A solo je laneovao.
Hey, are you a big fan of that golem game? No? Oh yeah, me neither.
Ja ne znam kakav je taj meč. Ko bi trebao da dobija early.
Botlane?
Delo mi da bi trebao... Da, delo mi da bi trebao Aphelios da dobije Kai'Su early. Mislim, delo mi da bi Aphelios trebao da dobije Kai'Su. U svakom delu partija, osim ako ga baš ne one-shotuje, onako, odjednom.
U ovom matchupu da.
Dobro. Ne, mislim, Skin se trudi, stvarno, ne mogu ništa da kažem protiv njega. I prošlu partiju on je uradio maksimalno koliko je mogao, ali... Kad mu ostatak tima, ono... Nije na mestu. Rooster solo turret uzima 12 minut, okej.
We don't need to look at top lane. If bot lane no, this is... we need to... 2,000 gold lead? Yeah, that's a 2,000 gold lead. Oh my god. Maybe we do need to look
I was wondering why he didn't roam down to help with grubs, but I understand now.
Yeah.
Rooster has taken it upon himself to remind us what a Korean Jace looks like.
Yeah. Quite fitting, really.
Yeah. What was it that Odo said? I can't remember. Doesn't feel like I should repeat it, but feels apt.
Yeah.
Maybe
dobio sam kupine za doručak.
Opa!
Opa!
Kupine su cool.
Ja sam malo više ljubitelj malina, ali kupine su dobre isto. Mislim, sve te bobice su cool.
Vidi isto, meni su maline omiljeno voće.
Ozbiljno?
Da, baš volim maline. Ali kupine recimo jedem jako retko. Kao jagode, borovnice, maline jedem često, kupine baš retko jedem. Tako da uvek kad ono jedem u fazonu sam...
Okej, interesantno. Šta je meni? Meni je... Mislim da bih rekao banana. Omiljeno voće, banana ili naranđa? Ice. Rooster će da umre, da da shutdown, Dendenu.
Ok, Duiga i moto je.
Nema. Rooster je malo trolovao, skočio je sve njih.
Zašto banana? Ljudi, banana je kao Brown support. Nije uvek ništa spektakularno, ali uvek je tu. Uvek možeš se osloniš na hranjive sastojke banane, pošto ovo prvo što sam teo da kažem ne bi zvučalo dobro.
Dobro. Da, Ice mora malo da se bolje pozicionira.
That's one carry down, and now Rooster teleported in the midst of all of them, so he just gets one shot. It's just an absolute disaster.
I think, you know, the monkeypox pros, because on the one hand, we did see all of BDS make them play together, which is what I wanted, but the play was really bad, and that's rough.
Yeah, I think you need both sides of the equation.
No. And credit to SK, they called it out.
Yeah.
They're like, you are way too far, we have a rise, the second Loopy hits that skill shot, that fight is over. Ice is not strong enough. He just gets one pop by the Rise in the Pantheon, pretty effortlessly. And now they've gotten his flash, which as you mentioned before, could be pretty crucial. There's a bit of a split coming out here from Nuke in the meantime.
Ne znam da li klasifikujemo lubenicu kao voće ili kao povrće.
Pa ne znam. Mislim da ono, kao realno povrće, ali...
Ali je voće, slatko. Lubenicu također jako volim. I ima jedna ona voćka koja je dosta dobra, dunja. Znači ne dinja, nego dunja.
Dunja je dobra, slažem se.
Dunje, kad je jako gorka, sve kisela, kako god ne sad više, koji je od ta dva. Došli Avengeri ovdje. Paru si sve izblokovao, sad će i on umreti svog top lanera. Kedovi se nafidovao na Kajsi. Ovo delo je kao SK pobjeda. Ovo delo je kao da idemo u treći game.
Ali pogledaj gold lead.
Da, 0-0.
Da. To je dosta interesantno.
Da, zato što Rooster uzeo first turret. Ima ogromnu prednost u odnosu na Dundana. Ne znam kako. Turreti, plate-ovi, verovatno.
They can just keep Pantheon ulting in, keep Kais ulting in, keep Ryze ulting in. Yeah. You know, Best ulting, you have so many tools to start a fight. And you have even globals to start from wherever you want.
Ono što je bitno, što pričaju kasteri, što je tehnički istina, da imaju kao načine da počnu fight, ali većina tih načina su samo rotacije. U smislu, kad se grupišeš, dosta tih ulta gubi pressure. Gde si komo? Tako da ako samo ideš 5-man deadball, Ryze ne može da radi ništa. Da, Pantheon možda engage-a, ali opet sa Braumom imaš toliko blokade damage-a koji dolazi da mislim da je fine. Tako da mislim da Bds jednom kad se 5-man grupiše neće im biti toliko teško da igre ovaj game koliko sad kad su ono malo u splitu, malo nisu.
Smells infernal. Let's see. What do I get if... Everything's on the line. The house, your house is on the line.
You can't bet my house, Ocean. So what, who gets my house now?
We share 50-50.
You're not sharing it 50-50.
Mislim, u jednom trenutku će... Doći Viktor... Mislim, side lane im je jači. Ryze posle.
Go back to pro. They'll give you a house. They'll give you a place to live.
Viktor ide na ovaj Blackfire, ide na burn build. Baš sam čitao na nešto što jedan Viktor main stavio na Redditu o buildovima za Viktora.
Dobro.
I generalno kao najbolji all around build, mislim što se ja slažem s time, je taj Blackfire Torch Liandris. Ali kaže da je jedan interesantan build koji zapravo moguće da je sleeper build na Viktoru je Blackfire Torch Shadow Flame. Zato što scale je dosta dobro. Ja inače više volim Ludenzu Shadow Flame, ali i dalje dosta Viktor mainova, a ide Ludenzu Lich Bane. Što je fair ako igraš protiv jako puno squishy, mislim. Ali ja više volim Ludenzu Shadow Flame, to mi je nekako build koji mislim da je najjači build za Viktora. Tako da... Ne mogu da se ne složim s ovim što Nuk builduje, mislim da je okej. Ali vidjeli smo dosta oni kao Rod of Ages, Liandris, Bloodletter's Curse Viktora na MSI-u i na EVC-u.
Vidi, ja sam isto na badanje enjoyer, tako da... Ja volim da gledam isto ono full agro. Mada šta znam. Da, verovatno. Slažem se, samo full damage. Mislim, isto je na ostalim herojima, na Oriani, na Eni, na sve.
Ne brini se, Amire, i ja sam isto primijetio da stalno kašljem. To je već... Dun. Dun. Sajna izgleda da te čuvaju, ne ljutio se.
Dun my goat. Dun protiv Oskarinina featured matchup.
Kogod da pobedi, Sajna će biti srećan, jer je drugi izgubio. Ali da, ne brini se, bio sam što se tiče kašlja. Pričao sam i Sajni i Raletu već, tako da... Ne znam ni ja šta se tačno dešava trenutno, jer nisam bolestan, a kašljem i dalje. Konstantno.
Some would argue Mercs, but I respect that you just don't want to be slowed down.
Yeah, Mercs would definitely make sense here.
Also,
but
that
if he's
lone
so
block
squishy that if he gets hit, he's dead anyways. Could be the thought process.
Yeah, you don't take damage if they don't hit you.
Remember when every Jace just went tank? They did no damage.
Yeah. That was a really dark time in League of Legends.
Pričao tank Jace-u. Užasno. Užasna meta. Mada mislim da je bila malo neka interakcija sa Fimble Winterom i sa Jaceom.
Da, popravili su što god da je bilo to.
Da.
Super broken, and I was really bad at League, and it was like the easiest way to win games ever.
Yeah, it was very broken.
Iceborne Gauntlet Echo Jungle.
The only thing that was...
Caught out your X Assault, quick flash out from Skeens. Crucially had that extra bit of movement.
Pantheon.
Nice. Starting up the
Dobar
other
carry.
areas. Great weapons for with the white and green.
Perfect. Dundon continuing to push mid-wave.
U slobodno vreme kvalitetan hero Lige Legendi.
Can afford to fight here, but also giving up Otacon is such a massive swing. 3K, Skeens gonna try to get the pin. Moving in, but the Otacon already down in favor of BDS. Ice on the backside, untouched. Still perfect guns to keep the fight going, but it's Dundon in the back line. So much damage, but the ball not quite there. Kadui taken out as well as an absolute bloodbath. Look at Abadog on the side, but he's caught in the gravity field. Flash to the side, trying to make the difference.
Kako je ovaj fight se završio u korist BDS-a?
Ma BDS gotovi. BDS gotovi, dobit ćemo replay fighta pa možemo polako da ga analiziramo. Ice je 1-2, ne znam kako da im kažem, to jest 1-3 je sad, ali bio je 1-2.
Dundon je našao jako lep ulti. Znači, jako dobar ulti je bio. Hiš! Kako oni nisu uspjeli da uzmu ovdje killove, ja ne znam. A bili su low u stvari. Abedaga je bio one fight.
You wanted to see Ice laughing.
Ice je izvrištao.
Oh my god, bro.
I didn't stop.
I respect how anything you are. I think we need a little bit of the crazy. Although after that fight I'm not so convinced anymore. And hey.
Mislim da ne znam li Rio objavio... A na ending je bila jedna stvar, ali bila je još jedna stvar sa Generalom s Fimble Winterbuilder, ne mogu sjetim šta je.
Znam da... Koji je to patch bio?
Prošle godine, mislim.
Nije bilo, pa to je bilo sad.
Ili je bilo u januaru, fazon prvi split.
Tako, negde da, prvi split, ja mislim da je bilo.
This is the second game in a row this has happened.
What's happened?
Well, it's been different this time because SK were...
This game is more exciting. Last game, nothing happened.
Sure. We do have 22 kills in 24 minutes, which I like.
Yep.
And it felt like SK had the recipe for success, the road to victory. And they pushed out their top lane at the very least. It felt like they were just going to keep picking people off. But credit to BDS, they just forced the fight.
Yeah.
Once Skeen's flash was gone. They get one more like that. Feels pretty easy. Feels like they're over the hump and back into full control.
For sure. I mean, the key of this game is really
Ali BDS je već u kontrolu, BDS već vodi.
Have to face check into SK.
Jako bitna stvar što čini mi se kao da kasnije ne obraćaju koliko Goldid uopšte nije na korist SK, iako su imali 5-6 killova više.
BDS can have
Da.
a fantastic fight. Yeah. Both teams, actually, what I'll say is, without the good guns, you know, Baron not necessarily the fastest for BDS. Rooster does help balance that out, but on hit Kai'Sa and Arise can obliterate Baron.
Ja, možda i jeste bio Unending Spear. Pokušavam da setim.
Da, Unending svako nisi mogao da buildaš, ali fore što je i mimo toga ljudi su igrali tank. Ljudi su ga igrali bez Unendinga.
Da, igrali su ga Fimble, Winter, Shojin.
Tako je. Oni su oni igrali tank Jace-a. S nekim jakšom kasnije ili šta god.
Still likely to fall, and now it seems like Dundon might be in trouble. Abadog off to the side, trying to get a little bit more. Unbreakable already used. Pantheon on the way in. Front line down.
On nije loše.
Da, ali
Skin predaleko je stanovan.
Mora da chilla, ipak je samo AD carry. Ipak je samo AD carry.
Dundon, ajmo da vidimo Dundon, 1-2. Aaaa, Zonju bacio nuk, pa kako se uplašio.
BDS win.
This is BDS spot, baby, as this time it's actually BDS that continue to chase down SK.
Ja sam mislio će biti dun.
They're not able to
Nije baš bilo.
but the rest of SK are actually able to group up and try to defend them, but it's a great Braum ultimate from Paris. Hits 3, they keep chasing Loopy. Dundun wants to try to help him. He can't. Decides to turn off the Rooster instead. And Kadui with an absolute psychopathic ult here into all 4 members.
A Skin se zeznuo, bacio. Trebao je baci E prvo. Ne znam. Bio je stanovan u Gravity Field.
Jesi provalio da zadnjih nekoliko dana Kajsa igrači baš imaju detveš kad igraju LoL?
No, imam osjećaj da... Ono, kad igraš ljuti te čempione što uleću, oni samo vide da njihov tim uleće, onda i oni uleću.
Da, ali specifično Kajsa igrači iz nekog razloga baš mi se čini kao da... Kao da baš haos uleću ko besni.
Ne mogu da kažem da sam baš primetio, ali mislim držim te za reč.
Da, i na IBL-u i leci svugde, ono baš je nehumano. Iskreno neki ne znam ni ja, mislim znam da... Jace kao heroj u Hammer formi ima insane base damage na E. Pa je moguće da su kao bili za to, kao okej, Poke svakako je bio manje efektiv. I onda su u fazonu daj samo da radimo bilo šta. Giga loš split.
That might have been the most disjointed sequence I've ever seen. Well, as Kadui continues firing W's here. I mean, it's harsh but fair. And again, the thing is these games are so high stakes. The ulti only going to hit onto one.
Najbolje iskoristili Aphelios ult. Parus dobar shield, moraju da šoti Abedagi jer će svi da umru.
Viktor ne može dobiti Ryze 1 na 1. Parus ga je spasio na trutak, ali nemaju damage. Čekaj.
Ice.
Ice slip dodge.
Iskreno, insane odigrano od Ice-a. Dobro, flip nije bio play nikako.
Čekaj, da li Skin mogu da završi tog barona sam? Ne znam, mislim da nije. Mislim da bi mu samo pobili tim da je probao. Ok, ovo baš nije bilo pog, ali ostatak je bio dobar.
Kaj sa 6,5 health-a dolaze spasi situaciju. Opa, nema veze, deja vu.
For the record, that was absolutely the Ron Weasley's flying invisible Carl. That just did not hit. Baron's gone.
That's a feels for you, baby.
BDS, secure the objective. Now almost a 5,000 gold lead. It is all falling apart. Otacon.
Mislim, ovaj game... Pa ne mislim nešto ni da je nužno SK. Samo su izgubili fight, izgubili su na ruke. Nekako ne... Razmišljam sad, nije ništa... Ok, top lane je bio... What se desilo sa Kedujem? Lik je nestao samo.
Kad sam rekao da Kajsi igrači Intu, nisam baš na to mislio. Pantheon radi Grompa. Pantheon ironično radi Grompa i recalluje se. Čovjek je u fazonu, evo sad ću branim Nexus, samo Grompa da ubijem na brzaka.
Da, opraštam Skinzu, trudio se ceo game.
Izgubili su Nexus cool.
Ne, ovaj engage, nema kako da engage-uju.
Da, kao što smo rekli, KC waiting room. Jako lepo. Ulti veći od Nexusa. Ulti veći od Nexusa može i to tako. Lepo. Sljedeća serija su nam Giants i KC. KC je stvarno igrao prelepo juče, stompovali su 2 gema jako brzo. Giantsi do duše uvek na početku sezone izgledaju dobri, tako da vidjet ćemo da li će moći to da ponove. I da li će danas biti jako brz dan, uzući obzir da nije ni 2 sata trajala prva serija. pauza će biti nešto duža, mislim da je 15 minuta otprilike. Tako da idemo na pauzicu, nešto pojedemo, popijemo, odmorimo se i vraćamo se sa drugom serijom dana.
We saw some glimmers, we saw some moments. It was messy from both sides, but it was not enough from SK in the end. BDS.
You have to feel bad about the second game for SK. Because they had it in their hands, they had the proactive team comp. If they were just able to find the right fights, but they weren't able to. BDS. Close it out.
That they do. Commiserations to SK, and of course, congratulations to Team BDS. We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, a Finterview with Nuke.
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, my name is Finn and I'm standing by with Nuke in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in after a beautiful Victor performance there on the Rift. And speaking of Victor, you are, I think, one of the best Victors in the league. And I saw that you went for the face rush this game, while nobody ever is the most common. Can you break down why you went for that rune choice this game?
I mean, usually I never take phase rush, and basically I just wanted to try. Like
to try on stage?
Like, I don't know, like I see people that wants to go in enemy team, I would like, okay, I'll take phase rush. Then I'm getting double flashed minute 2, so it's like a bit unlucky. I would win lane more if I had IRE, but like, yeah, it's fine.
Did you feel like it was useful? Did you feel like it helped you in the game, or do you regret taking
it? No, actually it helped me during mid-game team fight. I could kite more, and there was like this bot fight, it was really close, and I think without phase rush I'll not be able to like play as on the limit, you know, so yeah.
I definitely came in clutch, and I mean, looking at the drafts, I think it's a return to BDS of old in a little bit of way, kind of like the 2023. And how do you compare this new BDS as the only member remaining from 2023?
Like, it's actually kind of similar, except that we have way different, I mean, especially top jungle, I think, have way different type of style. I mean, we have Rooster, he's Korean, he's really mechanical gifted, and he's playing really like well on the carry champ. And we have Bukada, which also played the same style of shield back in 2023. So it link up, you know, like Bukada, Rooster on top sides, they link up well in early game and they can take leads. And then it's just, since we're a new team, we need to have more coordination in mid game to just make it work through the game fully.
Yeah. And something that caught my mind is that when I was in Astralis 2023, I had 2 rookies and 1 Korean. You have 2 rookies and 2 Koreans. I imagine that puts a very heavy load on you to kind of communicate and drive the game forward. Is this some position you've kind of accumulated yourself to, or is this something that you feel like you have to practice more to really perfect?
I mean, this year, this was also the case, like in the previous split. I didn't feel in my, like, it's obviously not my way of thinking, playing, like just living, basically, to be like the most, like to think further, to, usually I'm just focused on myself, I do my stuff, and it works with all the team, but this day it's like I have to, like I feel like since we have more individual like skill, I would say it's way easier to just play, like just by the flow of the game. So
easier to just play.
Yeah, it's easier to just
like
play.
That,
you know? So yeah.
The player of the series was Ice. Yeah. Your beautiful AD carry there in the bot lane. Do you have any comment on that? Do you think he deserved it, or do you think you should have gotten it?
Jinx Aphelios, remember him in 2024. Jinx OTP. We went like 3rd place every time. It's kind of unlucky, not further, but happens. So yeah, I mean, he deserved it. Beautiful game 1 and game 2. Again, like, beautiful, I guess.
Just beautiful. That's what I got from it. Thank you so much, Nuke.
Thank you very much.
That is enough from us over here. But let's talk about our next series. I think we might have a little trailer for one of our teams. Let's take a look, shall we?
Born and raised on the Rift is where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, carrying, winning all cool, and trying to reach Grandmaster after school. When a couple of griefers who were up to no good started trolling games for a match or two. I won all my team fights and Andre on cue. You're moving to Berlin, I got a job for you.
Giant X is back in the LEC. They have mastered content. They have mastered pauses in the hallway. Hello, Noah. They are the Scream Kings. But how is that going to translate on the Rift? Guys, welcome back for the match of the week. It is GX versus KC, and the floor is yours, guys.
I mean, GB,
we've had this before. Scream Kings, Scream Kings.
Please tell me, how many times did they try to convince us to fall for the little schmeck over here?
It's been at least 2 times. At least 2,
at least 3 or 4.
Maybe 5.
They even made the music video right now. They're like, okay, the bars were great and everything, but I'm not gonna get on the GX hype train because I've been disappointed like 40 times by this point. Personally as well.
They're on the hype train. They're trying to get us on the hype train as well. But we brought receipts here in the LEC because it feels like it's been a self-indulged curse that they did to themselves. Everything started at the beginning of the year when Giloto said G2 is not going to make Worlds this year. And then keep on talking about the amazing results they're going to have. Would be a shame to not win a trophy with a team like this. Lot was saying that he finally unlocked his playstyle. I'm telling you, we keep on hearing a lot, but I really want this to show up on stage. I want this to show up in game. Is it finally going to be the time, guys?
GB, why do you think they're doing this? Tell me.
I have no idea. It's like they want extra pressure on themselves. Did you enjoy pressure as a player?
Yeah.
Like having a bit of extra on yourself?
I did, but I don't feel like this is the reason why they're doing it. I feel like it's one of those, manifest destiny things where if you keep talking about it so much, it's bound to happen to you.
Yeah, I mean, they might try to manifest it, but that strategy haven't worked so far. And I think for GX, we're tired of hearing how good they can be. And we've seen it where actually they've had a good week 1, but then faltered immediately. Their own ego is their biggest enemy, and we've seen that before. They have great results, and then suddenly it just plummets. This time around, if scrims are actually going well, this is where it's summer. You need to prove to us you've learned from winter, you've learned from spring. You're not going to have ego. You're going to ride it because it needs to be a trajectory that keeps going upwards. You can't just have it falter in the middle of the split like before.
I actually want to know what Rhea, head of the coaching staff for Carmine Corp, their opponent for today, thinks about all this, because at the end of the day, Giloto said that KC is easier to beat than Fnatic. So I want to know what Rhea thinks about this. Let's check it out.
GX has been on a very winning type of situation in scrims. They know about it, they're very confident, so yeah, I think GX is for sure the team to watch out, especially for us and Koi, because they could completely redistribute the cards, if I could say. I should hype them up more. But I can't see it.
Thank you.
Can I hype GX more or not? Yeah, I really want to. I know how it's gonna go. They're gonna see that, they're gonna be, oh, we are the best, and then, yeah. I think GX for sure is a surprise team in our group. I think they've been tremendous in scrims. I think they are finally showing their potential. I think they are for sure a very good team. So I think we should be very, very well aware of this team. Make sure that we are ready to go against them because they can match us and they probably can match any team in this league as well.
Okay, GB, I feel like now with K-Corp on the other side of the rev, we saw a great performance from them yesterday, but it feels like they're just going in on the GX schmeck where they're trying to hype them up for their downfall.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. Hey, can I pick them up a little bit just so they get bigger ego? He already knows the recipe of it. And before that, I think saying Fnatic played better than KC on game like day 1, that's not really true. I actually think KC had a great game against Na'Vi, and it's really a good team if you want to measure GX strength to go up against a team like KC.
And also talking about egos, it makes sense because we've heard from... we've heard, okay, why is everyone laughing at me? Okay, okay, because we had KC talk about the fact that now they're respecting every single opponent.
All right.
Are you guys not laughing?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. So they respect every single opponent that they're going through, and even yesterday, Na'Vi, maybe it wasn't the greatest of opponents, right? But I felt like the big improvements that we saw from K-Corp was the way they approach objectives. It felt like every single objective was clean and they had a plan. They gave nothing to Na'Vi, and today against the Scrim Gods, GX is the best time to show it.
What I keep on hearing, guys, in the LEC in this offseason is that KC and GX look to be the best team in scrims. Now it's gonna be time to show it on stage in our match of the week.
I think definitely the summer I want it to be my redemption arc. I want to be the best and beat any team in Europe.
I feel like I proved myself to be in LEC, but I also want to prove myself that I belong at the top of the mid laners, right? Because I feel like I have what it takes. I just need the small little steps to get there.
Yay, ulti from Kana, he's found a lot, but it sets up a good counter-strike. Jun absorbing the damage, lot going golden, buying time. Meanwhile, Isma's dealing with Yike, but look at Jackie, flies through, takes down Khalid, Giant X in with a chance. Kana fries them all. GX are now low as the re-engage happens, and Yike will be pulled in, but in the ulti, he again, by so much. Oh my god! Kangabomb's a big, but KC is taking so long to die!
I'm still confident that we have what it takes. It's just the little tiny step we need to do on stage, and I think we can get votes very easily.
We want to beat every team, and we don't want to make it like close as well. We just want to stomp every game we can.
And welcome back to the LEC Summer Split, where we're here for the Scrim Kings versus the Winter Kings. KC taking on Giant X. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Dagda to lead you through what is hopefully a 3-game series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a bit of regicide, find out which king is going to come out on top, but honestly, it's going to be an interesting one, because for KC, they popped off yesterday.
Yeah.
It was an incredible performance from the squad, and looked like they kind of fixed a lot of the issues that we saw from coming into our spring. You heard it on the desk there as well, but for Giant X, it feels like this kind of perpetual firework that we're just waiting for that fuse to go off it. We keep hearing about how well they're doing behind the scenes. You just saw how he was saying they are very excited to show that performance on stage, but we just have to see if we get it.
Scrim Kings doesn't usually go well. That's all I'm going to say. We've heard so many stories over the years, you know, G2 is internationals, they're beating everyone, they're going even, and then tends to fall off a cliff. Giant X over the last week, 86% win rate in scrims, I believe. That's what Nicholas Perez put out on his Twitter, saying today is one of their toughest tasks playing against the Winter Champions as we get on into the draft for Game 1. Giant X on the blue side will remove Talia. Varus taken away by KC. Important to remember, Yunara enabled, Mel disabled, as she has a bug that apparently gives her 100 times the amount of stats she should get from a dragon or something.
That seems fine.
Yeah, just let it in. We don't see enough Mel.
Yeah,
just put it in.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. Jason and Bess are the next two bands from Giant X. KC going to remove the Azir. Gwen is the one that immediately jumps to mind when I look at top lane here. It is Vi banned away, and there's the Gwen still locked by Giant X.
I mean, it was basically a case of, like, how do you prioritize the Wukong Pantheon and then the Gwen? And Giant X saying, look, we're pretty happy to get either of those picks in the jungle. We're going to take the Gwen. I think she's incredibly strong on this patch. She has very few champions that can really go toe-to-toe with her. And we're going to have to see what kind of has in the back to bring it out. I imagine it'd be something like the Rumble, just to kind of go for the AP matchup up there, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, yesterday we saw him bring out two tanks. Sion and Cassante were his two picks. I did ask about how much damage he tanked in that series. Apparently the series was too short for him to really have to tank any damage. The average like 26k.
Evo nas nazad, spremni smo, lovimo ga. Vreme je da vidimo ko dobija seriju broj 2, ekipa KC-a koja se kako dobro pokazala, moramo da priznamo. U prvoj seriji ekipa Giantsa koja je istorijski jako dobra na početku svakog splita. Tako da vidjet ćemo da li će to moći da nastave, ali iskreno što se mene tiče KC ogroman favorit. Čak ne bih rekao samo za ovu seriju, mislim da je KC top 2, pogotovo što je Fanatic dosta hladniji.
Još ih iznad koja ili iznad G2-a?
Teško reći, ali rekao bi iznad koja, zato što mislim da G2 pred Worlds ima da step upa. Ne znam kako, ne znam zašto, ali mislim da G2 pred Worlds imaju taj mini T1 faktor.
Okej, fair. Jer ja još uvijek ne bih da pravim predikciju za KC, jer igrali su Navi. Samo. Ali bih volao da KC koji G2 budu ti koji odu na World. Čekaj, imamo 3 slota na Worldu, zar ne?
Da.
Da, onda ta 3 tima.
AD heavy ones, because you've already got Orianna and a Gwen. You definitely want to be trying to avoid things like Ezreal and Kai'Sa, these things have a bit more mixed damage. So I like the fact that they're trying to take away Corki, maybe even something like the
Jarvan, Jax, Ryze. Dobro da s obe strane, mislim, i Orianna, Gwen, Trundle. Malo AP heavy draft, ali okej.
I think the only thing I'd be worried about is just lack of real frontline right now for them. I traditionally prefer Jinx and those kind of, even Yunara, when you've got a frontline that can set up a Sion or an Ornn or something that just stands in front of you. Yeah, exactly, Kai'Sa ban's still going to come through though, so kind of surprised that, maybe a little bit worried about the...
Junaru, vi ste juče gledali Junaru, kako se pokazala?
Iskreno da budem nije. Neću lagati. Meni je malo krivo, jer kao volao bi da Carry radi, ali nažalost nije slučaj. Nažalost nije slučaj.
Jer misliš da je do kvaliteta igrača ili do kvaliteta čempiona?
Mislim da ima i jedno i drugo. Mislim da ima i jedno i drugo.
Što ja nisam, ne mogu da kažem da sam gledao, nisam gledao te gameove sa Junarom, tako da ne mogu reći da znam kako se čempion individualno pokazao. Tako da vi, kolega, ćete biti ti koji ćete nam objasniti zašto Junara može ili ne može da funkcioniše.
Ja mislim generalno gledano Junara jeste hit-based AD carry, što znači da će dosta dobro scalovati sa samim itemima. Sa druge strane, problem koji će imati jeste činjenica da je u early gameu jako slaba. I ako si malo off sa tempom kao ekipa, mislim se to baš jako osjeti. Jer jednostavno ako ne dobiješ neki movement, ako ne dobiješ neki način da snowballaš, jako je teško. Mislim, vidjet ćemo ako bude pikano u jednoj od partija, pa možemo da pričamo šta i kako, mada definitivno kažem, mislim da je hit-based AD carry bez momentuma jako teško zigrati. Lucian Alistar s jedne strane, Niko S sa druge. Više mi se sviđa draft KC-a i mislim da KC baš ide ka tome da što više mogu snowballaju early game, što mislim da je apsolutno tačna odluka, uzet ću obzir da igraju u ekipu koja mislim da jeste sklona tome da neke druge ekipe mogu malo da hvatiju momentum u njih.
Šta kažeš na činjenicu da postoji šansa da Nesquik zaigra za KC umjesto Vladija?
Mislim da...
Pošto on im je sad, a Kalist je na streamu rekao kao da će se aktivno boriti za poziciju njih dvojice.
Mislim da Kalist troluje. Dobili smo negdje također informaciju da je on uleteo striktno više kao asistent coach nego bilo šta drugo i dosta su ljudi hvalili Niskija kao da mnogo je koristan zbog tog glasa unutar ekipe, a realno gledano može biti glasa da ni ne igraš. Tako da nekako misli su na to otišli i u fazonu su ok, to je to. Idemo na da imamo samo Niskija tu, pa onda da nam da to iskustvo bez toga da igra, što je okej, mislim. Kažem, ako se po jutru dan poznaje, što bi se reklo, ekipa K-Corpa vidi prva serija Ako je išta niski pomogao, svaka mu čast, to samo ću to da kažem. Što jeste, stvarno.
Ja čak ni ne mislim da je niski toliko loš igrač, samo on igra utility heroje jako dobro, igra za svog junglera i kada ga uparite sa junglerom koji hoće da radi istu stvar, to se ne završi kako treba. To je recimo da on igra sa junglerom kao što je MLXG, koji je bio ono lud i samo je teo da se nabada, to bi funkcionisalo super. I funkcionisalo je dosta dobro u Cloud9-u kad igrao sa Bleberom, jer je Bleber takav jungler. Ali, ono, ako ga uparite, ne znam, sa Skewmondom koji hoće da farmuje samo ceo game, onda, da, to neće baš biti najbolje.
Ne znam, kažem, early game im je baš bio sick, tako da vidjet ćemo šta će raditi. Pogotovo s ovim draftom također čini se kao da baš imaju potencijal da baš lome početak partije.
Hopefully won't need to use us and won't need a flash if Yike starts to move up there at any point in time.
It's just going to be really difficult for him to escape. He's got the skip and slash obviously, but you can skip and slash away.
Mislim, u play-offu mi smo, kad smo kastovali, pričali dosta da generalno je Kana bio najbolji, mislim Kana je najbolji igrač u KC-u svakako, ali Kingston me dosta i nas je dosta razočarao sa igrom u play-offu. Delovo je kao da je jako overconfident, bio je u fazonu kao ja sam bolji i ja sam samo bolji, a baš i nije bilo tako.
Slažem se, doduše samo u prethodnom splitu, u prvom splitu je bio dobar.
Da, u prvom splitu je bio dobar.
Da, prethodni nije bio optimalan, ali dobro, mislim. Imali su vremena malo da reflektuju dok su sedeli kući i gledali kako druge ekipe igraju MSI i EVC i zato mislim da stvarno KC je motivisan da se to ne ponovi, da ne propuste Worlds. Kad sam kod toga, Targa je verovatno mrtav.
Wow, Jun! Lep engage, jako lep engage.
Nije Kana želeo flash da baci, mislim da je to jako tačna odluka. Jer mislim, šta je poenta? Ako tebi botlane igra as Niko, ti znaš da ćeš pušati i ako ćeš pušati znaš da ćeš biti gankovan. Tako da iskreno ja bih rekao da je ovo greška Jajka što nije bio tu da pomogne svom botlaneu. Oni su 3 na 3 bili okej da je Jajk bio dole.
Da, trebao je tamo.
This is going to slowly push out, so there is a chance for Yug to try and get in here. And as you say, no flash for Lop, but looks like the slow push isn't going to be enough. They're just going to try and go for the crab and take it easy.
Lally pushing Jackie's back in the mid lane, but Jackie's very happily just going to do back and then TP in here. Both the mid lanes are relatively even. A slight gold lead for Lot up towards that top side, and a slight CS lead for Kaliss, meaning he was for a second there ahead for Casey.
You can see Yike though is going to delay his reset. He's going to look for a double scuttle here. So, but because of the play on bot side, Isma is going to end up resetting at a similar time. So both junglers will be coming out, but I think the fact that, as you already see, the 200 gold open up for Isma means that if he does end up finding Yike in any of these plays, can help out quite a bit. I think that's how you want to play it. But Yike actually not even resetting. He's looking for Jun.
And he's going down towards his bottom side. Jun has no summoners, knocked up with the flag and drag. Noah here waiting in that bush, but not going to be able to save his cow. You have to feel as hard as
Da, Jun je mrtav.
Pa da Noah, jao, on će da umre. Ok, Noah je... Au, nije dobio kill.
Au, čekaj na Hilos. Triumph ga na Hilos.
Dobro.
Neoptimalno za KC, on nije trebalo da bude tako. Uzeli su 2 killa, ali Jajk nije smeo da padne, iskreno.
Mislim, super je što su uspeli da crashuju, crashovali su na Canonu. Noah će promašiti cijel ovaj wave, ko dosta je izmašio.
Looking for a gank towards the mid lane. Rise, if you can get his flash out early, becomes a sitting duck. Scryer's bloom down.
Mislim, KC igra bez wardova, ovo je baš loše. To nema, a ima phase, okej. Sad kažem kako nema phase još.
Yeah, nice roam from Targamas towards the mid lane there, knowing that he was out a little bit quicker than his AD carry counterpart, so making his presence known and just forces Giant X back, so you don't have to end up burning that flash.
I mean, the good thing though for Giant X
Kada će Riot buffovati Lisina za World? A mislim da oni uvijek buffuju Lisina za World.
Ja se nadam, Lisin je fan. Ne mogu se žaliti kada buffuju high skill heroje.
Now it's Giant X who have the push in mid, the push in bot, and they're looking to secure the first break of the game as Lot and Kana will trade up towards the top side. Grandmaster's Might coming out from Kana. That's the Jack's ultimate.
Kana dobije to 1-1.
A chem tech in the pockets of Giant X.
They're still going to try and make Giant X hurt as they re-enter the lane here, but nice setup already for Giant X in this early stages. I think the main focus for them is going to be trying to keep their bottom lane safe here and make sure that they're able to, their bot lane is still able to farm efficiently. Just that Isma can try and make some presence on the map known, especially, I think he needs to look for counter ganks against Yike, because once you go for that flag and drag in, you're fully committed, and that's when you can then throw down the Trundle Pillar and actually go ham. But at the moment, there's just not really a huge amount on the map that they can really look for.
Yeah, honors even, pretty much across the board here. You can see it's 200, 100.
Ne znam, kažem, istorijski Giantsi se jako dobro drže prvih nekoliko partija u lecu. I uvek me nahypuju, ja kao da sad će Giantsi ovaj split da kidaju i vidiš samo da priđe top 4, priđe playoff i samo se raspadnu, tako da vidjet ćemo da li će istorija se ponovi. Opet botlane 2-2 vodi, 10 klipova prednosti, Kalisti je lagan u ovom matchupu.
Team fighting with this draft is going to be tricky.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of the way you want to try and play those fights is actually fighting in jungle. If you're able to beat KC to the punch and getting into river, well, your Trundle Pillar can get a lot of value on choke points. Same when you look towards Orianna ult. Jun can look for flanks. Like, those are going to be your big setup points, but that comes down to a really good understanding of how you want to prioritize the objectives.
Ovi mi svakog treba bude za one game, dosta su interesantni draftovi.
Little skirmish on top side. Yike here just to make sure Kana can get this wave effectively.
And I think Isma was just there to make sure that Lot could push the wave in effectively. You could see Lot was a bit apprehensive.
Sem Rise up i I guess Gwen, nema neki čempioni koji baš žele da puno farmaju, ono. Lot je, ja mislim, mrtav.
Ok, Jun.
Isma će,
Casey je samo odigrao bolje. Niko klon da blokira Lucianov ulti, sve su odigrali tačnije. Jun engage-a secondary summoner. Sad je switchu na TP da se vrati nazad, I guess.
The early kill into the objective take.
And look at Vladdy moving here as well. You can see how far back the bot lane of Giant X is being pushed because Vladdy moved into the fog of war, could realm warp across. The swap has come out from Giant X, bringing that Gwen into the bottom side after she died up towards
Randall je 2-0.
to get a grub, 2 grubs in fact, out of that sequence. So they'll be happy enough. First couple of objectives on the board for them, but it's difficult for their bot lane to actually really keep up with Kallistan targets.
It is interesting to see though how we have kind of pivoted away from
Jackie's igra lepo.
The way that the swaps would come through would always be the 80 carry going top and around this time, so then you can look to just take turret plays, use the fact you picked up a couple of grubs for yourself, but especially when Orianna's in the game, Orianna's a champion that does so well being accelerated into the later portion of the games, that we're seeing them more often than not actually moving the Orianna to a side lane where you can keep the Alistar or your support there to try and keep her safe, and 80 carries are just happy to just trade waves back effectively, and it's all about getting that resource into the Orianna as soon as possible.
Trying to keep her as safe as possible as well in those side lanes. It's much easier to protect a player on a side lane than it is in mid because there's so many, so fewer.
Kana staje s hitovanjem, lepo, lepo.
That position, whereas mid lane you have to protect so many different sides with your.
Ne znam, iskreno, ja mislim da iskreno ovaj game je samo dosta veći kvalitet nego prethodne sve što smo gledali. Mislim da čak i nije kao Casey ne može da dobiju 20 minuta, mislim se Giantsi samo jako lepo drže u ovoj partiji.
Da, igraju skroz solidno, Jun i Noah. Dobro, znamo Jun i Noah, gledali smo ih u Fanatiku. Imaju tu komunikaciju, dosta igraju zajedno već koliko vremena, koliko godina, sad već igraju zajedno. Očekivano je da će biti okej. Lot mi je interesantno da se drži, eto, tako sasvim solidno protiv Kane. Nekako donekle neočekivano malo za mene.
safer, and you kind of saw it for a quick second.
To je fair, to je fair.
Isma took the wrong route.
Lepo izgleda. Mislim, vidjet ćemo kako će sad Skill da igra u jednu drugu ulogu, jer očigledno Ryze je mnogo jak, Ven također, Tanandl, Oriana, svi ti heroji Skilluju jako dobro ka letu. Tako da vidjet ćemo kako će uopšte igrati taj late kada dotle budu došli.
You've got the Scuttle Crab, you've got a ward here, you've got a ward behind, you've got a ward here, you've got Jun standing behind the pit just in case. And they're not actually investing too much in keeping the Oriana safe, but that's because they know KC are on the bottom side of the map right now. The Drake is the key target. If you can manage to keep the stacking up for Giants X, they're looking at that early soul, but they might also just give this one up. Say, we don't need to fight for the Drake. We know KC like to stack them. They went for the soul in both games yesterday. We just got the first one. Delay it by 5 minutes. We'll scale. Oriana, Gwen, we're happy enough to do that.
They can also, as you can see, they're setting up a potential play towards Vladdy in the top side. He has to back away. He took a good chunk from Jackie's, but...
Oriana ide onaj Seraph build.
Evo te smo, si vidio što je radio Pobi juče?
Full damage.
Svaki game. Vrati u fazonu Oriana, ma Deathcap, Medja i Liandris. Pardon, Ludens. Predobro.
Sigurno to mogli da uzmu. Čak i da je tankovao Izma.
Ja sam bio turbo oduševljen kad sam vidio Pobijeve buildove.
Da, i Syndromu je isto bila... Isto Ludens build, ja mislim da je bio Ludens, Shadowflame, Rabadon.
Da, isto ima. Mislim, prefan je. I mislim da tako i treba se igra mida. Ne, brnaću te za 4 damage po sekundi dok dobijam 4% ability pa... Ne. Idi shot na ruke Medja i kupi jer si ja head i bole te ulo.
But now, you know, he's been involved in all 3 of his team's kills, kind of what you expect from a German, has the Sundered Sky complete. First items actually coming out for lots of our players on the Rift. You've got the Rod of Ages stacking up for Vladdy.
Ja mislim da su se zeznuli od Giantsi. Mislim da su mogli da uzmu taj first turret, Izma i Jackies. Ne znam šta je uradio Izma, zašto je otišao turret. Mogu je da tankuje, ja mislim, bez problema još jedno 2-3 hita.
Vladi neće ni da ulta, zna da je mrtav. Giga overextend, iskreno.
A ovo izgleda možda ugao za niski, a da upadne. Niski ovdje ne bi overextendovao.
Ima istine.
Jackie so he could get the reset, and it's as KC disappear, that's when he's able to make the play. So nice pick off onto Vladdy in his side lane.
Also means they're going to get first tower, because there's no one up on that top side to defend. Giant X will get the first turret and will end up having...
Okay, dobit će first turret svakako.
Manages to pick up that last objective. Giant X currently sitting at 2 with the Grobs and with the Drake, whereas KC only have that one dragon to their name. Yike and Targmas looking for Isma. Smite will come down. Yike will steal away some of the Razor Beaks at least, as Jun once again out on the map. Said he needed to be proactive in this game, just ruining the tempo of Canon.
Lot ne proti. Nisu ni mogli uzeti kill. Jun nema ult.
A little bit of damage to a lot, but in the hallowed mist doesn't really connect.
We're seeing that Giant X are getting to make a play on top side, but there's no answer from KC on the bottom half.
It feels very reactionary from KC so far.
And I was going to say, it's like, I was expecting Yike and Targmas to be like, right, we get the push on mid, let's invade, and like...
Giantsi 2000 golda za 14 minuta, nije loše ni malo.
Da, mnogo bolji early game.
But it hasn't been deep vision to try and set up for a potential dive, to try and punish lot, or push people off of towers to respond. So Giant X are kind of just getting to run the map at the moment. TP down to the bottom side, though, to try and pick up this wave, but not really getting much out of it.
And importantly, like lots up towards topside, he's going to be able to push that out. There's no tier 1, so he can push it all the way back to the tier 2. Kana's going to have to reset to answer that. Will have his teleport available, so can then join a fight around, you know, the dragon up in 2 minutes, or the rift out in 30 seconds is the more likely objective that we'll see these two teams butt heads around.
Isma is moving down to this bottom side, but Yike delayed going back into his own jungle. I wasn't sure. So basically what's going to happen is Yike... Come on, there we go. Yike is going to be moving back up towards this top side.
Pokušavaju da otvore da crtaju.
Nama to treba, da mi crtamo, malo.
To da ja se slažem, ja 1/1 se slažem s tobom.
their timing window might just be gone.
Also depends on if Giant X want to play around.
Ne znam ni koji je to program.
O, iskreno ne znam, nemam pojem.
Baš se pitam. Jer znam da ima onaj LS, to je koristio kao da crta.
A dobro, to sam ja, to je pen, znam koji je to program, ali to je program crtaš po desktopu. Oni imaju neki touchscreen na televizoru, čiji mogu da otvore mapu, to jest da kliknu dugme da im se mapa uveća i to oni rade, ne radi im režija.
Da, to sam i mislio.
Ali to nije LS-ov. LS-ov koristi bukvalno program koji ti daje samo da crtaš po desktopu. Imao sam ga ja pre.
Keep your tempo up and get back out onto the map first.
They have about a 1.5, 1.6k lead after KC take their first tower of the game, and it's great signs for Giant X. We kind of memed the Scrim King thing because we've seen it fall flat on its face so many times in the past.
Vidjet ćemo sad kako će KC da se nosi sa time što kupe early game. 1500 golda nije strašno, pogotovo većina je na Orijani, ali isto je sve je na Orijani. Koja builduje Seraphlian. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Ne smo pričali za ovaj build, šta?
Pa dobro vidi, zavisi koga tučeš. Ti si level 12, biješ level 7 niko, tako da nije baš kao da niko ima šta da se pita tu.
Dobro. Interesantno, još je... što radi Jun? Da. Šta je? Ok, uzeli su kill, ali ovo je bilo tako loše odrađeno. Katastrofa.
Traditionally been very good at getting early leads, but then struggle when it gets to the mid game. It's them going too far or getting caught out in the side lane or just these little mistakes. And what is so far been a stellar game for them, now we just start to see that old Giant X creep in again, where they just try and bite off a little bit more than they can chew. And it's a good turnaround by KC there to get a kill back.
And it's important to note just how vital every single win you can get is in this sort of format. You get 4 series, 4 best of 3s to prove you're in the top 4 in your group. You have to be, if you're Giant X, Nkoi, KC, Vitality.
Jako čudan format. Ne znam ni koliko mi se sviđa, iskreno.
Sa ovim grupama. Da, malo je, meni se iskreno ne sviđa. Mislim da je jako RNG, mislim, možda završiš samo u težoj grupi i kao šta sad? Tako da nisam nešto pretjerano ljubitelj. Nisam nužno ljubitelj RNG-a generalno u ovoliko bitnim ligama, ovako bitnim mečevima. Tako da, ne znam.
Da, nisam ni ja. Jackies je otišao Seraph, Blackfire, Thor.
Čudno. Blackfire dobro skela, ali...
Da, definitivno. Jako interesantno.
Going in from Giant X, they secured their second dragon of the game about 2 minutes ago. Ocean Soul would be superb for this team. A Gwen and a Trundle with an Ocean Soul will be happy as Larry, as they say, as we see KC trying to push in towards this top side to answer the pressure from bot. Jackie's no flash on him with the Realm Warp chasing forward. KC have found their man. Good shot.
Jackies je mrtav.
Lepo odigrao.
I dalje. Izma može da pokupi kill.
Vladi ima... O! Okej. Nismo imao pilar, još malo ima W. Ali ovaj dobija za tipa 3, 2 i... Oooo, unlucky!
Lepo od Izme.
KC thought they saw their window where everyone in Giant X had invested on bot side so they could attack the flashless Orianna, but Giant X just about able to get back in time and keep them in check. Now, you still see the tower going down in bot side for Kana, which is
Bukvalno ga je displaceovao toliko unita ka levo
You're going to have mid lane tower falling very, very
da nije mogo da konetuje flag.
Giant X back out onto the map.
It feels like an Archon rush. I'm going to be honest, with the TP coming out from Jackie's immediately, Isma is making a beeline for
Opet je samo 600 golda prednosti, tako da očigledno nije ono ni za jednu ni za drugu ekipu.
As Targamas looks to set up, but Jackie's is in prime position, has the shockwave, will keep Kana at bay for now. The Atakan down to 6,000. Targamas can't really get in here.
Pat se jako zaostaje ovdje na tempu. Ovdje je ovaj Atakan. Ako ga neko ne ukrade, mislim, ne znam. Neće se desiti. Ali tu je sad Kana. Goodbye. Giants igraju ok i onda naprave tako neki glup play, bespotrebno. Kalisto koliko damage radi samo s ovim umuramanom.
The mid lane tower web down in the middle of it, but Jackie's ends up not really getting value here for the ultimate. Only ends up getting Targamas, which means that as they start to follow through here, KC feel more confident to go forward. Jun does get a fantastic knockback, but Kana's position here is great. Immediately gets in onto the backline, which makes it good for them to play the fight. Even flashing forward to get onto
No je trollovao, ne znam šta je flashovao tamo napred da pokupi kill bezvezno.
And Kalist getting so much damage on the backline.
Giant X trying to pull off a heist there. Did get the Arsakan. They'll be 32 pedals ahead. I want to say it's about 1.5k worth of stats. It's a pretty substantial sum, but Carmine Corp are 1.5k ahead. Or 1.3 at least. Kalist.
Ne znam da si vidio da se Jensen penzionisao.
Baš sam mu pogledao klip danas. Pa dobro, mislim, šta znam. Realno otišao u Ameriku, zaradio više nego dovoljno para da ne mora više da igra. Sam možda odao onako u neko selo u Danskoj i da vrate gaj koze, nemam pojma, i da bleju. Bude lepo. Tako da...
Jensen i fizička aktivnost mi nekako ne idu zajedno.
Pa dobro, vidi nešto mora. O, Targa! O, Targa! Žu. Vidi, ne znam šta bi pre, pinguju, mid pinguju. Targa me sam dobio. Bukvalno me sam dobio ovaj fight. Prelepo. Gleo, čak je zahvatio ovo gore kogod je bio peti. Ovo je 5-man equal ult.
Šta je sa timovima i što ne prate gde se niko nalazi u fajtovima, nikako mi neće biti jasno. Da, ali kad se KC-ev early game je i dalje svaki game relativno loš kad igraju protiv malo boljih timova. Ne nešto što se meni sviđa, ali mid game i late game su im stvarno jako dobri i team fighting također.
KC are in dominant control of the game. And I think this is really where Targamas has started to shine as a support in the LEC, is these kind of moments where he gets these big engages. We saw it yesterday in the Rel as well, he looked fantastic. Now this on the Nico too. KC gonna be very, very happy with that one, and with a minute now until Baron, they can start to push in these waves, start to use their composition a little bit more, but crucially get that vision that makes it incredibly hard for Giant X to try and buy back. You just saw that.
Ne, Niko je samo dobar counter kad si streamer. Niko je counter za streamere. Jer koji streamer će da imaš, da biraš, da li ćeš da brojiš kripove ili ćeš da ti čitaš chat. Vidi, ima samo jedan tačan odgovor.
To je fora.
Sad ću ja da stiskam tab, da gledam wave, pusti me ti gluposti, to me ne zanima. To me nimalo ne interesuje.
A thing of distant memories now. The stage feels different, it seems, as they are relegated to
Kana 3000 golda ahead.
Gain a little bit of vision control.
Yeah, it's still though, for Giant X, there is kind of a light at the end of the tunnel. You're still seeing 2 items now in Oriana, the 2 items coming through for the Gwen. Like, you are far behind, don't get me wrong, but at least if you can try and find a big shockwave, you're a relatively squishy team for KC, so maybe you can find that bubble of your own and make it work, but it is definitely difficult. KC
Kad sam vidio taj komentar, bio sam u fazonu ček, sam ja lud nešto, jer ovo sad opet neko mene nešto proziva, ali kad si onda objasnio čemu je fora, onda skonto da tebe prozivaju, a ne mene.
Znaš što ja, kad streamujem Twitch, niko ti heroji samo me farmaju jer kao ne gledam u partiju. Baš tad kad bi trebao da gledam, kao da li je neko u stealth ili što god, ja sam fazonu, ja čitamo chat. Družimo se.
To je fair.
Pa vidi, imam prioritete.
Interakcija je zanimljivija.
Tako je, baš to. 7000 gold ida. Ali stvarno kakav ult od Targama sa one bilo doktorski. One je baš bilo doktorski.
KC on this top side jungle because Vladdy can round warp in at any time.
It's the quintessential problem playing against a team that has more TPs or has more globals than you. Every time you take a fight, you can just very rapidly be outnumbered, and that's what GiantX now have to try and navigate over the next few minutes. They've managed to survive through the first 26 minutes of the game, which is something that Na'Vi only just about managed to do yesterday, so credit to them. They do have 2 Drakes as well, so if they can manage to pick up a third, they get themselves.
Ne znam ja, sviđa mi se kako priča ovaj caster, kako je pun kopijuma.
The problem is, Windows so far been rapidly slammed on their fingers.
A moraju, to je kao i mi kada komentarišemo.
Jeste. S tim da realno gledano, ako KC izgubi s ovim lidom i sa Jarvan, Polu, Guardianom, Jax, pogledaj iteme, šta sve imaju čoveče. Ja mislim da je legitimno unplayable za Giantse. Možda Lucian kad završi još 2 itema i Oriana završi još 2 itema, ali ja mislim da im je legitimno ne igramo. Ezreal, midgame, Uramana, Jax sa Zonijom, Jarvan s Guardianom, još malo Rai sa Zonijom, Roa, Steraf nastakovan. Či bukvalno imaju sve što hoće. Targa ide na Frozen Heart, što je interesantna odluka, ali svakako baš je insane.
TP coming out immediately from Vladdy. I think it's a Baron call. Arguing they cleared out enough vision. Vladdy just
lepo igra Kalist, lepo igra, da.
No vision there right now for GiantX, but they have an inkling that something's going on as they immediately start to run across. Isma will see that it's already down low, but there's the follow-up and they collapse on Isma.
Goodbye.
Put into the filth. KC secure the Baron, and with no jungler on the enemy team, the only question is it Drake now or do we push first?
I'm surprised that Isma felt he needed to face check. You've 2 blue scrying orbs on both.
Pa, ako hoće da završe, mogu sad gledati odmah da završe, a ne moraju da žure, mogu uzeti Zmaja prvo.
Is kind of just put the nail in the coffin for GiantX in this game.
I'd love to see the replay of the like 30 seconds before it happened, because I think Noah and Jackie's were bot side from that. I think maybe Jackie's the red had spawned.
But Noah, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell. Obviously, Isma felt the need that he had to face check, and KC very happily took the kill and took the Baron alongside it. 29 minutes in, now almost a 10,000 gold lead for KC. They pick up their 3rd dragon of the game. Collapse happening towards the top side with the Realm Warp coming in. Lot. Well, he's got no flash. He's only level 15.
Lot.
2 level 17s collapse.
Da mi sad Lot solo kilo i bojicu.
Close, ali ne dovoljno close.
Da imamo recimo Rabadon neki uz to.
Completely taking control of this top side for KC, so it's just going to be very difficult. But Wave isn't really here, but still, they're just going to hold on to control. And like, it is kind of the slow bleeding for GiantX right now. There's just so little that they can do.
I'm going to say it's pretty quick bleeding. Like, this is exsanguination,
well, I mean,
if we're talking about.
So I'm going to trust you on this.
You need some sort of bandage, put a tourniquet on, and just hope. At this point, I don't know where GiantX are going to cut off the circulation, because their camps keep spawning, they keep trying to get waves, and every time they do, they seem to be in asystole.
It's also the safety defense mechanisms that have come through, because you got Zhonya's here, you got a GA here, so even when you're looking for that potentially big Oriana ult to come through, I mean, you could, despite Lot being 2 levels down, you can see how much damage he was actually able to do in some of these fights, but it just means there's so much safety. Jackie's
Ujoj. Ez ulti boli. Boli. Čovjek je otišao. Blackfire Torch da bolje skeluje i onda je svak slučaj otišao kriptogum. Da neutrališe to.
Mora malo da bude pun iznenađenja, kako to već radi.
A solid early game from Giant X. KC have just been the better team. They did it yesterday, they're doing it again today. Targamas, he's a minion. Oh, pulled back by the shockwave. Jun goes in.
Čekaj, to je bio dobar shockwave, samo što nemaju damage da pokupi killove. Jajki i dalje živ, ono, mislim.
For a moment it looked like Giant X have found an avenue back into the
Nema, baš im je haos ne igrivo.
And Vladdy and Kalist healthy enough to keep pushing in. Kana looking for the counter strike, cleanse away from Noah, and the flash. True Shot Barrage is coming out as well. Realm Warp in by KC as the reinforcements arrive to the party.
Kana je samo prejak. Trojica ga ne mogu ubiti.
The tier 3 in the mid lane and the inhibitor tower up towards top. Inhib will fall in mid. KC will get everything they wanted.
Sad da je Ocelot i dalje u G2, oni bi kupili Kanu od KC-a.
Tako je.
Jel tako?
Tako je, i Kalista.
I Kalista isto.
Kalista bi isto kupili, rekli bi ti si naš. To je to, easy life. Problem rešen.
Ne znam kog bi junglera mogli da uzmu.
Canyona.
Canyona, istina.
Ništa ne prašta G2, krade od svih.
Ali ne bi Caps teo da igra sa Canyonom. Zato što on želi full EU roster.
Dobro, ima toga malo, to je istina, ima toga malo. A realno ne bi se ništa Caps pitao da je Ocelot tu. Ocelot bi rekao, slušaj, ja sam tata, ja biram. Caps bi rekao, izvini. Ako to bude istina, true story.
A little greedy from Targamas, looking for positioning, looking to try and find a pick as Jackies and Jun push down.
Ti je igrao protiv Ocelota?
Solo queue, da, nisam igrao competitive. Igrao sam solo queue. Ocelot nikad nije bio dobar igrač. Ocelot je bio dobar entertainer uvek, on je bio dobar streamer.
The blue wall being built brick by brick on the back of Targamas.
Because I think at this stage it's just, oh, here we go.
Izma je mrtav. Može nije. Kana je i dalje živ.
To manage to extricate his team from Giant X's clutches.
That's a flash on Yike and Vladdy now gone though with.
Elioja jeste istina, Elioju može, što si rekao. Junglera. Ne znam ni da li ima neki bolji u Evropi. Yen 3.
Ne. Možda Oscar da roll swapuje u džunglu, vjerojatno je bio dobar jungler. Onda ne može ni inta laning fazu, jer laning faza ne postoji kad si jungler.
Može Vipa junglera, Vipo jungler je bio zapravo jako dobar.
Vipo je good, Vipo što god igra je dobar. Tako da složit ćemo se 100%.
Giant X pushing through mid here. Drake is up, Kana force up towards the top side. Has no flash, Isma's on the chase. This is Soul for a kill, it seems. It might even be Soul for the inhibitor as the Vladdy is pushing in. Now Baron is up, but do you actually win this as Giant X? Recall's gonna have to come out. They haven't got teleports.
Ne mogu oni da uzmu Barona, nemaju ni damage za Barona. Jer moraju carry da se teleportuju. Možda ne moraju, možda je Jackie dovoljno. Jackie svakako ne može pomoći u fightu zato što nema shockwave. Ono kao... Jajk krade. Krade. A Jun je bacio duplo V na Barona upravo.
Okej. Amerika ne da Inspire da nikada.
Mi su actually uzeli Barona. What? Izgubili su 2 inhiba za to, ali ne veze. Možda je worth.
It's a little sloppy, but they're kind of holding on here.
I mean, yeah, they did a great job of holding on. I thought Vladdy would be able to push in quicker, and I thought if people recall to try and deal with him, Giant X would lose the fight, but they win out the fight. Great job from Lot, marking Kalist, keeping him away from getting any of that damage down. And now with Baron, Giant X can push in. They are still 9,000 gold in the hole, and there's an Ocean Soul, remember, on KC. So, if they don't utilize the next 2 minutes very effectively, KC have still won out on the play.
I do think, though, the value of the Ocean Soul is not wonderful for KC just based on Giant X's fight.
Sure.
Because it is very burst heavy when you look towards like Jackie's and Lot then having that great follow-up that we've already kind of been seeing. And it is kind of a pick one guy and delete him. So I think from that respect, you may not get full value out of this. So for Giant X, I think you're pretty happy with that trade in general.
And right now, they're trying to continue the trade in their favor. Their third tower of the game has been felled. Kana and
Mislim kad se i dalje treba da dobiju Rise, Jax. Trebali da su dovoljno jaki.
U teoriji da, mislim da...
Ali Oriana sa Shockwaveom također ume da baš bije. Ja ne sa Shockwaveom, bože. S Rabadonom. Mislim, oni su upravo plus 6000 od ovog Barona.
Da. Trundle je baš jak. Trundle je baš prejak carry.
Evo ga Rabadon za... Oh wow, Lucian ide... Death's Dance? Je to Death's Dance?
You're starting to see the creeping of these big ticket items for guys like Lost and for Jackie's. You're almost full build here for Noah. He's just going to finish off with a Guardian Angel as well. Yes, it's a lot of gold, but it's not going to do a huge amount here.
Dobro. Čudan TP run, dosta TP.
Kako je što se ovdje dešava, što radim se ovdje?
Targamas using the clone effectively there to spot out the fact that Gwen was having a mosey, having a gander.
Nemoj zašto se fajtuju, ni Baron, ni Zmaj nije up. Uzimali su tureti, nema top lane, top turet samo. Ok, Izma, mislim, trolo je samo, su izgubili game bukvalno ovdje.
Da. O, Jajke fine. Laki za Targamasa, Lot je mrtav. Jun je mrtav od Kalista.
Da, Izma trolo je samo jako.
Imaju waveove, ali mislim da bi trebali... Šta da oni? Triple inhibitor igra Jackiza. 34 sekundi, ja ne može Jackie sam.
Pogotovo ako ga bilo, ne smije ništa, ne smije ni da priđe. Ne smije da rizikuje da ga pogodi bilo šta.
Da, neće tuku sve. Gdje je flash, a to čuva za game 2, ovo je best 3, ne brini se, polako. Ima još da se igra, nije serija gotova, ništa se ne brinite.
Jackies nema ulti, ima, pa ne mogu da kažem da Kače treba bude srećan, ovaj game... Taj mid game je bio dobar, ali late game je bio, šta se, mogli su da dobiju da Izma nije trolova.
Istina. Vidjet ćemo koliko će to ih koštati do kraja serije, imamo potenciju još jednu partiju do kraja dana. Pauza će biti neki 11 minuta otprilike, tako da za 11 minuta se vraćamo. U game broj 2 druge serije, da spostimo ovo je jedan best of 3 koji je ostao do kraja dana, tako da odo smo na pauzu i tu smo za 10 minuta.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Yeah, backhand! No! Hello! No, actually. Hello! Okay, let's go.
I'm chunking. Okay, well. He's dead, set. Nice. There's time, attack. Handel flash. Ja. Vill handel. Nice. Alistar has. Ja, då kommer Arista. I'm looking at it. Let's use. Oh my god. Come on. Bien, go. I'm fine. We can end mid, guys, I think. No. There's a bot wave. Okay.
It was one hell of a ride for this team in the first game of match of the week. Casey takes it here, but guys, any first impressions? One word to sum up this game, each of you.
Expected.
Expected? Okay, yeah. We'll come back to that later.
Surprised. A little bit surprised.
Okay, you're giving different vibes. Odo, what do you have?
Disciplined.
Disciplined. We're gonna start with that actually, because I feel like it's what Calist wanted out of Casey's split. Have we seen discipline, though? Have we seen not underestimating the opponents?
Okay, so we've seen the beginnings of discipline, because as a team, when you start building on this habit of being, restrained in the sense where you don't really go out and do crazy things that we've seen Casey throw the games over, sure, they lost the early game at points, but when it came to these crucial moments in the mid game, when it came about the objectives and how they approach it and how they grind GX to a stop and take over the map, I have seen a lot of discipline from them, so I am extremely hyped to see that more from them.
You said this good win as expected. I said surprised. Did you expect that early game from GX? That was a very good early game.
I
think they utilized Jackie's well.
GX to talk their trash on social media and hype them up and then go and play against Casey Gaming and then just get rolled over. That is what I expected, and that's exactly what happened.
Didn't get rolled over, though.
Again, it didn't get rolled over, but Casey was clearly the better team this game. Despite that early game, Casey just had way better control of the mid to late game, and the team fighting was just so in Casey's favor. I don't think you can say that GX came in and put in they put in a fight, but I still think Casey was the better team clearly this game.
It came down to two fights, right?
I mean, I think Team Fight is GX was ahead here. I actually think they did a very good job at disengaging at the Arakan initially, but they just get overconfident. They overstay their welcome, and as soon as the rest of KC members come in, they're just cleaning up in team fights. And I think List is doing a fantastic job with his positioning. He's completely untargetable, and he's just driving the game as an Ezreal.
But what about the Nico here? Because this is huge. That's such a pivotal moment when you fight for vision, and then the Nico out of nowhere when your carries have no flash. This is just lethal.
I feel like we're gonna need to open the Nico case at some point. I feel like the champion is a bit.
I mean, we saw Mickey yesterday. That was just nasty.
I think the Nico support has been a fantastic pickup for the support so far. Mickey yesterday, today with Takamas for a different reason. In the team fights, this champion is bringing a lot to the Rift.
No, so why was this unexpected, GB? Please get out of it.
Okay, did you see the damage from Jackie's here? Like, Jackie's Oriana, I think GX, they came in with a clear game plan where they said, we're rotating around the map, around Jackie's, we're going to take top turret, then they took bot side turret. There was a point in the game where Jackie's had a 1.6k gold lead up against Vladdy, and there was a point in the game where you thought going into team fights that it was going to be easier for GX to win, but then Jackie's did the Jackie's thing, and you got caught a bit inside, and then like there was some issues, you know?
Sag.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate here because we always, or like we've been hearing recently about how good GX is in scrims, and we've seen that in the early game. I felt like the early game was quite scripted up to the 15-minute mark where you take the grabs, you put Oriana on the side lane, you go with her, you make her hit the tower, get gold and funnel it into her, but after that, are you winning maybe scrims too much? Because when it comes to this period from 15 or 20 minutes onwards, when you need to slow the game down and control it, I feel like that's the point where maybe the script ran out and they didn't really have enough steam to keep it rolling.
Yeah, and I fully agree with Odo, because I feel like when you play these scrims and you get really ahead, all these adrenaline starts running, you go, you have fun, you laugh, you go in the jungle and you just kill the enemies on repeat. And you don't really take the crucial learnings from that sometimes. I don't know what's going on in GX scrims, I don't know what's happening there, but it's important to know that when you are dominating scrims, it is easy to form bad habits, because sometimes the games just play out themselves a little bit too easy, and when you go on stage, people are way more focused. They make you push yourself a little bit harder to gain that final hurdle to pass.
Is it more focused, or they give you less windows that you would have in scrims, for instance? Because it feels like it was the case here. I
mean, I would definitely say, like, in scrims, when you get ahead, people have a tendency to play a little bit looser. Even as a losing team, you play a little bit looser. See what I did? That was really funny. But yeah, in general, what happens is that people
I didn't even notice it, but sure.
People are way too easygoing sometimes. Like, oh, we can try to retake this vision. We like on stage, you sit there, you don't see anything on the map. You hear the crowd a little bit in your ears, and you're like, oh my god, they're in our jungle. How do we retake? And you are so cautious. You take every step possible because you don't want to be the guy that solo loses the game for your team. You don't want to be that guy. So you play with a little bit more caution, but the scrims, there's no stakes in the same way, so people are a little bit more carefree, I would say.
I mean, I still think GX maybe should have been a bit more careful, because Isma getting caught off guard was in like the last team fight around Raptor's bush. That definitely bet them a bit.
Okay, but they're like 8k gold down. It doesn't really matter.
I mean, I think they came back into a point where you felt like GX might be able to win again, just because they got Baron, they got objective bounties on mid turret, on bot turret. We finally got Rabadons on Jackie's as well. So I definitely felt like they were in a position where I thought maybe they can actually come back.
What about this guy that we see here on our screen?
He's so beautiful.
Had a difficult early game, but I have to say, you had some strong words about Yike during the game.
I mean, we have been talking a lot about Yike, and some people think he's the best jungler in the league, and some people are wrong. So I definitely think...
You're not one of those.
You're supposed to make the decision, make the statement.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I do think he's the best, or you're wrong. So I think Yike has always been very solid ever since he joined the league. He has the most titles in recent years, and I think he is just such a driving point in this early game of KC. He's so good at shadowing lanes and making sure the laners of KC can play their game. Now, I will say this game, I don't think they did a good job of defending Vladdy. I think Vladdy was kind of left alone on that top lane for too long. When the enemy team has a Trundle and grabs, you can't let them get these free timers to just hit your tower like that. And I want to see KC be a little bit more aware coming to next game and try to actually play the side lanes to match GX. I think if they match GX on the side lanes, they are the better team.
So does that mean the GX had the better early game?
Yeah, I didn't disagree with that.
Okay, cool. And you expected that as well?
I expected the end result.
Okay, cool.
It's just getting petty between the two of you right now.
It has to get a bit petty.
Thinking of GX on the next game, blue side, once again, we've talked about discipline, over-eager aggression, maybe. What else do we want to see?
Ooh, from GX?
Yeah.
Honestly, not much else, because I feel like this was just one of those games where even though KC was the favorite coming in, I feel like they lost because KC was just better at these crucial moments. But I feel like all the steps, all the lead up to these moments, GX did what they needed. I felt like Isma, we had critics for him in the previous split, but right now I feel like we saw a lot of confidence from him. I feel like he was controlling the early game very, very well and got GX to a position where maybe they didn't have the tools or like the strong enough tools, or the scaling was not there just yet for them to pull the trigger and win these fights. But I felt like the lead up and the structure was pretty good up until a point.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many leaks in the ship of GX. Lot for a very long time held his own against Canon, and I was surprised about that in the beginning. I think Isma up against Jack, you just hit on it. Isma is really coming into a different level we haven't seen him at in the league at all. I think Jackie's did a phenomenal job, and I always love the GX bot lane. So I think from an early game perspective, it just comes back to all the
sometimes you lose.
Mid-game we talked about. Sometimes you lose.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. All I hear is lock in. KC takes game 1, but maybe GX has what it takes to combat. Let's see what it takes for them to win the second game, maybe, and bring us a series. Casters, over to you.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Coming from Oda Wamne is it's the definition of his career, I guess. You know, over
I mean, it's almost as good as the Scar. They were winning until they lost, which is
yes. The good old Dignitas Baron throw. Let's get into game 2 though, as we see Jinx enjoying herself in the corridor that the players usually come out of. Have you guys heard of Arcane? It's this Netflix show. I think it's pretty indie.
Oh,
yeah. I'd recommend it. First season, great. They didn't make a second one. They did. Also quite enjoyable. Anyway, let's get into draft. KC versus Giant X. KC on the blue side this time. Giant X had picked on the red side. Sorry, Giant X had picked the blue side. Talia banned away. Varus once again removed from possibility. Jace against Ghana. No real surprises there. And we'll see if KC once again.
Evo je potencijalno finalna partija, doduše bila je jako blizu, tako da mi se i dalje ne možemo baš da opišemo totalno Giantse. Dosta lepo su se držali, KC imao svoje trenutke. I rekao bi da većina broken heroja jesu već pokupljena, tako da me zanima na što će ličiti ovaj draft u drugom gemu.
Imam osjećaj da su Giantsi jednog junglera od da zapravo budu dobar tim. Izma samo nije to. Mnogo ume da troluje.
Becomes pretty unkillable later on in the game if you can get that Soul Furnace stacked up effectively. KC have hovered Aurora as their first hover in every single game so far, so don't take too much stock in the fact that is currently being hovered. We'll see what they
Sion prvi pik, interesantno.
U Kanu koji dobro pada, on sam igrao Auroru na topu i lagan ima free lane. Mislim da je njemu to sasvim okej.
I don't personally like it in towards the Sion. Like, I think you can, obviously you win the laning phase, you get the push and stuff like that, but
Mislim, nije da li open za Izmu.
But eventually you can just ignore your damage and attack the wave, so you kind of lose the fight lanes. There you go, yeah. So we'll be going towards Vladdy, I imagine, in the mid lane, but I'm surprised to see that as the priority. Because I think like you're still seeing picks like
Nek mu daju, nije da li nek igra.
Even I wouldn't mind something that can do a bit more of the backline DPS as well. Like you have something like a Victor that can try and provide a bit of that buzz. There is the only taken away on the opposite side.
It looks like that's where Jackie's is going to go. Known more for his kind of mechanical execution of champions, things like the Akali I really associate with Jackie's. Instead, it is Xinxiao locked in for Giant X, and now Xinxiao will be locked in second. So still top side of the map for Giant X on the first rotation.
Xinxiao. To je novi. To je novi. Xinxiao.
For Yike. So you've got good CC, great burst potential with the Aurora and the Pantheon in that mid lane.
To je novi način.
To get on top of because he's prop up that.
Ili svi smo mi pomalo Xinxiao. Ono što imam da kažem.
KC side that can deal with the Sion, because as you were saying, he can already be so strong at taking over game. You need something that can be a bit of a tank shredder, but
Jajk je dobio Pantheona. Dok god Jajk ne igra Vi, to je dobro.
No, malo jeste smanjeno koliko se često pika.
Got a good front line as well with the Cassante already in there, Pantheon as well to block up with the Aegis Assault. So Wouldn't be surprised if we see a more traditional hyper carry here for Kalist.
The only thing I'd be worried about, I was going to say, with both Sivir and Aphelios is the being short range into an Annie makes it a little bit difficult and can be a little spooky. So probably
Šta ti kažem, sakrenem Mr. Vrlo Vajcam, tako da moram biti spreman na svaku opciju.
And then try and lean that in towards early drag.
That makes a lot of sense. Rakan banned away by Giants X alongside the Corki removed from KC.
你好，我是Zaina.
Tako je, tako je.
Jel tako?
Tako je, taj sam, tako se zovem, hvala puno. Kako drugačije?
Aphelios is their lock, as you say, short range. But you were talking a little bit about the Annie being a problem. Kasante can mark her and then just all out her out of the fight.
Jesi razmišljao da naučiš neki jezik pored engleskog?
Mislim, generalno znam dosta na nekoliko, u smislu kao da se snađem, kao što je tipa nemački, koji sam učio dosta godina. Volim da se sprdam i kažem španski od silnih serija koje sam gledao, tu znam reči, mada u suštini dovoljno da pokupim šta neko pokušava da mi kaže, što je dosta cool. Ali onako full da commitujem, ne verujem.
Da, fair.
Mislim, fore je što ima dosta stvari koje bi volio da radim, ali fore je što samo zahtevaju puno vremena i zahtevaju ozbiljan commit. I onda, znaš, to bi značilo da recimo, ne znam, moram da smanjim teretanu ili moram da ne radim nešto drugo što volim da radim i onda mi samo taj trade-off nije nužno vredan. To je u suštini, eto, neki, da kažem, TLDR.
A, na primjer?
Ja sam htio da treniram, recimo, htio sam da odem da idem na MMA ili da idem na borilačku akademiju, ovamo kod mene u teretani, koje je poprilično cool. To sam recimo htio, ali kažem, igram slučaja, kao ono, morao bi nešto da dropam, a ne želim ništa da dropam i onda... I onda to tako bude. Hteo sam idem da obaram ruke isto, treniram, imam dosta drugara koji to rade, imaju klubova, imaju svašta. To bi mi isto recimo bilo jako cool, ali opet kažem, to zahteva nešto se dropa, tako da...
Pa dobro, MMA može umjesto kardija, za ne?
Pa ne, baš, jer ja kardio ako radim, kardio radim ga pola sata. Za pola sata ću se presvući i istuširati za MMA, tako da to je, menjaš 30 minuta za sat i po par. Zato recimo sad hodam u ovom trenutku. Treba spojiti lepo i korisno uvek. I onda bude malo lakše. Svaki put kad vidim ovog Santea, sjetim se koliko mi se igra TFT. Ću morati da igram večeras. Jer je Empyrean Santo u ovom TFT setu jako šije, mnogo jak.
Ja nisam igrao dosta dugo nisam igrao TFT. Kao gledam drugove koji igraju, jer su svi oni kao high rank u TFT-u, na tipa Diamond Plus, šta već. Jedan je čak i bio, mislim blizu, mislim da čak možda bio i Master, nisam siguran. A oni kao baš sotiskaju TFT, ono, igraju dosta, znaju. Ali, kao meni se lično, ne znam, nekako... ne znam, nema mi taj čar kao što mi je imao, recimo ja sam prvi set kad je TFT tek izašao, kad je bio onako jako ubagovan, kad ga je Riot rushova, ono, da izađe zbog auto chess craze-a što je bio, ja sam taj set igrao jako puno i jako mi se je svidjelo, međutim svaki set posle toga mi nije bio ni blizu toliko zabavan. Ne znam zašto.
To je fair, pa dobro, mislim... Nađeš nešto što ti odgovara, to spamuješ. Plazna
Ne znam,
legenda.
ti igrao taj prvi set.
Igrao sam. Igrao sam skoro svaki set sam igrao. Onaj sa Helionima sam igrao malo manje, ali igrao sam čak i taj, tako da većinu setova sam igrao. Sa Blaznom sam čak bio u istoj organizaciji neko vreme. On je mnogo gotivan lik, odličan igrač, a generalno je mnogo dobar lik pre svega, tako da. Mislim, dosta naše TFT scene je jako chill. Imamo dosta TFT igrača koje znamo i braći su.
TFT je onako igra koja je dosta chill samo po sebi. Nije ni blizu kao ono liga kad igraš.
Da.
Mislim, igraš za sebe i možeš da na neki način da kao kažeš a nisam imao sreće pa nisam pobedio ili nisam se dobro rangirao. Ali, mislim, igrači koji su dobri u TFT-u, oni će se rangirati visoko svaki game, bez obzira na sve.
Istina, ne znam, meni je TFT jako goated igra.
Perhaps gifted some solo XP and gold. He will be for a little bit. The question is whether or not Jun will then join him on that top side. See Targamas and Kalis having to push out that extra wave.
Taj prvi set sa piratima je bilo ludilo. Odradiš prve dve borbe, ne dobiješ nijedan item, pogledaš na protivnički board, on ima jedno tipa 4. I kao u fazonu si, ok, mislim, samo sam izgubio, kao ne mogu ništa da uradim. Toliko je bio slab item drop rate, mislim, ne, bio je RNG jako. Ali ja sam igrao svaki game, igrao sam Blade Master, Gravesa, sa Titanic Hydrom. I lik tako dođe i ubaguje. Znači, toliko brzo ono kao, pošto ima dupli napad da dobije za Blade Mastere, i onako ubaguje samo.
To je ko Renegade sa prošli set sa Rapid Fire-om. Isto je bilo, da.
Kao, ubaguje i ti, on radi damage, ali se ne pomera, kao. Ti ne vidiš da se on pomera uopšte.
Renekton ima ista stvar, bukvalno, tako da eto, prošli set si to promašio. Ovaj set i dalje se otkriva i dalje ljudi provaljuju live na novom patchu. Ja ću streamovati TFT večera svakako. Cijelo večer samo TFT streamujem, jako mi se igra TFT, tako da baš jedva čekam.
Ima li neki taj trade koji je tako RNG? Što ja samo te igram?
Čekaj da razmislim. Trade koji je RNG.
Da, ono kao što je bio Fortune, na primjer, ili kao što su bili pirati u prvom setu. Mislim, bilo ih i posle. Ali ja ne znam imena.
To su ti economy trade-ovi. To ti je Crystal Gambit, ovaj set, samo što je jako težak za igru. Jer u suštini pre je bilo kao samo gubiš, cash outuješ i dobiješ brda stvari. A sad je mnogo komplikovanije jer trebaš da gubiš, ali također trebaš da ubijaš protivničke unite. Jer da moraš izračunato da gubiš i ako to uspeš, najjači si. Ali nije toliko jednostavno. Jer kao trebaš da čunaš, izgubit ću, ali ću izgubiti sa jednim unitom na protivničkoj ekipi. Tako da teško je, stvarno je teško, ali opet kažem, dobro. Mislim, meni je cool.
To zvuči kao moj trade. Znači, ili ću biti top 4, ili ću biti 8.
Ili prvi ili 8, da, čak ili prvi ili 8, znači toliko je Crystal Gambit, ono...
To su moji omiljeni, zato ja nikad nisam rankovao. Mislim, i kada sam igrao ranku TFT-u, uvek sam bio ono tipa Silver, Gold, Max. Zato što igram tako nešto što je ono kao, ili sam prvi, ili sam posljednji. I nema između. I zato mi je nekako bilo zabavno uvek. Kao, ali, ne znam, meni generalno TFT nije toliko zabavan kao što mi je bio Dota Auto Chess kad sam igrao.
I Dota Auto Chess je chill. Merge Tactic isto ok, ima brdo tih stvari koje su fan.
Evo ga pametan čovjek Vladi, koji ide 2 Hunting Guysa.
A vidi, zna da ako pogreši build niski će ga zameniti, pa onda mora su ozbilji.
Istina.
Nesquik. Ozbiljan je Nesquik.
Da. A mislim i druga stvar, ako dotle dođe Sakrin, ona neće moći da izdrži, tako da nezgodno je to sve.
By Jackies just to try and get a chunk out of Vladdy so then they can get control, but KC now with the push on top.
Ova partija je samo niski waiting room, jel tako? Jel tako, Sakrine? Ovaj game samo čekamo niskija da se pojavi, vreme.
I don't think the Gromp gives him enough experience for 6, and there is a Gromp fight that could happen in about 40 seconds, so it might actually be really substantial that Yike was able to steal away that blue.
Odjednom kamera će pomeriti na Vladija i ono bit će niski umjesto njega.
Oh, Noah has straight into Kalist, trying to trade back, but it's Severum and Crescendum there for Kalist. It's not something you really want to trade into. Isma did hit 6 off the Gromp, so he just had enough experience to tick over. Grub's up in 13 seconds, and with Noah so chunked out, he's going to have to back away. Lantern down. Jun wisely holding on to the crash down there before the play.
But this is a big mistake from Noah because, well, I thought Kalist was going to stick around because you've got red-white, you can do a ton of damage to those structures and actually get some of the turret plates, but it looks like Void Grubs instead is going to be their main focus, but that could have been just a massive, well, what's already a decent goal lead for Kalist, ballooning hugely.
Good ward as well here from KC to know that Isma is going for the Drake. It's the expected trade. We're on the Grubs. Your bot laner was just forced out. He's had to run back towards bot, so then you can take the Drake away.
Nema Isma dovoljno damage-a za to.
Vladdy and Targamas can be a nuisance. Grand Starfall is available for Yike. 2 Grubs already picked up. Yike looking for the engage here, comes down.
Ne, Sakri, legitimno je sub, ne trolomati. Obično te trolam, ali legitimno je niski sub u KC. Mada je assistant coach, tako su izjavili.
KC should not have tried to overforce there. Already no one reset him.
Da, jeste, ne trolamo. Rekli bi da trolamo.
And even then, KC just got blown up the second they looked into that river.
Yeah, you could see, like, the whole sequence from KC looked good on paper. We're talking about it. Take the 2 Grubs, Grand Starfall in, put the control ward down.
Kako mi KC early game nekako slabo.
Immediate turn from Giant X.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Lot is here. Like, he's ulting in, so everyone in KC has already got to piece out and just move into a completely different place. I think if I was KC in this, you just go for the Void Grubs and then turn up towards topside with those red-white guns, right? We already kind of talked about how quickly you can take it, and suddenly you're 2 plates up, you're matching the objectives, and your Aphelios then just...
Mislim, ovo kad dođu u late game, bit će ono Jinx protiv Apheliosa.
Giving that kill over. It did go to Lot in the end, so not the end of the world, but definitely hurting a little bit.
Another early game fumble as well from KC. Yeah. We saw how well they played mid-late games, their team fighting absolutely on point in game 1 of this series, but Giant X have shown in the early game they know what they're doing, they know what they're about. KC with the TP coming in from Targamas, he's on that unsealed spellbook madness once again, as is Jun. They have to keep our eyes out for whether or not they switch over to those smites. Importantly, Nerf a couple of patches ago, or last patch, only does 600 damage, and 900 damage, so at level 1 the smite is equal to Yikes and Ismas, but as soon as Yike and Isma get those treats in, it's not going to be equal. No.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised to see Targamas not going for the Guardian. Like, it was buffed on this patch as well, and when you're kind of forced to play around the burst from Jackie's, like a Flash Annie or something like that, I think the extra shield could have been nice for Kalist. It does mean he'll need to be on point with having exhaust available for some of these key fights and matching that.
300 golda u ovom delu partije.
With some good movement here. Blast coming into the Rift Tower pit to escape the vision that Lotka put down. Kana's at half HP, but he wants to go all out, so that HP doesn't really matter.
Dolazi Xinzli. Xinzhao. Stigo je.
Loti dalje živ, wow.
Loti hero, Jinx ulti. Jinx ulti u stvari klač došao ovde.
Izma?
Jaki mogu da ulta 3 puta out, ali neće.
Izma? Ja ne znam šta on lik radi.
Au, gotovo, niski se sprema. Da, niski se sprema.
Šta se dešava na to poći? Oh my god, ovo je katastrofa šta mi gledamo sa trenutno ovde. Ne znam ko je gore odigrao.
Fights in both on the solar laner's position. There's just nothing that KC can do. Giant X just have more in the tank right now.
And a 2,000 or 1,600 gold lead. Giant X absolutely to the races in this game. Noah having to back away a little bit, the wave pushing him, but Jun's on his way across. Ghost heal on this route. just for the extra mobility to get in towards the back of those fights. Doesn't have the Magnet Storm, obviously just use that in the mid lane, but really here just to protect Noah more than anything. I love what GIANTX have done in this early game as well. It's not about making sure that Noah is really fed. You can play through the other lanes. Noah will get big. You don't have to play around the Jinx. Just get him farm, get him gold, and then slowly he will come online through this matchup.
Yeah, for GIANTX, they are in a really strong position. The fact that you can use the early kills on towards Annie to accelerate her towards first item, play for that now in towards things like the next dragon, the Rift Herald play as well. Crucially get some more of that gold with the Rift Herald in towards that Jinx, and like you can shift her in towards the mid lane and use that Rift Herald. I think you're just going to be able to start this snowball going, but again, we saw this from GIANTX in the last game. We've seen it from GIANTX before. It's more about being consistent now in the mid game. You have a very clear game path on play around objectives, play for a strong team fight, just try and take
Giants još jedan dobar early game, ali vidjet ćemo kako će im biti mid game, pošto prošli put nije bio najbolji.
He survives on half HP. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kalist was the one to move here. As we saw Vladdy going down to catch the wave in bot, Kalist gets another plate to his name and a 600 gold lead for the Aphelios. Collector complete alongside the Kraken Slayer for Noah.
Jinx ide Kraken sada, ne ide Juntal više, šta?
It's kind of the go-to for a lot of AD carries now.
Yeah, I think it's...
Noah just missed a mid. Like, he autoed the same minion 3 times and missed it. Come on, man. Like, there's a reason you finished your call second.
He also missed the Canon.
Oh, God.
But
he's too concentrated on getting the animals into the arc that he can't focus on CSing.
Well, a Canon isn't an animal, so he's not focused on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But the fact that Kalista's gotten the solo XP and topside when everything was going a bit wrong for GIANTX the bottom side means that Kalista's kind of the guy that you have to rely on here. He got a couple of the plates. He is in a decent spot now with Collector. You can look to play off of this one-item spike for KC at the next dragon, but
ooh, Grand Starfall. TP's coming out from GIANTX. This is going to be very deep here.
Okay.
Lantern comes down, he flashes away, but they put the double wards on it immediately, and Yike just dived way too far. No safety from the Lantern, his soul goes in it, as KC once again falls short. Yike 0-3-0 on this Pantheon.
Yeah, the Pantheon has not been looking so hot this game. Again, like there was no need
Yike igra dobro ovaj game.
Too far forward, and GIANTX throw down the choppers and pick them off immediately.
I to na Pantheonu. Ja znam da uvek vraćam na isto, ali Pantheon trenutno je kad upališ igricu da igraš i staviš je na easy mod. Znači, hero je stvarno beyond broken. I jako je jednostavan za egzekuciju, tako da mislim da baš ne bi trebao sa Pantheonom da toliko grešiš.
Pekić je mrtav, ne može ga dobiti.
Da Kana pogodi Q.
Da, Kana pogodi nešto, onda...
Dobro, okej, Kana, nema veze. Ghost Targamas. Tiber's blok.
Nice, Jackie da. Ali i dalje je mrtav, mislim da ne može da recoila, nećemo dati. Da.
And KC, I mean, they'll get some damage on the tower, they'll steal some Krugs, but Jackie's manages to get away with his life.
Gdje je kad se odjednom našao 500 golda?
Dobro od Kane, lep soak.
Da. Tower for tower, it looks like it'll probably be in the grand scheme of things, both the damage going across the tanks. Not going to quite get that tower on the top side, but...
Yeah, for GIANTX they don't mind too much because they've already got the feats of warfare. Picking up the objectives and the first 3 kills, in fact 5 kills to nil of this game. It's a bit of gold for KC. They bring that gold deficit down to about 1.2k, but once again,
Lot će da bude ogroman, ne znam ko će njega ubiti dok Aphelios ne dobije Lordom.
They are getting first items themselves, you know, collectively Andrews, Frozen Fist and the Thunder Sky all complete for them, but it's not a good look, the early sequence of this game, because it's not even, like, GIANTX have outplayed them, but not so substantially that KC should be 5-0 down. It has been misplays that have been reacted to as the Rift Herald charges in and GIANTX get their first tower of the game. Rift Herald will be ridden down towards the bottom side. No saddle on it I wonder what it's like inside of Riftel. Good movement there from Isma. But you jump into the
Šta je upravo pitao Caster? WTF Casteru, chill. Chill Casteru, chill. Chill Casteru, ne ovako.
Medic.
Sus.
Susi. Mislim, Izma ga može samo ultovati. Jackies ga je rasturio. Ali nema veze. Ovo su Giantsi. Ovo su Giantsi jednostavno. Ovo je njihov tim.
Uff. Blaga miskomunikacija, nema veze.
It was suboptimal in conjunction, but Kana did the right thing and Vladdy did the right thing.
But yeah, Kana just going for the engage on this bottom side. The TP coming through means that they're able to get into...
Što najsmešnije je Jackies da je odmah bacio ulti tu, oni bi možda mogli da ubiju Kanu. Njih dvojice zajedno. Ali Jackies je krenuo da beži, dok se Izma tukao sa Xanteom.
Mislim da meta AD carry i dalje malo je čudna. Ono nije nužno nešto pretarno turbo definisana.
In a deficit as next up we have a Drake and an Artican
Lot zver. Sunfire u Unending u Jackshaw.
Da, on je samo na konju.
Red buff is pulled back, the stun onto Yike Blast Cone gets him to safety for now. He will have to forfeit his red buff. That Bramble back will go into the hands of Giant X.
Allowing Lot to push in this top
side
as well.
Koliko mu damage radi.
Dragon in 50 seconds is going to be the next main focus. Atakan is on the top side, which makes it a little tough, but that's why there's just so much vision on this top half of the map for Giant X. They could spot out if KC are trying to rush the Atakan while they go towards Dragon. But as you say, Hextech
-1
so strong in this position.
Za Vladija.
Vladdy missed the cannon as well. Look, it's just one of those days, guys, okay? CSing is hard.
This is why we lost MSI.
Baš su rute skasteri, nisam skoro čuo da ovako prozivaju igrače.
Neka meni daju, ja ću otići tamo. Svaki mjesec bit ću kažnjen, onako, morat ću da platim fine neki, jer sam pozivao igrače.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. They're pinging it immediately. They're going for it. Importantly, Lot and Jackies both have their teleports as Kana continues to push in. Takes that top tier 1. You gonna TP to top? I don't think so. It's an Atakan.
Jax, Jinx sa Hextech Drakeom ne bi bila neće biti za ono. I sad će Lot da uradi da ušete da ukrade sa Q, mislim.
Can he get in? Good hook from Targamis, forces Jun on the back foot, but he dodges it well. There's the Magnusol follow-up, landing on the threes, and Jackie!
Šta su, i još su preživjeli. Ajaj. Čekaj, never mind, nisu preživjeli.
Ok, Giantsi ga lepo vraćaju ovdje, nema šta.
Giant X are able to get in position, but it's a good call. Like we talked about Giant X having vision on this top side to try and see if this was going on, but after that vision was cleared out, Giant X weren't able to fully get there in time. And honestly, I think for KC,
probali su sve da urade da zaustavi Jackies da ne baci ulti. Nisu stigli na kraju.
Is how much the value of Atakan is. So the fact you almost trade even, like it's a couple kills in the difference, you're going to be pretty happy, especially with the way that this game is going.
I think you're happy enough as KC. The problem is...
Yeah. Aphelios flash.
Aphelios burn flash. It's not a problem for Giant X. They'll be pretty happy with it.
Drago mi je da su nam pustili tih 7 sekundi što je rekao da nema flash.
Malo moramo da imamo sav info ovog sveta.
I do agree. I think it's just the fact that you now have some sort of combat power to match the 2k gold lead Giant X has.
Vladdy was placed with the zap there.
Vladdy je mrtav, ja mislim.
Nema ni ulti flash, da.
Ali je Jinx također, ja mislim, broken sada.
Not quickly enough there for Bladdy as he falls down. Giant X will get a tier 2 and continue to extend their gold lead.
Već je Jackie zostaje mu bre solo gold.
3.7 as Casey once again are looking for that miracle. You're looking for the 5-man pot blossom. You're looking for some way back into this game, but you don't have the same tools that you had in game 1.
Yeah, and you don't even have the firepower either. Like, sure, the Adacat helps, but as you were saying, like, you've got 2 items in Zephelios, he still needs another one. You've already got that last Whisper, and Noah now picking up that other kill as well. Has started what was initially be a lead for Kalist.
Samo Mata coach možda spasi. Pobestili, nema hrane za mene, kat. Do Sabatona, do 1. decembra. 4 mjeseca. Najduži i najjači od sad.
Evo i...
Solidan try hooka.
Ok, nevermind, nisu... Ovoga puta nisu isti. Dovoljno su jaki da ne izgube taj imp. Ali moglo je biti loše. Jinx trapove na teleport? Nema trapove.
From Bladdy with the 2-fold hex in the weirding will delete the minion wave and force Giant X to back away. Kana steps in, good crash down, locks him up. They're trying to avoid the wall for the all-out, takes the lantern, Isma dives back forward, but doesn't find any purchase. JC will be able to catch this wave once again up towards the top side, but Giant X are making them work for every step they take.
Sajna za Sabaton neće jesti. Uopšte.
Ne, za Sabaton ću jesti. To je play, znači do Sabatona ne jedem i onda tu jedem. Prvi dan Sabatona idem u neki all you can eat da streamujem koliko mogu da pojedem.
Aha, ja sam mislio da katuješ, znači jedeš manje do Sabatona, a onda za Sabaton ne jedeš uopšte.
Ne, to nema smisla, zašto bi to radio? Ne, katujem do Sabatona, kad krene Sabaton prestaje kat. I onda jedem normalno.
Ne, ali, znaš koja je onda fora? Onda kažeš, ako hitujemo ovaj gol, onda ću da jedem. Znači, vi odlučujete da li će vaš streamer da preživi ili ne.
Ne, pa oni bi rekli, unsubovali bi se. A svi bi unsub kliknuli. Ne. To nikako. To se ne događa, taman posla.
Ok, Yike ga samo apsolutno randanuje ovaj game. 1-5, kaže, Pantheon. Wow, Kana je živ, actually. On možda nije tako loše, Jinx ne može da udara. Nema range. Kana šta radim.
They finally find something in this game. It's not enough for now, but they have killed the enemy jungler with Drake up in 10.
And a Pantheon that can ult back in, but you see here, Yike ends up going straight into the hands of Giant X as he tries to move out of his jungle. They end up picking him off, but Kana survives for so long on the opposite side here and positions himself where Kalist can actually get good damage. The Infernum ultimate doing some good work, and then as well as Isma just getting mowed.
Kasante je heroj svih vremena, definitivno jedan od heroja. Šta je on sad preživeo tu?
Da. Yike zna priču. Mislim, Giants još se nisu imali potrebe da zavijaju Kanu. Mogli su da ga puste da pobegne, set-upuju Vision, set-upuju Zmaja, uzmu Soul, završi game. Ali ne, mi ćemo da damo im jednog Zmaja, damo killove i sad ćemo da startujemo Barona da nam ga ukrade Yike, svak slučaj. Ili Targamas, pošto i Targamas ima smite.
They will just flop their way back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, especially when Yike has the Grand Starfall flash as well to get into the pit. It would always be a little bit of a risky 50-50 with the Lantern to get him back out. So Giant X caught it off, but they did get the TP from Vladdy at least, but they may... Okay, yeah, they are going to finish it up here.
They will just back away, go down towards that bottom side, get the red buff over to their team. Casey now trying to get some vision control, some purchase back in the game in their own jungle. They don't have vision on the Baron right now. They kind of assume it's not happening as they put the Lantern down. They'll know for sure. triple Oracle's alteration for KC will help them clear out a little bit of vision, but you can see the quads for Giant X. They really want to make sure that KC are always in the darkness.
And KC are just trying to funnel everything into Kalist here. He's taken that bottom side jungle, he took the last mid wave, he's taken this one as well. So I'm assuming he's very, very close to his third item as well, and that's all that KC want to try and play for.
Yeah, you can see he's 1.7k behind, but he's still the second highest on his team, just below Kana and Vladdy down at 9,000.
Amo su previše behind u gold overall.
Basically 3k behind the enemy carry.
Jinx nema Infinity još, do duše to je bar nešto.
But she doesn't do it via consistent DPS. It is a big tibbers, a big stun, and then a few...
Ali Kalishi, onako krituje, on baš radi puno damage u svojim itemima.
That's why you've gone for the Void Staff, because you want to penetrate some of that magic resist, but most of the job here for Giant X rests on Noah's shoulders, as it rests on Kalist's shoulders in terms of raw damage output. Giant X deny the vision in the pit once again, Drake up in 3 minutes, so this is kind of the dozy-do, the ring around the rosy that we'll be playing for the next while or so. Giant X just playing off 2 waves, ignoring bot entirely, knowing they want everyone here when a fight begins.
Yeah, I think the Giant X at this stage kind of need to feel a bit braver. The Kalist isn't in a position where he's
Giantsi, evo je onaj problem kada uzmete sve na mapi i onda nemate zašto, morate čekate. Jer ima sad ostaje ili da se fajtaju, ili da uzmu top turret, ili da setupuju barone i ono, manje više da ga flipuju. Jer KC nema razloga da ide tamo, dok se baron ne startuje.
You can talk about reset, go next, just play the game that's in front of you, but if it's in our minds, it's definitely in the player's mind.
Reset, go next, mislim da više zvuči za KC kako su krenuli, ali ajde. Sad ćemo da imamo. Negiro hook.
Of a full stop than anything else, as Rim becomes lightning just short on Kana, both these top laners so tanky now, 3 items apiece. They're very willing just to step up and be those meat shields for their teams.
With Lot's ultimate down, though, becomes a little bit more of a bluff, let's say, for Giant X, where, yes, they can contest as they fall back, and you have to walk into the desk. Oh, wait a sec.
Massive stun on
Okej, lep ulti. Lep ulti od Jackie-za. Lepo ih je pronašao.
Yeah, especially because the Felios was shown on that top wave, so as like KC, you just end up fall back. You don't need to just play for the red, and you have no real ease of engage because Jun didn't have the flash to try and follow up, but if you just continuously walk into the decimating smash, that's going to be the easy setup then for Jackies to finish you off.
And Giant X will get the Baron 30 minutes in, 12 kills to 6, 6,000 gold their lead, Drake up in 40 seconds.
Da li se tvoje mišljenje o KC-u promenilo?
KC in game 1 needed a 5-man pop blossom to turn it in their favor. Here Giant X have been methodical, yes, slower than it could have been, but still a patient, controlled play to gain control of the map. As I say that, Jun just goes in! The Magnus Storm down, but they're 2v3! Isma diving forward, the Severin will heal Kalist up with a Moonlight Vigil. Kana flashes in, Grand Starfall out as well.
Kana mislim da je istrovo što je flashova.
Da. Kalist flashovu, o možda?
Da, Kalist.
Ne, Vladi, ne, GG. Penta za no! Lepo. Scream Gods.
A commanding performance against KC in what looked a little dicey at the start.
Wow, Pentu je to bio.
Iskreno, ne izlazimo lice igrača KC-a, baš nisu pretjerano oduševljeni.
Pa ni ne treba da budu.
Slažem se, ali...
2 gima za redom im je early game, im je jako slab.
Moraju da smisle šta im je činiti pod hitno, jer... Mislim, kažem, ja od svake ekipe koja sad pretenduje da igra Worlds očekujem da će... da će on odigra jako čisto, a očigledno grešaka na sve strane, tako da šta da se radi. Svakako, pauzica, 11 minuta, finalni game, znate priču, tu smo nakon pauze za finalni game broj 3.
Johnny will flash him with a weirding, won't escape. The disintegrate enough to get him down. Locked with the Roar, the Slayer, the Soul Furnace.
Nice! Mega winning top lane finally, 2v2. All the lost ones in scrims.
I can look behind, okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm behind them.
Xeno flash. I can kill him.
I need no flash,
Yeah. Don't wait there, slowly. Okay, He's no.
Kill them.
Fine, Shri. He's go nice. We are kind of fighting here, 1-2v3.
I can't be there.
Sinis is dying. Oh, what the? Kill him. I go. Kill him all. Nice! Penta. Oh shit. Nice! No, watch out. I should. It's Penta. Let's go. I didn't sit him, I didn't
When we say take the portal, take portal!
And a pentakill for Noah and the final touch here in this comeback game from GX here in game 2. Guys, amazing. I didn't expect the Fnatic flash emote at the end, but yeah, a perfectly maneuvered composition on GX.
Yeah, but you know what's expected? ADCs, when they get 1 kill in a teamfight at 40 minutes, they start screaming pentakill even though they have no idea what's going to happen next, and the Aurora just flying over the wall and giving it to him.
I mean, if you're playing Jinx, it's bound to happen. The moment you get excited, that AoE damage, if you had the pleasure of playing AD carry every now and then.
Oh, I'm already screaming pentakill.
Yeah, you would! Exactly!
If it's laning phase, I get 1 kill, I'm already screaming.
Oh my god, salty top laner. You don't know that, but you got to experience it.
I got 1 pentakill, and it was the saddest pentakill of my life. So
okay, Grandpa, let's take you to home. It's fine. Let's talk about this game.
Don't remind me of your pentakill, Oram.
What's against you?
That's just vile bringing that up when I'm sitting right next to you.
Oh no. Okay.
Get that support.
I want to mention what Giroto said before the series because we gave them a lot of stuff for, let's say, the audacity that they had to think they were good. And at the end of the day, they chose Group A because they think they're more comfortable against KC than against Fnatic. Do you see it now? Do you see what he meant? Do you see the vision Giroto had, Finn?
I mean, I feel like the logic you're going for here is that even though KC and MKOI are the top teams, so to say, in our league, which they are, and they should be represented as such, but they are also a little bit more inconsistent. We have seen that. Okay, I see.
Did you see Fnatic yesterday?
I'm saying that we have seen inconsistent performances from KC, from MKOI, especially during regular season. But in the previous split.
But I got ganked by Fly. Ganked by Fly.
It's not the first time.
Not the first time, yeah. But so to bring it back, I think the reasoning also where they feel like KC is a better matchup than Fnatic is because realistically, what we've been riding on the whole train of the KC squad was that Kana is a monster, and outside of that, everyone's contributing and taking turns at being the carry. And maybe with Fnatic, they just have more individual lane power because that's also the style that we see GX go for. It feels like they're heavily reliant on their bot lane 2v2 going well. For Jackie's getting ahead, and now finally, Isma is just leveling up, winning early games for their team to provide leads and to facilitate everyone to lead into that mid game and being ahead.
Okay, Isma, the maestro of the early game for GX. We agree on that?
I don't know if he's the specific maestro just yet, but I mean, we were used to seeing an Isma where every now and then, I still feel he leveled a bit up in Spring where they started dictating invades through him, but it always felt like there would come moments where they just grieved those invades, they fell behind, and that was kind of it. But I definitely feel like this is setting the stage for Isma to have this best split of his career in the LEC.
All right.
Look, I don't want to be a serious one, Andy.
I think you're going to be a serious one, Andy. Let's go.
I think Isma, I need to see more from him than to be that sure that he's going to have leveled up, because I still see an Isma where when mid to late game hits, sometimes he's a bit too fast at phase shaking, sometimes he's not synced up with his support, and sometimes he has these individual oopsies, even in the early game, that kind of can cost them a lot. And I need to see a more consistent Isma and an Isma with more patience.
Finn, no one is perfect. Like, okay, we've seen plenty of games from you and from me, and I mean, we are happy we didn't get GB to see, but everyone takes turns inting.
Bro. We know how it goes.
Everyone takes turns inting, and sure, if I'm trading an Isma, where early game, he's giving me leads, right? For maybe inting a little bit at minute 35 and losing a game and getting caught, that maybe it's probably going to make me upset, I'm taking this sort of early game consistency a lot more often.
All right. Have we seen a recovery though from game 1? Because it felt like in the last team fight, I don't want the whole responsibility to fall on Isma, but do you feel like he made things better for his team? this game,
I
this
feel
time
like
around?
GX as a team was just way more disciplined. I want to go back to that word from Otto as well, because it feels like this compositions they had here, it was almost impossible to screw up, right? You have a Rel and a Sign as a beefcake. You can enter pretty much any zone. As long as no one's really overstepping where they should be on the map, there shouldn't be an issue when you get this kind of early game lead. And I still think it continues to be GX with a very solid early game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be a pessimist, you know?
Go ahead. No,
but I remember
this is the new
I
you.
remember when everyone was calling Misfits the best team in the league just because they drafted Jinx and Sign every single game and they just keep getting pentakills and sniping people with Jinx ults. I need to see GX be able to
they
execute.
can only do it once.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I need to see GX be able to execute a comp with a little higher threshold of failure, because I feel like this comp was very simple and they executed very well. But I want to see more, because GX are talking like they are the top dogs, and to me, these two games haven't convinced me that that statement is true yet.
Finn has been very passionate about this GX cockiness. I like it.
But okay, KC wins game 1, GX wins game 2. What have we learned so far from both teams, would you say?
GX early game kings, I guess.
Okay. And on the side of KC, what has been missing? Early games, we've seen that against Navi
I mean,
as well.
I just feel like Vlad has been kind of disconnected in a lot of the plays. He keeps getting caught off. He keeps getting left alone. He's like pressuring when he needs to be a little bit more careful. Maybe he's not asking for the team to help him, to cover him. Maybe they're playing around a different player. I'm not sure. But I remember him getting caught in midway of this game by the Annie flash ult. I remember last game, he was getting caught on Silent on the rise. I need to see him be a little bit more patient when he's alone and try to include himself more in the plays that Yike and Targamas was making.
Now, when it comes to draft, you were talking about Misfits and the whole spamming, hyper-scaling AD carry. Good news, fearless draft. We cannot do that anymore.
You get
so
no
what are we gonna
Aphelios,
see
you get
here?
no Jinx. That's pretty good.
No
So
Kastante, no Sion.
What does it fall onto? You want to have front to back, easy execute composition. That's what we've seen so far from both teams. But what are we looking at here?
What I have liked is Jackies. I think he's had a super strong series so far, and I think he was the main character of game 1, and I think he has some great annuals in this game 2 as well. And I want to see them keep drafting into these skirmish heavy mids together with a strong early game jungler, because I think that's what's working for GX. Isma being able to be freed up a little bit due to this prio and this lane pressure that Jackies has been having.
All right, empower Jackies on the side of KC now, unless you want to compliment about GX.
So I think as well, with Sign out of the picture, with Kasane out of the picture, with Mbessa and Jay still being in the picture, you're looking at a good champion pool for Kana as well, where you can't just take a champion that's going to be able to absorb this pressure. Even on lane swaps, it's going to be harder for the teams now, because there's not so many good top laners to just absorb if they go into weak side.
Exactly, I feel like this has been pretty much a team-wide problem for KC, and that's also why I feel like Yike has been kind of struggling today. I feel like he's being forced to kind of match, go everywhere, put out the fires, and that's also coming from the lack of individual firepower. I feel like there hasn't been this traditional formula that KC has where they have strong top laner, strong mid laner. I feel like, you know, they take turns having one or the other in each game, and I feel like now maybe further down the pool, further into the uncomfortable zone, maybe they can finally get this, because the bot lane has been going quite well for KC.
Prediction, who takes game 3?
Well, Finn has a clear expectation.
Yeah, we know that.
I expect KZ to win.
All right, GB.
Really?
What do you have?
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I do agree with Finn, but I don't want to agree with him, so I'm going to say GX wins today. What do you feel about that?
We don't care what you feel about that.
You are entitled to have your opinion, as long as it might be.
We have, I'm sorry, I would love to hear your prediction, but we won't. We have Isma on the sideline, actually, with Draco, so I want to hear his thoughts coming into this game 3.
Justice for Odo, man.
Thank you very much, Laura. I am joined by Isma ahead of this third game. Isma, you were super dominant in the early game, games 1 and game 2. What's the secret to success? How do you replicate that going into game 3?
I think I have really good early game plans, like till 20. But sadly, like after I make still some big mistakes, like going too deep, like not understanding my zone, like where I need to play and stuff, and often going too deep. But I mean, I'm confident for the game 3, to be honest. I'm really confident.
Do you feel like after that first game, now that you've rallied in the late game, that game 3 will be exactly the same thing as we saw in game 2?
I think so. I mean, okay, to be honest, they hinted a lot. I think they really hinted a lot to give us free fights. So we get like fed for fun, kinda. But I'm really confident for the game 3.
All right, good luck, brother. You can get back to the team. Thank you so much. We're going to send it back up to the casters. Confidence for game 3. We'll see if KC ends it again.
And we're back for game 3. The question is, will it be Giant X or KC that bring out the win? Because Giant X, like, in all actuality, I thought back on it, KC only came back in game 1 because of a great Pop Blossom.
Yep.
Before that, they were losing pretty substantially. I think it was like 1.5. I say pretty. They were losing a bit. Giant X in game 2 didn't give them the pop blossom, partly because Nico and it's fearless, but also partly because they played a little bit more patiently. KC have not looked good in the early game. Against Na'Vi, even then, they didn't look amazing in the early game. And they were able to pick out the win in the end. But if Giant X don't give them anything in the early game, KC once again are looking for something truly special to get them back in these games.
Yeah, and I agree. Isma has had the better of Yike for a large portion of this series, especially when it comes to the early game. So I definitely am going to be keeping my eyes out on what happens with jungle picks here, because a lot
Finalna partija. Game broj 3 Casey, Giants i Casey uzeo plavu stranu, očigledno plava se vraća kao najjača strana ikada. Svi je konstantno biraju. Na šta će ovo da liči, ne znam. Casey spustili su loptu u zadnjem gemu, moramo da priznamo. Tako da vidjet ćemo da će uspjeti da uradi išta ovdje. Obično zadnji game serije bude Stomp. Čemo da li će to da prati istu metodu i dalje.
Sve mora da radi na svom early gameu. Ovo je problem već drugi split za redom. Kao jedno igrati protiv Na'Vija koji ima Larsena koji ništa ne radi. I a drugo je igrati protiv tima koji zapravo proba nešto da uradi u early gameu. Šta će biti kada dođu protiv G2-a ili Koja?
We'll have to see where Giant X decide to go. With the Talia already removed, Azir currently into it. Victor is the ban, so will Vladdy go towards that Azir? Do you want to first pick it as well? Because if you don't, Jackie's and Giant X will be very happy to take it away. It looks like Vi...
Desiračke doktore, let's, pa let's, radi se let's. Večeras će biti stream TFT-a. Večeras se spamuje nov TFT set i to ozbiljno. Da plan za večeras se završi s ovaj Let's Game, pauzica jedno 45 minuta pa se gleda film i onda se igra jedno 3-4 sata TFT-a večeras. Da se malo klajmamo. Krenula sezona pa te resetuje pa me dropuje, u bronzu me dropuje na početku. TFT je baš ono grind od nule svake sezone.
Ja se baš trudiš u ranku ili ono kao igraš radi reda?
Igram šta god, ali ove sezone ću da dođem do mastera, to mi je play. Obično stignem do Diamonda i kvitam jer ljudi počnu previše znoje. Sad ću ja malkice da se znojim, tako da to mi je plan. Ne previše, ali malo.
Znači kardio van game-a, kardio u game-u.
Tako je, da, to je. To je ok opcija. Azir, Zaya, Rakan izgleda kao draft u game-u 1. Rumble, Vi također da prođe ovoliko kasno.
My plan here for Giant X would be, okay, we take the Kai'Sa on this next rotation, Kai'Sa Zaya, fine in that bottom side of the map, and then you open up in these next rotations for looking at a potential Silas for Jackies into the Silas.
Poppy je apsolutno banovan, stalno, znači ne prolazi. Jedino u best of 5 možda, ali...
And it means that you can ban the Wukong and potentially Sejuani and set yourselves up really well here, but not that's going to be taken instead. I would imagine maybe a Kai'Sa ban might be coming through here for KC.
It's definitely possible. The Wukong's going to get taken away by Giant X. Ari banned by KC. Ari Vi obviously just such a good combo, right? But you can still look towards something like the Silas if you're Jackie's in that mid lane. You could even go for something with more assassination potential. Akali would really struggle into the Azir in lane, but does have a lot of burst.
Could also go for the One here for Jackie's as well, with the Rumble already providing that damage in the top lane. The only thing is, with the Zaya on the opposite side, you're kind of neutralized in trying to go for the AD carry, so an early Zhonya's pickup for Azir would then kind of neutralize again the Yone and the Vi, but you can always stagger those two engages, but we'll have to see what the plan is. I still kind of like the Kai'Sa ban here just because it limits what Noah can do, but it's actually going for the Ziggs instead.
Ziggs banned away does give you good poke, and like it's one of those with the Yone. Ziggs bot lane does make sense because you're spreading your damage out a little bit. Vi, Yone is physical, then Rumble of Ziggs is that magic damage. Noah has brought out the Ziggs before. In fact, did it against G2 for Fnatic in that game 3 of the finals. Now, Corki locked in. We've seen that banned out by KC quite a lot, so it's physical damage from the bot lane. Giant X obviously already know the bot lane they're playing into. I like the Nautilus and the Corki into Rakan specifically. You can hook him out of his grand entrance, but also the Valkyrie out from the Corki just gives you a bit more safety. KC looking towards their jungle lane. Is it just box standard? Are we just going to go good DPS, tanky frontline? Are we going to see a Stalno?
Tajna, znaš što sam ti rekao za Niskija na Discordu?
Dobro. Da.
Ja sam u pravu bio. Kasteri lupaju gluposti.
Znači oni trolaju.
Oni trolaju, da.
To zvuči legitimno. To zvuči kao nešto što rade strani kasteri uvek, tako da lagana priča.
Niski prošli split nije igrao supporta za SK Gaming, nego za Vitality. Igrao je za SK Gaming pre, znači na kraju prošle, to je prethodnih, od decembra 2023. do oktobra 2024.
Nemoj da mi zameriš, oni samo ne znaju. Ti samo bolji od njih.
Da. Ljudi su me... Rekao, da li je realno da se ne sjećam za koga je igrao? Troluju me moje kolege.
Ne znaju, neozbiljni su jako, ali dobro.
Kacija ima strašan draft zapravo.
Možda su obe ekipe dobile stvari koje hoće. Kana na Galiju, mislim, okej, ajde. Malo, ja ne volim to da vidim, jer kao... Ono, čovjek je stvarno predobar carry igrač i sad igra stvari koje baš nisu... Ano, Galio, koliko hard carry oriented, pogotovo će igrati dosta... Više tanki verovatno, ne ono će biti full AP, pogotovo ne na topu.
Da, razmišljam ako imaju nekog tanka da daju Kani, Ornn, mislim, Kasante su mu dali, ali Ornn recimo, ako je baš neki pure tank.
Movistar Koi still there, defending champions from spring. Definitely a team to keep your eyes on. But against like Navi, Vitality, like these are wins that you expect to pick up. A win against KC here could be massive in securing that second place.
It really can. Like it is a bit of a different format this split in the LEC. We're doing this group format with two separate groups: KC, Movistar, Giant X, Vitality, and Navi in one of the groups, Fnatic, G2, SK, BDS, and Heretics in the other. So because you're only playing 4 best-of-3s in the regular season, every single win is so important. Even the game score can be really important. KC perhaps will be dismayed that they've lost the game here, because if MKOI just 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0,
ja čujem Navi, da, čujem Navi, dobro, još ja tripujem, rekao sam lud. Što naviju za Navi kad Navi ne igra, ali... Ali izgleda ipak možda i malo igraju.
Živ je Navi, umro nije.
For his troubles, it's lethal tempo on the Azir into the electrocute on Jackie. He's going aggressive on this Silas, looking for those bursty trades whenever he can.
I think it also makes sense because when a lot of the trades that you want to take is utilizing stuff like Taste of Blood to make sure that you can try and get these decent trades in and try and be a little bit safer, or sorry, get the heals through aggression in the lane. If you're ever passive in this lane, it is just not going to go well for you as the Silas. So we'll be keeping our eyes to see how effective Jackies can be, but it does mean that for guys like Yike, when you have a Skarner that's coming from many different angles and catch people off guards, and you want to play aggressive, you need that early vision control down to enable that. So it's going to be how can Jun and Isma get that vision control down to let Jackies play aggressive in the lane.
Something Jun and Isma have been doing really well is teaming up through that jungle support synergy in this series so far. We've seen them on the same page a lot, which is not always what was happening in winter and spring. Lot pushed in early here by the Galio. It's a common counter matchup, and we always talk about it when it comes out, but Galio obviously with the magic as a shield, with the ability to taunt the Rumble if he gets too close in the Winds of War, and then those massive slamming auto attacks can be a little bit difficult for the Rumble.
Jackies polako, ne u kulu, ne u kulu. Ne u kulu, Jackies.
Jackies as well, who falls down to 150 HP, pops both of his potions to try and survive. The hook's gonna land here. Aftershock for Jun means he's tanky enough to survive. Noah trying to avoid the feathers because that blade caller could root him up. And Targum is still 5 seconds away from having his grand entrance back up.
Both junglers are down on this bottom side though. There is a ward to spot out if I tries to come through River though, already placed, but potential here to try and make something happen is
Da, mislim, kace imaju...
Nicely done, but here's Isma.
Je solidno.
O, imaju.
Ovu. Čun je... mrtav da. Ja mislim da je Izma flashao, da je promašio Q flash. Mislim da nije nikoga knock-upovao. Nije dohvatio nikoga. Tako mi deluje, kao na replayu ćemo vidjeti, ali tako mi nešto deluje.
Moguće se nameće vidjeti replay pa da možemo prokomentarišati malo bolje.
Enemy met by Isma. John is here. No support for Yike means that he will just have to accept that double scuttle is going over to the Giant X jungler.
Also, Jackie's did get the reset, so he's full health. You got John here. There's just too many people that are in that area, so just going to end up backing away. And Yike, I think he's going to be still fine with the fact that he just got that early kill and has put a bit of a dent in towards Kalist's plan in this bottom side of the map. But now, I think, Swap's going to come through, as Jonah's already in this top side, and Noah is starting to make his way up here as well.
Just a reminder, the summer finals are coming up in Madrid. And there'll be, all the tickets are already on sale. Started on the 2nd of August. You can jump onto lec.gg/Madrid to get them. Last time we were in Madrid was for the road shows in spring. And I know everyone there had a whale of a time, so I'm sure...
Ne daju nam replay. Dobro. Hvala im.
Ja, možda izme neki ugovor, ako fejla da ne sme se pusti replay da izgleda bolje.
Da. On će ga dajovat svakako i Yike tu također, nemam... Izma je... lep dodge. Lep dodge od Lota. Lep dodge jako.
Yeah, they just needed to make sure that Lot lost this minion wave because you're seeing the same is about to happen in that top side for Liz.
Lot, that was greedy from Lot, trying to step back.
Lot, šta radi on?
Isn't level 6, doesn't have the equalizer, dodges away from the grand entrance.
Baca Dendro.
Čovjek se Vejm je dodžovao.
Da.
Katastrofe, šta im je uradio čovjek? Slomio im noge skroz.
I cannot believe that Lot managed to survive that. I was convinced he was going to go down, but...
To je neverovatno da je to upalilo zapravo njegovo. Toliko je gridovao.
Again, like, I'm in shock.
I mean, that was great. Like, the evolution of Lot is a story I am here for. Coming
Lepo,
into the
lepo, baš lepo.
scene really is all that, but moments like
No, ovo vidimo, replay.
Kažem ti imaju ugovor neki.
Joj, i onda ovdje dođe Karkamansa.
Inzo, War.
Katastrofa daju. Ajoj.
Polomio ih, bukvalno ih polomio.
He dodged everything. He dodges justice points, gets caught in the taunt.
Vadi fazonu, momci, a nemojte to da radite, ono, zamenit će vas niski.
Niski gleda i smeška se. Sakrin gleda i ne veruje.
As we see the Emperor's Divide coming out, hook from Jun, not quite connecting Hero's entrance there to back up Vladdy. It was used at the right time, but it wasn't really needed in the end because of how Vladdy was able to remove himself from a sticky situation. Equalizer popped down by Lot in the top side just to clear out that wave. And although Giant X have had
Lot, ne sjećam se kakav je bio prošli split, bilo mi je, ne sjećam se da li je bio okej ili ne. Ima će da bio ono kao prosječan, da ima dobrih gemova, da ima loših.
Mislim da jeste, da, bio je ništa spec što bi se reklo.
Jackies mi je u boljem sećanju ostao. No, ja imam osjećaj da si ga ti flameovao, ne sjećam se, da li je to možda bio drugi neki mid laner.
Ne, to je bio
Camilo.
Tako je, Camilo. Ne, Jackies je počeo nevjerovatno. Njega smo hvalili od kad je došao u suštini u u lec, uzeći obzir da je došao i izvukao jer on najbolje što može. Pokazuje Jona, pokazuje takve heroje koje niko drugi nije smeo da igra, tako da... Jackies je pokidao.
They are going to try and fight around it. Yike will secure the first grub. Giant X now gain control of the river, and Casey respecting them, backing away.
It's good use of Giant X on understanding Vladdy's cooldowns.
Kad se early game ozbiljno, znači ja ne mogu da verujem da 2 splita za redom jedna te ista priča. Ok, ajde, split je tek počeo, ali stvarno ne sme da se događa early game ovako. Mislim, ovo je treći game za redom, da su pustili prvog zmaja i grabove, ono, u stvari prvom game su oni uzeli, ali su pustili 2 zmaja, čini mi se, s druge strane.
Ja, slažem se, moraju da se podhitno isfokusiraju i vrate u neku normalu, jer ne mogu tako da igraju. Jednostavno, mislim da ekipa koja je stvarno, mislim da ono hoće na Worlds pretenduju da budu najbolji u Evropi. Mislim da je opcija gdje gubiš early to mid od nekih ekipa koje stvarno ne bi ni trebale da budu u toj priči. Nije baš optimalno. Mada kažem, Giantsi, ajde. Svaki put na početku leca Giantsi izgledaju jako dobro, tako da... Šta znam. Giantsi su samo prvih nekoliko nedelja najjače ekipe i kad je onda opadnu jako.
Da, definitivno, slažem se. Mislim i ovaj game Giantsi imaju, bit će im teško teamfightovati. 3 melee heroja, 4 melee heroja gledamo Nautilus, ali njega ne računam kao damage dealera. I Corki koji je relativno low range u Azira Zaju. Biće zeznuto ako game dođe u malo kasnije faze.
Yeah, I think though for KC, they're going to be much happier with the way this has gone. Sure. Game 1 and Game 2, Game had already started to kind of run away with them from this position. So they're kind of in a bit more of a fighting chance here. And they do have decent scaling as they start to get up there. You have the Azir that should be in a decent spot. This Galio gets quite tanky as the game goes on. It's just nervous when you're playing against such a strong wombo combo coming through from Giant X. Just the ability to lock someone down and burn them through with the Rumble ult and having Jackies follow up with another ult, which just makes it kind of terrifying.
We have a Drake about to spawn. Kalist and Targamas have that push down towards the bottom side. As you say, the threat of someone just getting caught out with the dive from Giant X is pretty deadly. Isma on the flank here. Targamas will spot the fact a ward went down. Oh, Isma jumps across the ward with the blast cone. Cease and desist in, flashes away from the Impale. There's the Bolt Breaker as well to safety. TP coming out from Canon
Targa.
to collapse on this play. The Riptide
ult, flash, okay. Isma nema ulti, tako da je mrtav.
And will force them away. There was so much use in trying to
protect
them, but now Jun might go down as well.
I mean, Kana's actually the one who's probably on the wrong side of this. Jun going back in with the hook. In the end, Kana is safely shepherded out by KC. The Drake should be their next objective. And once again, like Isma has had a really good series generally, but it's these 1 or 2 moments.
Ok, sad je Let's Go KC, nije opet Navi, dobro je.
Let's Go Navi. Dum.
Ništa mi nije jasno zašto ljudi govore Let's Go Navi, a Navi ne igra. Ali dobro, vole ljudi Navi, očigledno.
Ili samo jako ne vole Rogue i onda žele da što više podržavaju Navi.
Veoma moguće.
Jax je mrtav. Nema njemu pomoći ovdje.
Jackies might be able to get to the blast cone. Targamas going to try and follow him around. Kalist coming in as well.
No, ubit će ga Kalist.
Puts down the feathers and Jackies even with the Kingslayer.
Jackies. Wow, za malo je preživeo.
Again though, it's sloppy mistakes. There was no need for him to be in the mid lane. It's nice that he got to escape, but here you can see Isma goes for a ward. Could have ended up just using the Q to get back out over the wall if he really wanted to.
Or blast cone into the pit.
Exactly, yeah. But instead, tries to go for something on the bottom side and kind of TP's in, you've already... And so much was used. Like, Isma's flash, you got the heal burned from Jun and his flash gone as well. There was so much invested in just trying to get him to safety.
Mi izgleda malo bolje, ali opet ako pogledaš cijela ova serija, cijela ova partija je samo jako malo golda između jedne i druge ekipe.
Giant X had a great game too. They were clean, they were patient, they were methodical most of the time. Here, KC have already shown us in summer when they do have their teeth into a game, when they have control over a game, they are very good at closing it out.
Jajk relativno fed, imaju giga dobar scale, jest even u gold, ali mislim da KC u malo boljoj poziciji ovdje.
Da, ja mislim da Giantsi moraju da dobiju game relativno brzo. Jer kao, okej, Rumble će scalovati, Korki će scalovati, ali low range u K-Corp komp, tako da imaće problem.
Jackies doesn't have any sort of flash, which means that if he tries to contest the wave state at any point in time, it's really difficult, which is why I think they're trying to send him towards Kana, because at least he's got a little bit more safety there, but yeah, it's just the lack of pressure on mid-wave plus the mobility of Targamas is going to make these side lanes very vulnerable to potential plays from KC.
They can keep the game just a little bit slower for the next couple of minutes or so. There's a rift hold up in 40 seconds, but KC should be very happy. Just, all right, we'll get to 2 items. We have an Ashes on the Azir. Let's get him another one. Let's make sure Kana's a tank.
I also think it's a good Rilay's angle for Vladdy as well.
Yeah.
To go second, just the defensive stats are really good. You end up with the slow, which is good for so many of the melee champions that are on Giant X. So if an engage whiffs, you can punish so effectively.
And it's really interesting how the conversation shifts as the game goes on. When we were in draft, we were talking about the Azir. It's like there's so many tools for Giant X to get on top of this Azir. Is it Azonya's second? Does he need to keep himself safe? But because KC have been able to control the game, not fall prey to those dives to the degree that perhaps we thought they might, now you're talking about, oh, he needs something a little defensive, but he can still be aggressive. He can still get the Rylai's. He can still do that little bit more damage in the fights because there isn't that threat that we expected to materialize. It could still come, could still pull a rabbit out of the hat here for Giant X. They are not that far behind. It's 300 gold. It's just the momentum of the game doesn't feel in their favor.
It's also just the spikes on key champions are behind. Like Jackie's is going for a cheaper item in the Hextech Proto Belt and still hasn't finished his first item. Whereas you've already got Vladdy who's completed his and moving up steadily towards Boots being finished and on towards his next item. There is maybe a cross-map play coming through here on the bottom side for Giant X, but Targamas with a good reset timer should be here to protect any sort of play, and it looks like Giant X know it, so they're just going to back away.
You can see Jun was waiting, thinking perhaps Vladdy oversteps. Control ward in the bush, though, meant that Jun knew his aspirations had been deduced, had been sleuthed out. Isma here spotted. They did, I'm pretty sure, see that ward go down. Because it was Jackie's trading with Targamas when that ward was placed. Maybe because it wasn't pinged, they thought it had just expired. Or maybe they just didn't realize that Targamas had placed the ward at the time. They know Isma's here. KC have full awareness that Isma is waiting.
Opet usporen Game House. Nevjerovatno usporena partija.
Targamas laying the trap, baiting it out.
Isma proverava, Jajke na vardu, bez swipera. Rime Heralda. Ok, dobro, dobar cancel. Vladdy ima flash, Isma je ultovo ništa.
Jackies je mrtav.
Također ultovo ništa.
Da.
Ukrao je ultov Jajke i bacio ga isto kao i Jajke, da.
Kako katastrofa, jao. Čak je moglo biti dobro za Giantse da je pogodio ulti. Mislim, No je snažan, ali nije to Korki sa Murmanom. Dobro, da, nije to Korki sa životom kao prvo.
KC roar into life in game 3, 2k ahead, 2 Drakes in their pockets, mid lane turret their next target. And KC...
Mislim da je ovo GG, osim ako se nešto baš katastrofalno ne desi za KC, ali djeluje mi da su ovaj game malo disciplinovaniji što se tiče igre.
Lot might die as well. The Rift Herald's coming in. Targamas looking at the grand entrance. There's no flash now for Lot. Rift Herald charging around the corners. Jackie's
Oh, he doesn't hit the Epscon.
Pa radi Jackies.
Doesn't take down the tower. Yike now with the Ishtal's impact will lock it. Jackie's against the wall. He dashes in, but the ground entrance allows Vladdy to make a safe exit. Kingslayer healing not enough as Targamas takes the kill. The equalizer not ticking on anyone. KC, well, they're doing a Germany versus Brazil. It's 7-1 now.
And the top side is still being pushed by Kana. You were the ones who went for the play on that bot side, Giant X, and it doesn't work.
Pa dobro. Vidjeli smo Giantse u solidnom izdanju u drugom gameu. Early game im nije katastrofalan većinom, ali...
Alongside that summoner to escape that situation. 3k now the lead for KC and for Giant X.
Neću morati samo skinem sluške na 20 sekundi ovu traku da sklonim jer sam riknuo od šetanja. Tako da tu sam bukvalno sam.
Very well synced up. We saw the flash away from Vladdy meant that the equalizer wasn't on top of him. The depth charge didn't follow. That is the first step. The second step is hope the enemy isn't tankier than you want them to be. There's a Seekers complete on Vladdy. There's 2 items on Kalista and he always has the Featherstorm to escape. You've got 2 items already on their way for Yike with that Aegis and the Heartsteel complete. Kana is tanky, you've got to lock it, like, you are now falling so far behind that even the essence of your comp doesn't work the way you want it to.
Yeah, it's a 2.3k gold lead in the mid lane. Like, Vladdy has completely gotten the better at Jackie's both in the side lanes when it came to the laning phase as well, and...
it was only 20 minutes ago we were saying, oh, we think Jackie's has actually had the better of Vladdy this series. We were just 2 game Andes, guys, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is game 3 where it all comes to bear, and Giant X are kind of desperate to get whatever gold they can on towards Jackie's, on towards some of these carries, but you've got Adakon now in 10 seconds. There is as much blue as possible on that bottom side.
Gold lead je na Aziru. Ako njega uspiju da ubiju, ne znam kako će to raditi kad ima Seekers, ali ako uspiju da ga ubiju, onda možda mogu dobiti fight, a da ne bace previše. Ali Atakan isto pada. Late game comp u mid, early to mid game sa Korkijem kao insurance za...
Evo i mene. Vidim da puno nisam propustio.
Da, ništa. Za Atakan je pauza KC samo. Uzeli su tier 2 na botu. Svi idu redom. Objektive kako se sponoju uzimaju i to je to.
As you say, Isma only with the Sundered Sky right now isn't really, I mean, Rakan's really not his target either. As you see the boots upgrades coming out from KC as well. Now, Asakan down, 2 Drakes to the good. Inferno Drake up in a minute 30. Seeker's Arm Guard upgraded to the Zonyas for Vladdy. He knows he's really the only target that Giant X can dive on towards. He's just making himself so safe as houses.
And it's why we've kind of seen Vi start to teeter out of the meta. If you look at LPL and LCK, they are going for the Pantheons and Wukongs because you have champions like Xayah, Sivir that can manage that dive potential well.
Impale onto Jun. He
Jun je mrtav.
But the Scorpion's tail has a mighty sting. Vladdy takes the kill.
No, ne mogu oni da fightaju više.
Joining a Kalist in the deathless carry column. And for Jackies and for Giant X, like, what do you do? You're bleeding out all over the map. You're going to lose a tier 2 in top, most likely. You're losing your tier 2 in mid. Kana comes down, brings down the double fists. Equalizer used here just to clear out the wave, and KC aren't really respecting it at all. The hero's entrance out. They put down the Sun Disc, build a tower where yours once stood. Giant X falling all to pieces as KC methodically clean up the map. Now Jackies is looking for the flank. Spotted on vision.
Nemaju bukvalno, nemaju kako. Jackies 0-3-0, se porta na bod, uzme bounty. Možda mogu na tempo da ih odrede da uzmu Drakea. Svi me top play.
It's dire straits for Giant X because this is the downside of when you build these dive compositions. If you
Kana TP-uje. Ne znam da li imaju dovoljno damage-a. Jackies izma sami. Treba im korki.
He's on his lonesome, but Giant X don't really know it. Isma looking for the smite. Gets back in.
Hoće li neko uzeti?
Vladdy looking for a flank position of his own as he TPs in. The Emperor's divide.
Au, Vladi. I našo 2 carrya. Dobro, GG. Lepo, 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 Vladi.
Man, earlier in this game we saw you run towards this red buff area. I'm not sure it's as safe as you think. Spotted, trying to steal away the Crux, Kana coming in as well. More distraction than anything. Yike. Using the shield to aggro the Crux. Isma jumps across the wall. Targamas going to join this fray just to make sure that the buy does fall.
Give it to Targamas.
No one has ever said that in the history of League of Legends. Give it to the support.
Zašto je Izma tako otišao samo od zmaja, mene interesuje ovdje. Što nema smite, šta?
Yeah, and that's really, as you say, what all they're looking for. No, a flash of the wall, but great TP spot from Vladdy. And again, this kind of comes back to all the...
Koliko lepo odigrao, 2 čoveka našao, 2 flasha, forsovo, baš clean.
With the flash over and 2x2 they fall.
Just as they went onto the arc, 2x2 they fall. Noah and Jackie's going down. Isma dying in the end as well, a minute before the Baron spawns. 2 Drakes apiece, doesn't really matter. Don't expect we'll get to Soul with how strong Carmine Corp are now. 6,500 gold ahead, and this is more what I was expecting. I'll be honest, like even-ish early games, maybe a small lead for Giant X. Giant X have shown up today, just not in game 3.
Yeah.
And that is obviously there to their chagrin, especially since in game 1 they came back into it, could have won it. Can't say for sure, they were still about 6k behind when Isma got caught.
It does make the conversation for top 2 a little bit more interesting though, because, I mean, look, Fnatic not looking very strong yesterday. KC showing they can bleed today as well.
Importantly, Fnatic are in the other group.
Yes. But what I mean is just if you're trying to contest for those top 2 spots, I think it does become a little bit more interesting if Fnatic aren't living up to the hype. If KC had not got that big pop blossom in game number 1, and they still have time to fix things. This is only weekend 1, but it hasn't been the best of showing from 2 teams that are expected to comfortably sit into those top 2 in their respective groups.
I 100% agree with you there. And you have to remember as well, you have 4 games, 4 series.
Yeah.
KC are halfway through their regular season after today. Now, with them having, if they win this game,
Da, baš je format
they're pretty much guaranteed a playoff
nikakav.
berth. It would be very
Ne znam kakav je playoff format, ili isti kao što je bio pre, ili se i to nešto menjalo.
Giant X here, 25% loss rate in series if they lose this one.
Ne znam, iskreno, ovaj treći split mi je jako konfuzan, overall.
It's palindromic and I like it.
Baš mi izbunjujući split.
They set up around the Baron once again. They'll start it up. Fast side automation coming out. The control wall will stop it. Kalis autos it.
Playoff je relativno dugačak.
They'll hold it on 7,000 or so. Jun exhausted by Targamas. Hero's entrance in. They go for the impale onto Isma. Cease and desist out from him. Targamas will fall first. Isma surviving. Jackie's trying to dive in with the quickness as well. But can't quite get the damage.
Da ikovi mogu da isfollowe Jackie za našli bi možda Kalista. Ima i on ulti i flash.
Da nisu toliko behind, bio dobar fight.
Mislim, Noah lomi, ali nije dovoljno snažan Noah sam da...
Took a lot from KC. They end up going over the wall. Kalist isn't in. We'll actually get to see it here. So as they go over the wall, Kalist isn't actually able to follow up.
Bio je fight bliži nego što sam očekivao da će biti.
Some way of getting into position here, but Kalist has to walk around. So for a lot of this, you are just getting a lot of damage from Giant X in a decent position.
Da kažem, da nije Silas, recimo ovdje 0-5-0, on bi prstovo Kalista.
Da.
Sam. Al džabe.
Da Kalist nema 3 itema, Korki ima.
Previše su behind,
ovdje bi ga ubio.
Šta je on izgovorio po ime? Nešto I win this.
Ne znam nešto. If we don't hit, tako nešto sam razumio. Mislim, Vladi ima 4000 golda prednosti, odnosno na Silesa. Ima 80 CS-a, čini mi se, razlike između njih dvojica. Vladi je level 17, Jackie je level 14, sad je hitovo 14. Užas.
So true. As KC now should be able to close this one out. 8,500 gold ahead. They'll be sleeping in the jungle after this game very happily as they push forward. Inhibitor their first target. Khan is catching that mid-wave to make sure they have a new objective after that inhibitor does go down. For Giant X, one last press of those R keys. See if you can find anyone. The problem is you have to make your way through Kana and Yike to do it, and they're pretty damn tanky right now. Kana even
Čemo ko
has
završi game ovdje, ali da, mislim 10k gol da su okej, ako ne završi s ovim pušem, završi sa sljedećim. Mislim da Giants samo nemaju ga odigraju ovo.
Izma je... Ulti nije bio nužno preterano loš, ali jednostavno, da, ne mogu.
Lepo je Vladio odigrao ovo koliko je mogao. Follow up taunt na no, to je to. GG, okej, KC, mislim.
Klimavo, ali su dobili. Ovaj posljednji game je bio solidan.
Game 1 and 2, a very close, or sorry, very strong showing from Giant X, but game 3 was not a close affair at all. KC came in absolutely swinging and just refused to give up.
I think Giants X will be disappointed with themselves. Game 2 really showed what they can do. Game 1 as well, they were able to get back into it.
Prva serija je bila, htjeli smo da se završi što pre, na svu sreću to se i desilo, BDS 2-0 dobio. SK Gaming je pitanje da li zaslužuju da budu u lecu. Ova druga serija mnogo bolje što se tiče samog kvalitete partija, ali kad se treba dosta da se pita early game šta rade, ostatak je okej, dobar team fight im je također sasvim solidan, ali early game moraju ozbiljno, to je već problem 2 splita. I prvu partiju su mogli da izgube, da nisu trollovali malo ovi iz Giantsa, a drugu partiju su izgubili, mislim, zbog toga.
Istina, evo vidimo i kastere koji su ubacili, mi se samo čekaju da bude, da dođe intervju. I tada snimaju kastere, tako da i Medic chillaju ga jako. Oni nisu puno na kameri, sad su prestali da se oblače onako fancy u košulje i kravate i to sam izvalio.
Da, to sam baš teo, to sam baš primetio. A i leto, iskren da bude.
To jeste, ne možeš da očekuješ da će ljudi... Vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija. Čekamo i Jajka na intervju, koliko vidimo.
Obviously tomorrow we have a bunch more games for you. We'll see you there. But for now we're going to hand it over to Dracos, who is ready with Yike on the stage. Can those pants get any higher, Dracos?
Ajmo da čujemo intervju. To je bilo to od nas, ima i svako. Mi se družimo posle na TFT-u, družimo se na filmu koje je Patreon, vidimo se nešto kasnije. Veliki pozdrav.
Pozdrav.
That was very impressive. Well done. I would love to be up here and talk about, like, you smashed them. It was a little bit rough. So talk to me about what happened in Game 3. How were you guys able to rally and come back in what ended up being a pretty close series?
Yeah, I mean, I think Game 3 we made a good draft, very easy draft, and I think we played it good. I think we knew the only win condition is like silent snowballing, but he couldn't do it, so we played good. I think Game 2... Yeah, it was. Don't talk about that.
I talked to Isma before Game 3, and he's like, "Yeah, don't get me wrong. I felt like we did good in Game 2, but it felt like KC were just kind of inting into us. They were just giving us free gold." So what were the comms like? What was going wrong to put you in the position where you were taking bad fights?
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of happy with early with the free grubs, and then we won a contest Drake, but we didn't think about like the Sion come with ult. He is ulted, we all died, and yeah, from there on, then you snowballed, and I tried to make plays with Pantheon, but it's hard. We don't really have any real engage, so it's just me ulting, and it's easy for me to die then, and I was just running it that game.
Yeah, it was definitely like a little bit rough. How do you, what is the focus point now as you look ahead? You've played 2 of the 4 kind of regular season games. You guys are one of the clear favorites to top 2 in the group. You found 2 wins. It seems like you're on the road to victory. What is the focus for the rest of the regular season in terms of where KC needs to improve before we get to playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, as people saw yesterday, I think we played very clean. Like, that's the style we want to keep on, and we want to keep playing like that every game. Like, today was a bit more messy, but I know we have, like, a very high peak. So we want to just stay consistent like that. We want to win every match one by one, and yeah, we just take, like, I don't know who we play next. It's Koi or Vitality, but yeah, we're just going to take it, like, step by step.
one of those opponents is much more interesting to me than the other in terms of the history that we've seen between the two organizations. So I gotta know initial feelings on facing Koi again. They obviously got the better of you in finals. What's gonna be different this time around?
Yeah, I mean, they beat us 2 times, both game 5, so yeah, it's gonna be fun to play against them again. Like, we really want revenge, obviously, and we know they're a very strong team, so yeah, at least it's best of 3 now, so I can't go to game 5, I guess. But I think we're gonna be, I mean, we're much more prepared, and I think, yeah, that was like the biggest difference, that we're not as prepared in playoffs like now, because yeah, we had a lot of time to just reflect on everything that happened in spring, and yeah, I think we're gonna come much stronger now against them.
I'm glad to hear it, brother. Congrats again on getting the win, even if it was a bit of a close one. Thank you again to all the KC fans in the audience. This has been the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in, and that's enough from us. Let's send it over to PGL with Rhea to talk more about KC.